Morning again for everybody. I hope you all had a good rest. And I forget what the chief said now. Something about Transylvania or something hotel. I don't think anybody had. Everybody slept good, so nobody got awoken during the night by anything. So all is good from last night anyway. So we're all good. So we'll get going and. Got some registration still going there, so as soon as we kind of get that, and then we'll get going. Kind of at 10:45, we'll do the traditional prevention. Marcella Yajichipi will do that, and Eunice Bear. Lunch, 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock, intergenerational trauma. Joyce Knight, I believe she's here. I think I've seen her someplace. Oh, yeah, she's here. Good. And the health break at 2:30, 2:45, we'll have the equine therapy, Beetle Soup. Seen Beetle here last night, so he's ready to go as well. And 5 o'clock is supper time, 5 to 6, and then we'll have some entertainment tonight, 6 to 7:30. We'll have a hypnotist here. So those of you guys that want to get hypnotized tonight, get ready for that. Should be lots of fun. I think we can get going. It's already 10 after 9, 12 minutes after 9. We'll get going here. My name is Keith Pratt again, for those of you that I just got here or may know. And I sit on the member at large for the QBOW Board of Directors. So good morning. I just want to say welcome to all the participants, the families, the children, and that are here. And hopefully everything can work out good today. That Get your massage. Don't forget to get your massage too, by the way. I think you got to take appointments because I think she's getting booked up already. And then also haircuts, that kind of thing, right? So without further ado, I wanna introduce Tatiana. Okay. Sorry, I guess I kind of jumping the gun a little bit, but okay. So, good morning again, everybody. I just want to introduce one of our keynote speakers and one of our female leadership of Saskatchewan, FSIN. I want to introduce Second Vice Chief Ali Bear. Ali Bear is the third Vice Chief of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, a proud mother of 2 daughters, a lawyer, a descendant of Dakota, Anishinaabe, and the Heiau heritage from the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. And I want to introduce and turn it over to Chief Bear. Give her a round of applause. Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You need water in that?
Maybe a water. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Keith. Appreciate that. That's good coffee. Huh? Hahana washte. Good morning. Tue iohana achiapi tatonka skawi amakia peye wapahaska oyate tahawahi. My name is Tatonka Skawi. I am from Wapahaska Oyate, which is Whitecap Dakota First Nation. And very honored to be here today with each and every single one of you. First, I want to give thanks to the Creator and, those that had given prayer and lifted the pipes for this conference to happen. And I want to acknowledge everybody in the room, from our knowledge keepers and our elders to all of the people who do this hard work, and to all of our youth that are sitting in here today too. Sometimes we might not think that they're listening, but they are actually always listening. They're like little sponges. So it's good to take them around with us and to have them, be a part of events and things like this. But as mentioned, I'm also from the Treaty 4 territory. My mother is originally a Badger from Kobe First Nation, and my grandmother Ruth is a Lara from Cowsis First Nation, and my papa Oliver Cameron is from Beardy's First Nation. So I am quite a heavy mix of Dakota, Cree, and Anishinaabe, right from here, right from the plains. So I'm very honored to be, of the plains, be a person of the plains. This is my home. This is my land. These are my communities. I'm proud to be of a Treaty 4 lineage, and I'm proud to be a Dakota Weyan as well from Whitecap Dakota First Nation. And I know that, we're looking for, what we're really looking for our youth is identity. And it's not easy to find our identity sometimes when we're living in this very colonial world. This colonialism is something that has become very embedded and entrenched within our own communities. And so we are trying to do our best to give our youth back their identity that was taken from us through residential schools and through policies like the Indian Act. One thing about the Indian Act is that, it was not consented. We never agreed to have the Indian Act imposed on us. And one part of that Indian Act is the band council system as well. That was imposed on us. We didn't consent to have the Indian Act and the band council system. And that dismantled our traditional governance systems. So our traditional societies, how we governed ourselves, was dismantled, and we never consented to that. So that's something that the government still owes us, is to revitalize, reawaken, and actually implement our traditional ways. Because when we think about traditional parenting, parenting was something that was taken from us in residential schools. The way that we used to parent, the way that we had our kinship laws in place, the way that we took care of one another, that is something that was taken from us through colonialism, through residential schools, through the Indian Act. And now we have these intergenerational trauma playing out into today. And we see that, and we see our young ones struggling with mental health, with suicide, with addiction. And we have to think about where we are today in the world that we live in. In a modern world, access to drugs is so easy, and it's so cheap, and it's everywhere. You can find it anywhere and everywhere. But the other problem is that access to ceremony is so hard to find. And, so it's like, okay, we got negative coping mechanisms, like access to drugs and, access to negative outlets through our phones. They're on us all the time. We think about, how do we actually have self-care when we're literally being drained of our energy on a regular basis? Like sometimes we have to turn these things off. We got to go back to the land and go to where there is no cell service. And, and that's something that a lot of especially our youth who are so, on their tablets and on all these machines all the time, they're not used to. So I'm grateful for everybody who has these like culture camps during the summer, and they bring the youth out to the land and they pull them away from this world that isn't always real, right? Because we have so much people who portray themselves as something else online, or they, we use these filters, or we do this, and that's not always real. What's real is when we're here together, face to face, and that's why I really like being in person as well. Thank God, we've made it through the hard days of COVID. It's still here, it's still existing. We're still living with it, but now we can actually gather again. So yes, there is some positive things about, social media. There is some positive things about our phones and technology and connecting with one another. But at the same time, we're moving at such a fast rate that we don't have that time to slow down and to actually check in with ourselves and to go back to the land. And, because we're so caught up in this virtual world, and then we're also just so caught up in trying to survive. So colonialism is something that, they make it really hard for us to survive in this world. And it's such a fast-paced world that we live in that we don't get to take the time to slow down. We don't get to take the time to actually self-reflect. And especially, I would say, like, as parents and as mothers, I'm a single mom. My daughters are 7 and 9 years old. And, for me to actually check in with myself, because I'm so busy trying to take care of them and leadership, trying to take care of everybody, I'm really not that good at self-care, to be honest with you, and that's okay because we're all learning. We can't say, "Oh yeah, I'm real good at self-care. I work out once a year." But no, like, we can't be perfect. We can't be super good at everything and have like, oh, I have like meal plans and I work out and I don't smoke and I don't do this. No, nobody's perfect. And that's something that we have to acknowledge right off the hop, is that nobody's perfect and we make mistakes. Maybe you are on your healing path and you are sober, and maybe perhaps you did fall off at a certain point, but don't beat yourself up about that. Don't be harder on yourself. The world's already hard enough on us as it is. We don't need to be more harder on ourselves, and we don't need to be harder on each other. I mean, there's one thing to be supportive and there's another thing to be lateral. You can feel that when people are trying to bring you down, and you can feel that when people are actually giving you constructive criticism. Constructive criticism, like sometimes you need that tough love. Sometimes that tough love will push you into doing things that you might not be comfortable of doing, because healing is uncomfortable. Healing isn't, this kumbaya, I feel great. And healing is like, it's very uncomfortable because you're dealing with things that you don't want to deal with, dealing with things that you might have bottled up a long time ago and are transforming into health issues and are transforming into negative coping mechanisms and triggers. And you start noticing it. Your intuition knows, your spirit knows. I know that my spirit knows when I'm triggered, and I try to acknowledge and be aware what it is that is triggering me. I try to so I can learn for the future when I am triggered again. Um and Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there. So yeah, just thinking about self-care and nurturing ourselves and going back to who we are traditionally, and thinking about kinship laws and how it takes a community to raise a child. And I'm very, very grateful for all the grandparents that do step up and help take care of our little ones, because we did lose those parenting skills, and how we need to acknowledge that, because we need to acknowledge the roots of where we're at right now, and the roots of where we're so we can move forward in a better way. Because if we don't know where we come from, we'll never know where we're going. So we can't be in denial of things that have happened, even denial of things that have happened to us. Because if we really want to make a difference for the little ones and the future generations that are coming, we need to deal with our own issues. We need to take responsibility and accountability for things that we've been through and we've seen and we've done, and heal from that. And that healing's not only for us, that healing's for our entire family. That healing's for our grandparents. I know my grandma, who's my kid's great grandma, she's quite old now. My grandma Ruth Cameron, or originally a Lara. She's having surgery this week, and she's my only grandparent left. And that's hard. But she says, I'm still here because of you guys. I'm still here because I see you doing what you do, and I see my great grandchildren. And she goes, and I see that it's getting better in every generation that's coming. She goes, and that's why I'm still here, my girl. And so, we have to acknowledge everything that they've been through, our elders, everything that they've sacrificed. And that's why I want to show my younger cousins, try to live life in a good way. And it's not just for us, it's for the ones that came before us, so that they can be proud of us, so that they can feel pride and they can see that change is happening. And yeah, so I do it for my grandparents and the ones that are watching over me, all my Papa OC, my Grandma Sarah, my Grandma Rose, my Grandpa Ralph. They've all passed on. They're all residential school survivors, and they've overcome a lot of trauma, and they've paved paths in a world that wasn't built for us. I know my grandma moved to the city. She was one of the only urban ladies here. My great grandma Sarah, she's a Anishinaabe from Badgerville, and she's strong woman, and she taught me a lot of who I am, because she was always there for us. No matter where we moved, she would always move near us. And I think that's that part of that kinship laws. When you're little, you don't really understand it, but when you grow up, you kind of understand certain things that maybe your elders said, or maybe that they did. And that was that kinship, right? She made sure she was near us, so that if anything ever happened, well, grandma was right there. We'd run to grandma's house, and she was our safe place. And that's a lot of our grandmas. They're our safe place. I was struggling not too long ago, feeling very overwhelmed with emotions, and I didn't know what to do. And I was told, one of my friends said, go to your grandma. Go see her. And, and I just still, I'm 31 years old and I still, need my grandma, need my mom. We need that in our lives. And so, we got to honor them. We got to take care of them. And we got to spend time with them because that's all they really want too. My grandma calls me all the time. Half the time, it's just kind of like, what are you doing? And I'm like in the middle of something, like she'll call me in the middle of speaking or, I'll call her back. But yeah, we got to take that time for them because they've sacrificed a lot for us to be here. And I know I'm just speaking up here as a young person. So I have a lot to learn, a long path to go still. But, in my own journey, I had two children. I went through two very serious car accidents. I lost my right eye when I was 17 years old. I lost my vision. I had to deal with that. I had to learn to love myself again. And I'm not fully there. I can't say that I fully love myself, but I'm trying. And I'm trying, especially for my kids, because we got to role model that to them. They got to love themselves. We want our babies to love themselves, right? Because if they love themselves, then they're going to respect themselves and then they're going to respect people around them. And so we got to try our best to love ourselves and dealing with our own, traumas and our own demons and our own things that have happened to us. Forgive ourselves, forgive our parents. And, because it wasn't their fault. And what really happened was, this whole colonialism that really came here. And the Europeans came here with their ideologies, with patriarchy and misogyny and their hierarchy of men at the top. And when the Europeans came here, they owned their women, they owned their children. Our systems weren't set up like that. Our systems were our children were the heart, our elders were on the outside of that, our women were there, and our men were around to protect us. And so we have to, think about what it was our traditional ways were. And we got to teach that to the little ones, and we got to remind ourselves because we all know that too. And it's about reawakening what we already know, reawakening what we already have. It's not about, reinventing the wheel. We already had that. We've lived here for thousands and thousands of years since time immemorial, and we sustained ourselves and we had beautiful, thriving communities. We have already had that, and we know that, and our spirit knows that. And that's what we got to remind those little ones. And it's those little ones that I see they're real smart. And I think that we have a lot to learn from them if we listen to them. And I think that we need more youth at our tables as well. A lot of our young ones, right, as I said, we're living in a modern age. We have technology, we have pandemics, we have access to drugs, we have all these cost of living nowadays. It's completely different than the cost of living back in the day. These are things that we need to be aware of, especially when we're wanting our young adults to succeed. But we also need them sitting at the tables with the people that are making decisions. I find myself being the youngest person in the room a lot of the time. And sometimes I'm not taken seriously, despite being a lawyer, despite having my education. It's, oh, she's young. So, a lot of people don't really want to listen to me sometimes. But I think that if we had more of our younger generation who understand some of these things that we're going through and, trying to raise our kids on our own and, at the table, talking about the issues of today so that we can make sure that we're trying to pave a better way for those little ones that are coming up, because that's what it's about. Every child matters for the next 7 generations. And so I continue to show up because of that. Despite I'm really tired. I've been traveling all over. I just landed last night. My 2 daughters are sick at home, fevered right now. They want mommy. But I said, I'm scheduled here and I'm scheduled there. Mommy has to do what she has to do, and mommy will be back. And one day they'll understand too why I had to sacrifice. And I had to learn that way too, as my father is the chief of Whitecap Dakota First Nation. And very proud of him and the work that he's done. And I think that's taught me a lot too, work ethic, and he always told me since I was little, and maybe didn't understand it then, but understand it now. We were always a hardworking people, my girl. Don't let anybody else tell you anything different, because of all these misrepresentations of who we are and all these biases and stereotypes that people try to put on us and internalize that we're lazy and we're drunk and all these things. But we're not. We're strong and we're resilient and we're beautiful, and we've always been here and we will always will be here. And that's what we got to instill in our little ones, is that pride. We want to see them hold their heads up high. We want to see them live a better lives than we do. We don't want to make it harder on them. We want to make it easier on them. We want to break down these barriers, break down these that have been up, so that they can walk through. And I was told that when I went to law school, because when I was in law school, it wasn't easy as a single mom, as a First Nations woman. I think there's like there's about 120 of us in a class, and there a lot of people told me I couldn't do it. They said, "Oh yeah, you're single, you're native, you can't do it. Single mom, native, like you can't." I had a lot of people tell me that I couldn't, and then I think that kind of pushed me to really want to do it. Though I'm kind of that kind of person. People tell me I can't do something, I'm like, "Oh, I'll show you." And so you have the attitude, maybe an Anishinaabe attitude or something. But anyways, yeah, I was like, okay, fine. You don't think I can do this? And so I made sure that when I went into school, though, that like I felt that representation matters. I was on leadership. I did the Indigenous Law Students Association. I bridged a lot of our Indigenous and non-Indigenous students. I set up sweat lodges for our students out by Brightwater, by Whitecap. And I tried to, create access to ceremony, and I tried to do all these things while there, because I wanted to support my friends and my relatives. There was only about 10 of us that were Indigenous, about 5 of us that were First Nations. And we were the ones that were definitely struggling the most, always having deaths in the family. And one of my homies, Connor Standing Ready, he's from White Bear, and he was blind in both eyes, and I had one eye. And so I was like, "Oh, together we only have one eye, man." And and we walk around law school together. But without them in class, I don't think I would be speaking up as much, right? But having one friend there like makes the biggest difference. Even just to show up, okay, my friend's there. I'm gonna make sure I show up to class. Because sometimes you don't want to show up to class when it's just a bunch of Muniao with Sichus. And but when you have a friend that that's there, and then you can speak up because that friend's there too, right? You support each other. And I don't think I would have got through law school without my friends, my couple Native friends that were in there. And but yeah, so like trying to have self-care when you're so busy, like in law school, and when you're trying to help other people, because I've spent 7 years sober. And during 2020 I fell off the wagon, and I tried not to beat myself up about that. But during those 7 years, I managed to get 2 degrees. I got a degree in sociology with a minor in Indigenous studies, and then I went on to get my law degree. And because everyone was like, "Well, what are you going to do with the sociology degree?" And I really didn't know. And I actually was thinking about maybe being a police officer. I went there, and they're like, "Oh, well, you can't be a cop if you have one eye." And I was like, "Holy, that's discrimination." But I get it. You have a big blind spot. You're like, you can't really look out for the other guys. I don't really want to be a cop anyways, never. I was like, never wanted to be her anyway. So then I went on and I applied to law school. I applied to UBC and U of S, and I bombed my first LSAT, so the law student admission test. Like literally, it was so bad. And I was just like, okay, and then you beat yourself up a little bit, like maybe call yourself down. I was like, I'm stupid. I'm not good enough for this, but that happens. We fail and then we try again, and it's okay to admit to failing. It's okay to admit that you didn't get in the first time. It's okay to admit that you might have failed the first time. That's life. We're human. And so, yeah, I did horrible in my first LSAT. And then I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it again. And I signed up for another LSAT, and I actually really, really studied for that one, and it made a whole difference. So yeah, studying does work. That's the proof of it. I did way better on that LSAT, and I got accepted into U of S and UBC. My dream was to go to UBC, but my daughters were like 2 and 3 at the time, like they were just little. And I was like, yeah, no, I wanted this always to prove a point. I don't know what it is, but because there's a lot of single moms. I grew up around a lot of single moms. Like I literally in high school, they called me Allie and the baby mama crew. All my friends had babies and in high school, and I was always there for them. And being that auntie, like hanging out with the babies. And anyways, but I seen a lot of my friends and my cousins and stuff who had kids young quit. They'd quit school, or they would, and I wanted to show other single moms that you don't have to quit. You don't have to give up on your dreams. Like my dream was UBC law school, and I'm gonna do it even though I have 2 babies and everyone was like telling me I couldn't, and their dad wasn't around. And so I went out to UBC law. I got family housing, and the daycare was supposed to be set up for them, but all of a sudden they only had a spot for 1 kid, and I'm like, well, how is that supposed to work? I got 2. And so my mom came out there for a bit to help out. And I got to live my dream. My dream was to bike to school, like at UBC. I don't know why that specific biking to school was a part of my dream, but I had a basket and I had my law books in there. And, and I was like, that's my dream. I'm living it. So and I got to do that, and thanks to my mom who came out there to support us. But then my grandma fell down some stairs, and she was in the hospital, and she wasn't doing well. And what comes first is family. We had to go back home, and so I was able to transfer from UBC to U of S, and they've never done that before. But the first year of law school is very general. You take kind of all the same classes. You have to take 7 classes. It's really gross. It's too much. And but yeah, so I got to transfer back to U of S. So I've moved to Vancouver a few times in my life, and I've always ended up having to move home. And this is where I belong. I think that's what it means. This is where I belong. This is where I'm from. As I mentioned, all my family of Whitecap and Beardies and Cowsis and Cody First Nation. Like this is home. And it's important for my girls to grow up around their family, right? Their uncles and their coochies and their cookums and Papa Bear. It's important for them to have that connection to family. And so I'm happy. I think I was always kind of trying to run away, and then I can acknowledge that now. I'm aware of that. I was always trying to run away from something. And but the other thing too is that we have to be more accepting of our some of our students. I think that a lot of our students, we need those educated ones in our communities. And sometimes there's a lot of lateral violence, and that's due to colonialism and all these types of things. That colonial violence, I think, is transferred into lateral violence, and we see that in our communities. And sometimes our educated youth we just want to leave because sometimes people are always kind of coming at them like, oh, you think you're better than us now and this and that. And I got that a lot when I was sober and getting my education, and it makes you kind of want to leave. But then you realize the importance of being at home and helping your community. So I started doing all this work. Like Whitecap just signed their self-governance modern day treaty just recently. I did a lot of that legal work with them. I actually helped with our constitution. I drafted our constitution, but I took that constitution right away. I took it to our elders, and and I took it. I had different sessions, and so like that type of work, helping our community. And technically my job was to decodify our self-governance agreement, because when I looked at it, I knew it needed more of our traditional ways in it. And so my dad is the chief, so he said, yeah, he goes, you're going to be the person who's going to decodify this. You go take it to the elders and you go do that work. And so I was just grateful for those summers because I got to spend so much time with our elders and learn about who we are, learn about who I am. And that's what our youth need too, is to spend that time with our elders, especially before they get too old and they pass away. I don't know my language. I introduced myself in Dakota. I don't know my language. It was always something that I want to regain, something that I want my kids to have. And I remember too, it was like, I was really, my grandma Rose, she was fluent in Dakota. She would always, Dakota, be yelling at all of us. And whenever I hear Takoja, I just think of my grandma, and I'm like, I'm getting yelled at, and triggered. And but it was weird because right before she passed away, I had this, like, I had literally written it in one of my little books and saying, go to grandma more, go to see Kushi, go learn your language. And I was starting to see her more. And then all of a sudden that summer she passed away, and it was because of diabetes, and it was real sporadic. And like we didn't see it coming. It just happened real quick. And she was pretty young. She was only like she was like, I think 60, 64, 65 when she passed. Like she wasn't old. And that's even our as First Nation people, our life expectancy isn't the same as our non-Indigenous people around here. You see these non-Indigenous, these Muniao, they're skiing and they're 90 years old. I'm like, holy, like, what the hell? Yeah, what didn't happen to you? And so, but yeah, and then it's a real thing. Even my papa Oliver, he passed away very suddenly. He had a heart attack really out of nowhere, just young. And but I know the doctors told him to quit drinking Pepsi, and he didn't want to quit smoking. He didn't want to, so you know. But yeah. So, anyways, I really wanted to go back to learn my language at that time, and it was too late for me at that moment because my kushi was the one that I was really close with, and the one I wanted to go see. And but in that too, like I didn't really spend as much time with her because she was raising all my cousins. Holy, how many were in her house? 16 of my cousins that were living at her house because she didn't want them to go into care. Did she get that money though? As a foster parent gets? No. And that's another problem that needs to be addressed is that, a lot of our relatives, our aunties, our uncles, our kushis, our cookums, that they'll take in these young ones so they don't go into care, but then they don't get that money that the foster parents get to take kids. That's a big issue that really needs to be addressed because they need to be getting that support to make sure that we're keeping our kids out of that system and keeping our kids together, because once they go into that system, then they're, who knows, and they're split up from their siblings. And and I have a couple little nieces and nephews in there right now, and my cousin who, she's an addict, and you can only say so much. I was like even debating trying to take one of my little cousins in, and I had him for a bit, and so I had my two girls and him, and they're all real fair. They all got green eyes, and everyone thought they were triplets. And I'm like, no, 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 I don't have triplets. But but yeah, it was a lot, right? We can only take on so much and do our best that we can, and I'm just doing that. But I feel like, just getting by, just surviving. Why do we have to be in survival mode? Why are we all just surviving? Why can't we be thriving? Why can't we um but I think that we can, and I think that we've had that, and I think that our spirit knows that we've had that, and that's kind of what we long for. And that's why, we're people talk about walking in two worlds. Like we are trapped in a colonial world. It's been imposed on us. And when it comes to reservations, they put us on tiny plots of land, and they imposed the past system that didn't let us leave our First Nations. Where's the remedy? Where's the, we need to be fighting them about the past system, the illegality of the past system. That past system was never legal. Couldn't even leave our First Nations. And then not only the past system that they had, and I think until 1960, then they had the permit system that didn't allow us to become a part of the economy because holy, all of a sudden we were deadly farmers. They gave us the worst tools, the worst land, and next thing you know, we were just doing really good. We were cattle ranchers, we were farmers, we're agricultures, and we were and but then they imposed a permit system that didn't allow us to sell our wheat or our grain or our cattle or anything. And then they made it that they white people would get fined if they bought from us. And so, they kept us out of the economy, they kept us out of society, they kept us on our First Nations, on these little reserves. And there's so much that's owed still. And then you think about, resource revenue sharing, and you think about all the money. These guys have intergenerational wealth. We have intergenerational trauma. These guys are, all the resources and all the money that they make off of the resources. Well, where's the resource revenue sharing? Where's what's owed to us? What about treaty? What about this land? It was supposed to be shared. And, anyways, I'm going off here. But these are things that we need to hold the government accountable for. And we need to be able to do that together, though. We need to come together. We are stronger together. This divide and conquer mentality is killing our people. Oh, so and so this and so, oh, that community that and this, and we don't get along. And, or even when there's elections and all these families are fighting, and, that divide and conquer is really killing our people. Like, we're so much stronger together. And I see that even so last year on May 5th, on National Red Dress Awareness Day, we went to the Regina legislature. A lot of our families, a lot of our leadership, and MLA Betty Nippy brought us in there, and we filled that legislature. It was all red in that house, and it was beautiful. And people had their faces painted, everything. Families were holding pictures of their loved ones. And Betty introduced the Declaration to Honor Indigenous Women and Girls. And I was told that I would never get the province to adopt that because they're too conservative. The province would never adopt that. And you know what? They adopted it that day. So, and then this year, I was invited back to talk to them about resources behind that declaration. The province wants to help support resources behind the declaration. And it's about damn time. But them too, they acknowledge the fact that they've been slow on, supporting these types of issues and how serious missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited Plus really is. And how we need physical safe spaces that people can go to smudge. And I have this dream to establish the Red Eagle Lodge, and, started here in the city of Saskatoon, but branch out to other tribal councils and other spaces. But this space would be a safe space. It would have a smudge room, it would have a cook-room, and I also have a partnership with the College of Law for a pro bono legal clinic. And a lot of people are like, well, why would you want to have justice and culture in the same space? But you know what? Culture should be in every space. It should be everywhere. They just started to allow our families to smudge before trials and stuff, and in the King's Bench now, not the Queen's Bench, it's the King's Bench now. And that's a first, though. That was a first that just happened this last time with the murdered Ali Moose Hunter, who was murdered here in Saskatoon. And I went there with her family, and they allowed them to smudge in the courthouse, which is a first. But that's culture. It should be everywhere. And and then I think about access to justice, and there is no real access to justice. There is, go to legal aid, go to Classic. Everyone's always being told legal aid is overburdened. They're not going to get back to you for months. They're going to make you fill out a bunch of stuff you don't even understand. They're not going to sit down with you and go through with it with you. I have friends who work at legal aid, and their files on their desk are stacked this high. They can't focus on one file, to really genuinely care about that file. Classic is the same way. They're overburdened. Like, we need more access to justice. And I'm tired of people saying, oh, there's legal aid and there's Classic and no, that's not doing what it should be doing. We need real access. You can't retain a lawyer. It costs so much to retain a lawyer. So when I was working at the law firm for a bit, I worked at McKercher, and I was like, you guys make enough money. Can I just be like the pro bono lawyer? Can I be the one that just helps our people for free? They're like, who are you? Because most people go into law to become lawyers to make money. And I was like, no, can I just be your guys' pro bono lawyer? Yeah. No, they didn't really buy that. And then I just felt like I was the only Indigenous woman at the law firm. And I felt like I got these real ugly looks and ugly, just feelings from a lot of the Wasichus in there. And they didn't like that I was in their space, a young Indigenous woman in their space. And I was like, I remember I met everybody. I went for a little tour, and this one guy had a Make America Great Again hat in his office. And I was like, ugh, cringy. And then so I actually have a hat that says Make America Native Again. And I was like, I'm putting that in my office. And so I really just made my office real indig, and I always dressed that way too. Like, even in law school, I always wore shirts that say land back and everything. And I remember I gave a presentation on decolonizing the law through revitalizing our traditional governance systems. And I presented to a classroom, and half of them thought I was crazy. But you know what? That's happening. and we're going to keep pushing that. We're going to decolonize the law. We're going to unlearn all these things that they taught us that aren't even true. This education system, what they taught people about who we are, not teaching the truth about who we are, not teaching the truth about, Christopher Columbus and how he really was, and him coming here and not even knowing where the hell he was. Saying and I teach my girls that, and they're kind of real already getting pretty like radical in their classrooms. They go to a school in the city here, but and yeah, their teachers will message me every now and then. Oh, your girl was correcting me in class. So I was like, good. I'll come there and correct you too. But yeah, I think that that's teaching the truth, learning about the truth, learning about who we are, where we come from, and that's a part of self-care. It's really given me the strength to move forward, and something that I see it as is learning who we are, learning about our identity gives us roots that go deep into the ground so that we can weather the storms that life hits us with, because we're going to get hit with storms. Our kids are going to get hit with storms, real ones. Climate change is real, you know but if we have our roots deep enough to know who we are, we'll be able to withstand those storms. But if we don't have identity and we don't have deep roots, then we're not going to be able to withstand those storms. And we're just going to be a tumbleweed blowing around. And you see that. You see a lot of our people lost. And I see that when I go to these cities, like, in downtown Sask, or I was just in Winnipeg, a lot of our people lost downtown. And it's sad to see, but if they had their identity, that's what was taken from them, our identity. And that's why they're lost. And, and then you're trying to have that access to ceremony. A lot of people reach out to me that are urban, and, they want to have naming ceremonies and things like that for their kids. And where do we find this? And where do we find that? And that's something that we should be able to have, like, every now and then, at least for some of our people, is, coming of age ceremonies. That was something that was traditional, and set our kids on a good path at that age when they need it. When you had your first moon time, or when it gives you a lot of these lessons. And I actually had a coming of age ceremony, and not too many people I know did. And at the time, yeah, I was a teenager and I was a little bit of a rebellious, but I didn't realize how much that meant to me until later. And I look back on that coming of age ceremony, and I think it's really helped with who I am and the path that I'm on. And so just thinking about how important that is to re-implement and revitalize into today and to all of our youth, so that when they get to that point, they'll have that. And even if they don't want it, even if they're not grateful for it at that time, down the road, they'll know why. It will really help down the road. And that's, even something my great grandma Sarah always told me, like, you have your spirit name, you pray to that spirit name. Holy man, when I went through my car accidents and I was in the hospital for weeks, and I couldn't recognize myself, that's all I did was just pray to my spirit name over and over and over and over and over again. And I healed really well. Like, the doctors, I wasn't supposed to heal this good. And I think it's though because they allowed for traditional health, like traditional healing in the hospital at the same time. So I had my ceremony family come in and do ceremony while I was in the hospital. And then I had the doctors, and I always think about that mixture or coming together of Western and traditional health. And I think that's why I was able to heal so well, because I had a broken femur, I had broken ribs, I had a broken hand. I had over 100 stitches in my face. I had a really big gash right here, and I was like, when you go to the dentist and you can't move one side of your face, all my nerves were gone. One side of my face wouldn't move at all, and then they had to remove my right eye. And so yeah, and at that time when you're 17 and you're just about to be a woman, and you have to go through something like that, and you have to look in the mirror and not recognize yourself, that's pretty dark. And I was in a dark place, and I was, feeling like I didn't want to be here anymore. It was, why? But then down the line, it's really made me strong. I could have used that as an excuse to give up, but instead I use it as something that gives me strength to keep going. And that's why I think we need to teach our little ones too. And everybody, we need to embrace our scars. Our scars mean that we're strong. Our scars mean that we're survivors. Our scars mean that, we can keep going despite what has happened. And we got to tell that to our little ones, because they're going to come across certain things in life. We can't protect them from everything. And they need to know that, that one day they'll understand why they had to go through something that wasn't good. And that's a part of life, because we can't always be happy. It's not always just calm and good. It's just like the weather. We have rainy days, we have sunny days. It's just like, well, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster half the time. Some days I'm like, yeah, and some days I'm like, but still make that effort though to get out of bed. And I think that's one of the most important things too, is showing up. Like, go back to when I was in school. I didn't do all my readings. Hell, I was raising 2 babies, and I was, I did my best to keep up with my readings and my homework. But even if I didn't do them, I'd still show up to class. I'd still sit there. And I think that's half the battle, is showing up. A lot of these people didn't think I was going to keep showing up. I thought I was going to quit. Even some of these meetings, these really big meetings with these fancy lawyers in their boardrooms, and they would put me right away at the very start, and they would really put this pressure on me. But I'm like, no, I'm going to show up, and I'm going to show them exactly who we are. When I did my job interviews, I spoke in my language first, and I told them who I was. And I know my one friend was like, I don't think you're supposed to do it that way, that you tell them and you talk to them and they're supposed to ask you questions. I was like, I don't care. I was like, they all wanted to hire me anyways after, so I must have did something right. But I think that, they people appreciate honesty at the end of the day. They appreciate realness, and it brings something else to the table when you're able to be honest, and you're able to talk about who you are and things you've been through. And so that's, one of our 7 sacred teachings, right? Honesty. And so that's something that's really important, and that we need to remind ourselves, so that we can remind the little ones, how important that is, to be honest with themselves and to be real with themselves, and to, embrace their scars, and to know that they're strong, and that, it's not just about intergenerational trauma, it's about the intergenerational warrior, because we all have that blood that flows through our veins. That blood is, our ancestors are warriors. They're survivors of genocide. They try to kill us off so they could take our land and take everything. We're here, and our population is growing faster, rapidly, more than ever. And, it's just like, we need to make sure that we're building those little warriors up, because that's what they have. That's that blood that they have in their veins. And that was one thing that I always try to remember, is that, it's not just about intergenerational trauma, but intergenerational healing, intergenerational warrior, intergenerational resilience and beauty. And there's nothing more beautiful than seeing our people overcome hardships, and and see them happy and see them glowing. And that's what we need for our little ones. We need to create those safe spaces for them, and we need them to feel safe. And I'm happy that I can feel like I'm a safe space sometimes. I go to community, and I have little ones that just run to me sometimes and just hug me, and that's a good feeling. I'm like, and I have a lot who tell me, oh, like, they're happy that I'm in this position that I'm in, and that's what keeps me going, because they feel safe around me. They can open up to me. They can tell me things. And they say that too with your own kids. When your kid might be better with strangers or with their family members, but then when they get home, they start acting out, and it's like, holy. But they do that because they feel safe around you. They do that because they're comfortable with you. They're comfortable with showing their emotions with you. And so, sometimes we have to think about that, when it comes to healing, and when people open up to you and people see that you're a safe space. That's a good thing. Even though, sometimes it's hard to take a lot of that on. It's hard to take a lot of people's emotions on, other people's emotions. But, that's them wanting to heal and wanting to open up. Let them open up. Let them heal. Be a safe space. Um, And that's something that, I'm happy that I can be. Even though I feel like sometimes when it comes to self-care, I don't do enough for myself, but what fills my cup is that I'm able to hopefully make a difference by showing up and by showing that I care. Like, yeah, I just came from Winnipeg. We have the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships going on right now. We have a lot of our very talented hockey players out there, and I was actually on that team when I was 16. So I know that feeling of being out there too. It's really exciting, and competing against all these other provinces. And but yeah, me showing up, that really made a lot of our players really happy that I was there. And when I showed up, they're all clapping and cheering, and so it made me, because I wasn't sure if I was going to go to Winnipeg. I wasn't sure if I wasn't going to go here or there, because I'm so busy. I'm being called in a lot of different places. I'm double booked half the time. And no, I was just so happy that I was able to stand there with them at opening ceremonies. I was able to walk in with them. I was able to, give them a good little chat about, showing, being respectful, because, well, while we're out there and like being on those teams is a privilege, and we're also representing who we are and where we're from. You're representing our region, you're representing your nation, you're representing your family, so you do it in a good way. And I tell them that, with love. And yeah, and I'm just proud of them. I love seeing our little ones happy and glowing and doing what they love to do. And it makes me want to keep going, and it fills my cup, as I mentioned, because I'm not good at the whole self-care thing. And it's definitely something that we're all, I guess, tackling and wrestling with when we live in a fast-paced society, or we're kind of always questioning our worth, looking at what it's like on the other side, or somebody else's life on social media that's probably not even real. We gotta look at our own. We gotta look at ourselves first, so that we can make sure that the ones that are around us, little ones that are around us, that we're role modeling that to them. And I think that we become very distracted from our self-care. We become distracted from our healing, because they want us to be distracted. I think that's a part of the whole, everything's done intentionally when it comes to colonialism. The court systems are set up to buy what old white guys for old white guys. It's not set up for people of color. And that's who benefits off of it. We see this happening before our eyes. We see Gerald Stanley getting acquitted for murdering Colton Boushie. We've seen it. And I remember that happened when I was in law school, and holy, all of us, we all wanted to quit at that moment. We're like, why are we even here? Why are we even doing this? What's the point if they're just going to keep doing this? They're just going to keep killing us and getting off. Well, the point is that we keep going. The point is that we keep going for the ones that have been taken, and we keep going for the ones that are watching and the ones that are coming, and we keep, breaking those barriers and paving those paths so we can make it easier for the ones that are coming behind us. And I give thanks to all the ones who came before me who are paving those paths. One of the reasons why I got into law school was because of a Mohawk lawyer named Patricia Montour. She is a warrior. And then I noticed too that we're always reading these textbooks. They're all Wasichus, quoting them and their theories. And I made sure that my papers were from Indigenous First Nation scholars. And I carried on the work from our scholars from before, and I put them into my papers, because I don't want those guys to be forgotten about, the work that they've done to be forgotten about. And then I even had to battle the U of S to interview elders to put it in my papers, right? Because of this whole ethics issue. It takes like a 3-month approval to be able to interview an elder, to put it into your paper. And I was like, how that doesn't work, because one, you have like your term, your semester is like 4 months. And so we have to wait 3 months. So that the timeline doesn't work out so that you can actually do that. And so I argued that with the dean of the College of Law, and he changed it so that we could get approval right away, so that I could interview elders and use it in my papers. And so, but those are those things, those are those barriers that they don't want to allow us to connect to who we are. They don't want to allow us to, remember who we are. It's set up that way. It's intentional. It's set up to keep us distracted, to keep us divided. And we have to acknowledge that and see that, and then we can hopefully move forward and start to re-implement, revitalize, reawaken all of our traditional systems, our kinship laws, and our, and because I think we already have it figured out. We've already lived here for thousands and thousands of years. We've already done it right, and we can, even though it's in a modern day, we can't go back to the way things exactly the way things were prior to European contact, but we can, you know, we can change the way that we're going right now so that we can, heal more of our youth. Like when it comes to traditional education, one thing that I found with the treaty right to education, the treaty right to education isn't only the right to a colonial education. They should be protecting the right to our traditional education. And because I don't think at the time of signing of treaty that our signatories of our First Nations people were thinking colonial education. They're thinking our traditional education, our languages, and so that should needs to be funded. We're thinking about getting all these colonial ways to be funded, but it should be they're funding our traditional education system so that our kids can know who they are. Our kids can go back to the land, and you see a lot of these non-Indigenous schools trying to tap into land based and whatnot and appropriation. And now we got pretendians, and you got everybody who wants to be native all of a sudden, and yeah, like at first they didn't like us. They didn't want anything to do with us. Stay away. And now they want to be us. Now they want to pretend to be us. Oh my God. And anyways, and so I mean, think about that. They're taking up space that's for our students. Are taking grants. They're taking funding. They're taking all this stuff away from that should be for our people. And that's a whole other issue that needs to be addressed. But and appropriation, right? And now they're turning it into something else. Like they're turning into like kind of these, I don't know how else to put it, but like hippie ways, and they're putting a twist on it. And when a lot of these women are doing this midwifery now, but we've already had that. We have traditional midwifery was in our communities, and that's what we need, and but now we have a lot more of these non-Indigenous moms that are trying to do that. And now all of a sudden it's catching wind. It's like we've already been saying this. Most of the things that they're trying to do now is stuff that we've already been saying for how long. Even when it comes to climate change and taking care of the land, like when it comes to these forest fires, we had a way of controlling those fires a long time ago. And they don't listen. They don't understand that we've already had all of this stuff figured out, so this stuff wouldn't happen. And but now they're kind of listening, but they're kind of appropriating, and they're saying that we're fixing this through these ways, but those ways are our ways. They need to acknowledge that. And so it's very complicated. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I mean, if we don't start now, we gotta keep pushing forward, because I think time is of the essence. I think that our elders are getting old, and that climate change is an actual threat in our lifetime. And that's due to greed. That's due to capitalism. And so we need to really be able to teach our young ones how to live off the land, and how to hunt and how to trap, how to pick medicines. And because it might go back to that. We don't know. We don't really know what's coming. Mother Earth has her own laws. Mother Earth, it's probably pretty fed up with the way that people on Earth have been treating her, and that's not our way. That's not our way. But we're a part of that now. And so, but we see our people at the forefront of protecting our Mother Earth. And that's why we need to come together. And that's why we need to take care of each other. That's why we need to take care of ourselves. That's why we need to love ourselves. That's why we need to show our little ones how to love themselves, because we don't really know what's coming. And then we need to make sure that we're somewhat prepared. All right, now I feel like we're very reactive rather than proactive. And we need more of that preparation for things that are we know that might be happening, and so, but that comes with working together. So I really hope that we can see more of that, our nations coming together, and for to create something that is a reawakening of who we already are, that's already inside all of us. And it's something that I'm still working on. I'm not going to stand up here and say that I'm perfect. I'm doing my best, and I'm very hopeful, and that hope that I see though is in these little ones, and you can see it, you can feel it off them. They're smart, and we need to be inclusive of them. We need to protect them. We need to keep them safe. We need to listen to them. And I think that a lot of people say our youth are leaders of tomorrow, but I think our youth are leaders of today. I learn a lot from younger ones. I learn a lot from my kids, and they're real honest too. They don't beat around the bush, kids. They'll tell you straight up what they're thinking or anything, and I like that. I like that about kids. It's real pure, because we don't always get that honesty with adults. We don't always get that straightforwardness with each other. But when you're around kids, holy, they'll tell you anything. They'll tell you if you're looking rank or what. Oh, thank you. I know I'm feeling a little rough today. Thanks. But it's good. Yeah, I like that about them. But so yeah, I can't believe I was put on here. I had an hour and a half. I was like, holy, that's a long time. I was like, where do I begin? And then talking about nurturing each other, and yeah, and where it all began. And my for me here, I kind of grew up urban, and I've been trying my best to connect to my identity. It's a struggle, but that identity is what's made me who I am, like finding out who I am. When I went, they didn't teach us about residential schools and elementary or high school or even post secondary. I had to choose courses that actually taught that. And then I started figuring out, oh, okay, that's why my family is like this, or that's why I'm like this, or oh, I had all those epiphany moments. And that's what our little ones need to have too, so that they understand, and that we can forgive one another, to understand that what's been taken through that being implemented and imposed on us. And we have a lot to unlearn, because they keep teaching these things that aren't right. And but yeah, and then going through the car accidents that I went through, and having to think about self-care and taking care of myself, and going into post-secondary and trying to feel safe there, because it's not a safe place for a lot of our Indigenous students. And I think it's getting better, but I don't think it's there yet. We still see a lot of racism. We see, even just what happened just the other day with Zach Whitecloud. The ESPN, they're making fun of him and his name. They're just making fun of us again. They're making fun of our identity. And yet, we're trying to teach our kids, we're trying to teach our people to be strong and proud of who they are. And then, they go and cut us down. And Zach's a role model. He's a relative of mine from Sioux Valley. And and he handled that with class. He said, all people make mistakes, but at the same time, like, yeah, that guy he should be fired. Like, that's not okay. We're he's a good role model for a lot of our youth. And I watched him play, and I like the excitement that I got knowing that was a relative, that was a Dakota man, that he was on the ice. And I was like, oh my God, like it just like made me feel proud of who I am, to see that, to witness it, to be there. And that's what we need more of, our representation. It really does matter, having these role models that are in these spaces that we've never seen before, watching Reservation Dogs, and our kids can actually watch themselves on TV. It's something that we've never had before. Having models, Quanah Chasing Horse, Ashley Calling Bull, kids can actually see themselves not just in all these other spaces, being over incarcerated and all these statistics. We need to be able to see ourselves in all these professional spaces, lawyers, doctors, even when it comes to, engineers and all of our scientists that we have out there. I know Don Pratt's one of our our scientists that we have out there. My cousin Carrie Buffalo just graduated from med school. She's the first doctor for my community. She's real quiet and humble about it though. And she wants to be a surgeon. I'm like, oh my God, that's my little cousin. Oh my God. Little baby cousin. She's like only 8 months younger than me. But just, that pride. And it's a good feeling. And then the little ones can see themselves there. And I'm the oldest of 35 cousins on my dad's side. Well, one of the oldest. There's like 3 older than me. But so all these little ones, I always knew all these little ones are watching me, and I'm like, hey, well, I got to try to show them a good way. I got to try my hardest so that my cousins can look at me and know that they can overcome their own obstacles, their own barriers, that they can be whatever they want to be, because I didn't want to put aside my dreams because, I was a single mom, or because my accident, and I wanted to make sure that I could show them that they can be anything that they want to be. And that's what we really got to show our kids, is that they can be anything they want to be, whatever it is. And that's really important to know, that to see themselves in those spaces. And that's why I think it's important that some of these little ones see me where I'm at, and why I believe in showing up and being present. But yeah, I think that's about all my time. I'm just kidding. But I wish I had like a presentation. I had one for another conference, but I like speaking to you from the heart. I think it's kind of more authentic, and I've tried to write up speech before, and no, that just didn't go right. I can't read off a piece of paper. And but yeah, no, self-care is really important, because has a ripple effect, about the people around you. And so my self-care is, also taking care of those around me, right? Because when those around you are happy, you feel happy, you feel good. Your little ones are taken care of. My girls are safe right now, and I know they're safe right now, and that's a good feeling. And so I'm honored to be here. And and all the work that you guys are all doing, each and every single one of you, for our youth and our future generations. I know it's not easy. I know we're all dealing with our own traumas, and then the community's issues, and then the wider society issues. And, it's a lot. Sometimes it's very overwhelming. So sometimes you just got to take that second to take a deep breath, to turn off your phone, to go reconnect with the land, go be near water. Go to ceremony. Take that moment for yourself, because you're worth it, because you deserve it. And you got to have healthy boundaries sometimes from people who might be negative. You got to have healthy boundaries, and we got to teach our little ones to have healthy boundaries too, because if they fall into the wrong crew of people, it might take them down a different path. If they have healthy boundaries, if they love themselves, if they respect themselves, they're going to say, no, that's not for me. You guys can do that, but that's not for me. And they love themselves, they respect themselves, they have boundaries, they can step away from that type of peer pressure or that type of lifestyle. And so that's why it's so important that we all take care of ourselves, because we can't pour from an empty cup. And so I just want to thank each and every one of you for all the work that you guys do. It's very important that we keep going, and we keep showing up, and we keep getting up, and we show those little ones to do the same. So with that, I just want to give thanks to QBOW for having me here today. It's an honor, and I wish you all the best. I wish you all safe travels home to your home fires. And I'm sure I'll see you guys again. I'm supposed to race up to Minnesota, but I don't know. My kids are sick, and I'm speaking in Meadow Lake tomorrow too. So I don't know. I won't be here, but just know that I wish you all the best, and you and your families, and good days, good healthy days ahead. Padame matakoas.
Thank you, Vice Chief Bear. Thank you very much. That was a very inspirational talk, but we also have something for you on behalf of QBOW. If you want to come up, and I think it's a a nice hoodie here, has a nice design. You can wear that to your classes again. And I think that's something to match with it as well. Also, we have, you can keep all your money from the casino from right there. Keep that in there.
Oh my goodness, no way. That's so beautiful.
There you go.
I love that.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, what a speech that was, just based on, I guess doing things that she wanted to do, and being a young person that sometimes it's really hard, right? And I really enjoy those stories about, I guess, resilience and persevering in this different kind of world that we're living in now, where sometimes we have to be better than the white man sometimes, or try better, and they get that that same recognition that a lot of us deserve. And I really enjoyed the stories about the olden times and about the young people sometimes don't understand things. The other thing is that I know we have a lot of or maybe just for Ali, I just wanted to mention that Ali, the Team Sask is 2 wins and 1 loss. They won this morning, 3-1. So, and then they play again at 4 today. So if you guys are, I think they live stream the games. And just I want to make one note though. I don't want to brag, but her dad is here, Darren. I don't know where he is. But my grandgirl won the game of the award here, or player of the game this morning. So Darren is here. I thought Darren was here. I seen him this morning for a bit, but I'm going to tell him that as well. But thank you very much. So we wanted to also maybe have a quick break here in about 10 minutes. But I just want to talk about some of the some of the things that she covered, and I think that really bears down on all of us. How we grew up, and also she talked a little bit about how our jails are full of our young people, whether it's young offenders, whether it's jails. Back in my time working with young offenders, it was probably 85% of our First Nation kids were in there, and Métis. So a lot of our young children become, we're kind of a resource to the economy for jobs and things like that people do to look after them. With big wages and a lot of things like that, it takes lots. So a lot of our young people really have a hard time understanding things. She talked about work ethic in her family, and you can see some of the results today with Whitecap First Nation. I even participate in that, putting some money in there, so I'm involved in that. But I just want to say that it's like our young people really have a hard time, and still yet they don't know where to go. She talked a lot about the elders. That I think that's really an important part of how we get advice. And sometimes it's not cuddling advice. We miss sometimes those old elders that'll just plain simply give you shit. I had a couple of kokums like that I was scared to, if I did wrong, I knew dang well I was going to get hell, right? So I was always, and those were the kokums that kept everything in line, and people did well. So a lot of times we miss those old people. When I think about them, that's what I have a grandgirl who's my wife's mom, passed away now, but we used to drop the girl off there, and then she'd come back. You want to go stay at grandma's again? No, because I have to be a good girl when I go there. So we miss those, some of those teachings sometimes, and a lot of times that helps us, and that guides us in life when we do things. We go through. When we get older, sports keeps a big thing, keeps our young people going, and different kind of things that we do, sports, hockey, and it's getting more and more in Saskatchewan and the bands. When we have the winter and summer games, it's good to see the athletes that are there, and we understand there's a cost as well, but they all seem to be there, and it's really good, entertaining hockey. And really good. Those places are packed to come watch our young people play hockey and different kind of sports. The other thing I just maybe to touch on, I touched a little bit on the stats in jails, which is really high. It's still like that. the economy thrives on that as well with our people. We're, like I said, we're a big resource in our young people and our young males in correctional centers and young offenders. But when I worked at the Paul Dojak Youth Center, there was not once that one of the boys told me to F off or anything like that through my career that I worked there. And that's, again, that's all about being fair, about being firm as well, because I seen myself in them as well growing up, what we had to do. When we talked about work ethic again, we didn't have the games that are there now. We had to cut wood to keep warm at night. We had to haul snow in the wintertime. We had no power, we had no indoor toilets, so everything was outside for the washrooms and the bathrooms. I used to joke about one of our elders in the reserves. They said, "Yeah," he said, when those toilets got high in the wintertime, he said, "I used to use a hockey stick." He said, so stuff like that when you think about things in the winter times. But if you didn't cut wood during the day, then your family froze at night. Your dad would stay up all night making fire so he could be warm. So those are tough times. So when you pass that kind of information on to the young people of today, well, it's a whole different. They laugh at you, right? When I tell my kids and grandkids that how we grew up, kind of thing. And now they they come home, they have these games, they don't take breaks, so parents have a hard time having something constructive for them to do other than play games. They don't even come up for supper. They stay downstairs in their rooms and they play their games. And that's an issue too, because they don't have the healthy outdoor stuff that they should be having, recreation, that kind of thing, right? So it is causing problems as well. And then as a result, parents just leave them, and then they don't learn things that they should be taught. I just talking to one of the teachers at Regina Catholic Schools a couple of weeks ago. Out of the blue, he called me, and I asked him a little bit about if kids were behind in high school, and he said he told me that 30% of all the high school kids are doing okay, doing what they got to do, passing marks, but 70% are way behind and failing. So I think we see that today, kind of thing, with some of our young people, gaming, and then they don't want to go to school, they're tired, that kind of thing. So COVID had a lot to do with it, the pandemic, but we can't use that as an excuse. Sometimes we have to move on, right, and do the best we can. So I just wanted to mention that, and I think from what Ali, Chief Bear, has talked about, was a lot of good things there that you guys can relate to. I really kind of inspired about her story about her loss of her vision. I do have a nephew as well that lost an eye, and he often jokes about it because we play golf together, and he's a good golfer, and he usually beats us. But anyways, where's Ramy? But anyways, I said one time, one summer, I said, "Ross," I said, I need to buy you, because he didn't have the telescope to see how far the distance was. I said, "I'm going to buy you one." I said, "What do you?" He said, "No, uncle." He said, "I don't want binoculars, but you can get me a telescope." So that's why the humor that you talked about, right? You can't just say that, "Oh, geez, poor me," kind of thing, right? So he learned to have good feelings out of that, right? Losing his eye. So he always has a lot of fun about that. But anyways, that just kind of relate to your story there, Ali, that there is things that happen where you have to do better. You have to not feel sorry, and just move on with some of the good stuff, right? And humor is always a good thing within our communities, like whether it's young people, whether it's older people. Humor is always, I guess, the best cure for everything, because we laugh at everything. Like Conway Whitney says, we laugh at everything. Somebody can get really hurt bad, 5 years down the road, you'll still laugh at that guy, right? That's really true. But we'll have a break here. Come back in 10 minutes, and we'll ask Marcella and Eunice to maybe get ready for our next session, and have a coffee out there. I think there's some stuff that you may want to have a little munch on. And thank you very much for listening.
All right, you guys, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break here. We're watching the QBOW Nurturers Conference here, 2023. We are live here at the Delta Besboro, and we'll be here live for today and tomorrow. You're watching it live here on IOPS. Don't forget to check out iops.ca, empowering Indigenous success through jobs, live streaming Indigenous events, as well as the IOPS clothing. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Peloton, welcome. My name is Marcel, and I'm your designated head person.
Hello, just a friendly reminder that anybody that signed up for the sessions, please remember your times because they're waiting for people and other people are have to fill in. So remember your appointment times for all the sessions kind of thing. So if you're going to get a massage, then make you probably remember that one.
On the journey to getting where I'm needed most, challenges can come out of nowhere. But with the help of my Edge, it won't be long before I see his furry face again. Find the Edge for your pack.
Start your journey at your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
This is a national emergency.
Detonator charged.
We're in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means. Yeah. If the Nazis have a bomb. They have a 12-month head start. 18. How could you possibly know that? We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. Secret laboratory. Keep everyone there until it's done. Let's go recruit some scientists. Build a town, build it fast. If we don't let scientists bring their families, we'll never get the best.
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
Why? Why? How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
You're the great improviser, but this you can't do in your head.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world? Chances are near zero. Near zero. What do you want for theory alone? Zero would be nice. This is a matter of life and death. But I can perform this miracle.
World War II would be over. Our boys would come home.
That's happening, isn't it?
The world will remember this day. Our work here will ensure a peace mankind has never seen.
Until somebody builds a bigger bomb.
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves. And the world is not prepared.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Truman needs to know what's next.
2,
What's next?
1.
morning. I know we're not all back in the room, but we're going to get started, and we just hope that everybody will still just come back in here. Also, just to note that when you sign up for your guys' self-care, it's important that you guys make your way out on your own, and so you guys can go find your appointments. All the self-care signups, I believe, might be booked for today. I'm not sure about tomorrow. But we're going to get started, and we're moving along in the agenda. We are on traditional parenting presentation by Marcella Yuzichapi and knowledge keeper Eunice Bear from Tatanka. So we'll just get them back up here, and we'll get started for that presentation. If you guys can text anybody from your nations to come back into the main room, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, guys. So we're going to get ready to start the conference here again. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Make sure you guys share this. This is a very good conference. QBOW is putting on Nurture's conference. We will be putting on the agenda here on the screen soon. By the way, thanks for tuning in. My name is Nathan Harris, the owner of IOPS.ca. And let's see what we got. So right now we did have Vice Chief Ali Bear. And next we're going to be having Marcella Uzikapi and Eunice Bear be talking. So be ready. You can see, I think that's Marcella. So be ready, you guys. It's an amazing day, and it's a great day to learn some more, as well as we have some amazing speakers coming up.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm from QBOW Prevention. I work for Standing Buffalo First Nation in prevention programming. Today I'm going to be introducing our model for traditional parenting. We began this parenting program about 6 months ago, but we only presented it once to our community. And with the help of Eunice Bear, she helped me with the setup of the program and putting together the program on PowerPoint. And right now, we only did a Dakota version 1, and Verities and iPod are working on their own model. And this is a Dakota model for Standing Buffalo. And we want to put together this model because we're asked numerous of times to have a parenting program. So we decided to have Dakota parenting program and a Cree parenting program. So we began the process. Due to COVID, we couldn't have the gatherings, and now today we can start pushing forward in presenting our programs to our communities and helping our parents with their culture and their traditional parenting and how to parent our children, that the things that we have forgotten or not taught, and to help the parents understand their culture and their identity that we had lost. And a lot of us weren't taught parenting due to the residential school and any so a lot of us were just grew up without the knowledge of parenting, and through the cultural reason of the birthing and the youth, the rites of passage, and male and female roles in the home. And this is what Eunice will be talking about today. In our program, we usually have it up on PowerPoint, but I'm still editing the program, so I didn't want it on PowerPoint today and go through every slide because I took out a lot of the slides. And I'm still editing to where we're gonna have more input from our Dakota elders to help us with the model. They may have more teachings to add to it. And in the birthing part, we'd like them to come and share their stories of what they were taught at birth, how to help nurture our children, our babies, and help mothers understand even putting away of the placenta, the navel, and understanding the baby's soft spots, even the soft spots, and the cradle boards and the importance of cradle boards and name givings and stuff like that will be all added to this model. And also, and then rites of passage. I think we're trying to bring back the rites of passage for our youth, boys and girls. And I'd like to add more information to this into the program because I don't have much added into the program. That's why I'm probably gonna do a call out maybe in July to our Dakota elders to help us with this model for our community. And Eunice has a really good model of the women roles, and I really enjoyed her presentation when we first had it back in February. But I'm gonna allow her today to speak on a little bit of everything, and on the birthing to the rites of passage to male and female roles and the grandparents roles. But yeah, we're so willing to invite Wapate and elders. And if July is a good month for everybody, I'd like to have the ones with knowledge of the parenting to be invited to our community to share these their knowledge to help us build our models. And I like to see the Cree to do the same, beardies and pipe pots. And I did find programs for the Cree model from late Janet Fox that taught me, and I had them on USB. And she always told us to put in our programs, our traditional knowledge into those programs, and to switch it around as much as we could. So having the knowledge of working the PowerPoint, I did one for Standing Buffalo, and I've sent Beardies their own models, and they could edit to where they feel comfortable in their communities, and pipe pots also. But so that's as far as I got in doing my my PowerPoint presentation. But there's a lot of editing to go to it and a lot of adding. But I want Eunice to speak on how, like, what her roles are in the women roles, and to be part of this model. And we're going to add other elders also. So I'd like to call up Elder Eunice Bear to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Hamitakiapi. Wamidi hopaho wastewi makiapi. Nako shunkawakaskawi makiapi. Oasana yahipiki heted. Oasana. I want to thank you and for allowing me. And I want to thank QBOW and especially Marcella for believing in me, that, you know, you have just as much right as I do to be standing up here and sharing your story. I also want to mention before I go that I'm a 60 scooper. I'm a survivor. I'm a 60 scoop survivor. And, you know, as residential school survivors and 60 scoop survivors, adoptees, child welfare people, you know, we all have so much in common in understanding ourselves and our identity. And it took a lot of learning. It took a lot of atrocities in life and challenges in life and risks in life that you know, to be that parent, to be that role model as a Dakotawea. And again, like, you know, I will mention down the line that, you know, we need mentors. We needed mentors. And I have many mentors in my life. And today within our own communities, you know, it's we don't seem to trust. We don't seem to, you know, again, it's just a system of residential school era that we find it very difficult to mentor one another because everybody knows, you know, we're continuously labeling people. We're continuously saying they did that, they did this, and they were like that. And you know, we have to, as women, we have to change our mindset. And I've learned that over the years. I've learned that throughout my my walk in life. First of all, I want to go back to the traditional parenting. It's the document that Marcella did is, you know, it covers a lot of areas in the traditional parenting that our great grandmothers likely lived through. And in my era, being in a 53 baby, we didn't have that. I was born at home and had health complications right from the get-go, but we're never ever looked into it. And that's what one of the health problems that made me the person I am today. I had a heart murmur, and it was overlooked till I was in my late 40s when I actually had a near-death experience in finding really what was the issue, and it helped me to teach myself all these the different things in life as parents, as well as sisters, as parents, as grandmothers, and as great grandmothers. Today, I'm a great grandmother. I believe of 5 children, and I'm so grateful to that. I'm so grateful that my grandchildren and my son have never seen me drunk. And I'm grateful for that. I have a lot of pride in helping him understand that we don't need to have alcohol and drugs in our bodies to continue our walk of life, to make those choices, because that didn't work for me. I want to get back to the 4 stages of the traditional parenting, and in our Dakota Wiapi, or our, sorry, I'm probably gonna, in our Dakota way of life, our Dakota Wichonike, the role of the parent, and with that's going to have a child, it has to start there. It has to start in taking care, us taking care of our young relative that's going to have a baby. It needs to start right from pre-birth. And so often, we've had mindsets of saying, well, you got yourself into trouble. You should have known. You should have, took, precautions and whatnot. And we continue to do that. We continue to put them down for and finding the negative, just like Chief Ali Bear was talking about, and I was sitting back there and I thought, wow, such a powerful woman, such a powerful, her in her life. And that's where I really appreciated that, because, we don't empower each other at all. We label them, we put them down. We don't go and visit them. We don't go and invite them for coffee and like talk with them. The women that come and talk to me are usually ones that have already suffered in great lengths, and suffer to look for answers, and suffer because they don't know how to understand their daughters or their sons. Also, they don't know how to understand the drug problem. But I always say I don't have all the answers. In our Dakota Wichonike, our children teach us, our grandchildren teach us, and as an elder, we learn every day. We learn until where our life is done, and it's a continuous learning process with our First Nations. And I'm probably going to be making reference to our Dakota way of life, but I try and make it so that we all are women. We are all powerful. We all have it in us to be, because number one, we gave life. Number two, we nurtured, and number three, we're protectors. We're protectors. We're teachers, and number four, we role model. We role model right till the time that when we have our own children, till the time that we are on our last until we are until our end of life. So I always try to when we do the women role models, I try and really emphasize that for myself, because that's exactly how I modeled my way as a Dakota way. I wanted to start off, before I get into the 4 stages. I wanted to say that a proverb from Sitting Bull says, "Let us put our minds together to see what life we can make for our children." And I read that over and over, and it's so powerful. It's such a such an awesome statement. And when we talk about our women's roles, when we talk about what can I do, and how I can help out in my own family, or my own tuahe is my own family. And I really believe that in trying to help within your own family is sometimes very difficult, because we've all been so well groomed in that negativity that we don't we lost all our values in life, being caring and compassionate. We'll sooner say, well, why? They didn't do anything for me, or why? Like, what did they ever say? All I ever got was put down. And so in women today, we need to change that. We need to change that, our way of thinking. We need to always be mindful that we have grandchildren and great grandchildren, great granddaughters and great great granddaughters that are coming up. And whatever is how we role model ourselves, and how we take care of us, and how we take care of our tiwahe, our family, and how we take care of our own children is a reflection of how the grandchildren and the great grandchildren will be in generations to come. The mother's role in when we talk about the 4 stages of life is the mother's role has a real key part. And like the model that Marcella was working on, we work at the three veins in baby's life, and that's body, mind, and spirit. And we take those seriously because right from pre-birth, the child is developing. The child is developing, and the child is being nurtured. The child is being protected, and the child is creating their own balance at pre-birth, so that when they're born, the grandmothers and the moms, the aunties, all already need to be mindful of what they're offering to the new baby. In our Dakota way, is one of the things is we start preparing. If we know that we're going to have a grandchild, we start preparing, and that's coming back now. I've talked to other women, and they some of them are preparing a moss bag. There's some of my relatives in the States that are starting to make a get together, and they're doing a cradle board. And so it's really nice, because when you have a brand new member coming in, it's always nice to get together and start making what the baby is going to need, so that the baby is continuously being protected and nurtured and in a good way, and the child becomes balanced. The child becomes taken care of, and then there's no emotional trauma that's given to that child. Now, when this doesn't happen, then we know that the children are unsafe. There's a lot of things that happen that where parents are arguing in front of the new baby. They're picking up all these the energy from these different traumas and different negative vibes, and which is today we see is not good, and they portray that, and what do we say? We don't empower them. We don't try and go and help them and talk with them. Instead, we'll say, well, that's learned behavior. We just give it back continuously. We say, well, that's learned behavior. It comes from the home. Where as a caregiver, as a mother, as a grandmother, we need to be starting to take those things seriously and start helping wherever we can in our community. We help these young mothers, be that parent mentor, help these young moms take care of their children. we look after the mind, body, spirit. We have that because, again, like I always say, we have that bloodline, that comes from the tip of our finger, they say, to our heart. We have it in us. That's the maternal instinct that we need to continue and keep that strong. I'll get into a little bit more later on how we can develop that for our own selves, because there's a lot of areas in our women today that we need to help them. Another area, we say that every child can feel the parent's spirit and emotions, and we need to start taking care of that. Don't go and say, okay, go play your game. This is adult talk. Go watch TV or go play outside, because this is adult talk. We got to quit doing that now. Women, we have to listen to these children. Like I said before, these children are our teachers. They already know our spirit. They already know if our relative is sick. They already know if something is going to come about. They're so their spirit is so strong. And in our Dakota language, we call our children Wakayaja. They're sacred. They're a sacred child. And there's a reason for that. And in the Cree way or Soda way, you probably have a word for that for them too. But we need to be mindful of where each and every, no matter what, how the child was born, we have it in us to take care and to help that spirit of the child, and to give them, what a lot of times what we didn't have, what was taken away from us. And that's so powerful. I go back to again, in like the Chief Ali there mentioned about the 7-generational story. Whatever we do today to heal ourselves will affect the future generations of our children. And I really like that. She had mentioned that, and a lot of times I've mentioned that to becoming a woman warrior. And becoming a woman warrior is not saying I have say in this house. I call the shots. Oh no, in our Dakota, that is not the women warrior. The women warrior is, first of all, like I said before, gave life and nurtured, and to become that role model, the continuous role model. And when you starting to do these things, there's protocol that we follow, and that's those in our Dakota Wichoni, we call them our 7 sacred values. And usually I have a list of them in Dakota, and the meaning. And those are the compassion and caring, and all the love, the wisdom, those values. There's 7 of them. And we need to teach those values. We need to live those values. We need to be mindful of where we are, that we're following these values. We don't follow these values, then we are not doing that mother or grandmother or young girl. We're not role modeling for our future generations, and that, which is so important. The other one is moving forward in being a role model to better the understanding of our children, to be with our children, to take care of our children. And in our Dakota Wichonike, we have the male that teaches the boys, and to sometimes the father's role is very, very important too, is that they take care of the they always say they take care of the home fires, they take care of the fire, and that's being a protector and being a comfort zone, being a protective zone, and that's your home. I had heard the chief talking about, you have to make your home a comfort place for our grandchildren to come home to. Today, it's very difficult at times because I too, like many other grandmothers, have grandchildren that are still drugging and still doing alcohol. And sometimes they'll come and they'll want help, and they're so respectful. They'll say, I'm sorry, I'm drunk, or I'm sorry, I'm doing drugs. But they come and ask for that comfort. They come and ask for that empathy that we need to be. They come in because they always know, as a kushi or a grandma, that we are always there for them. We love them no matter what. It's just that they may be going through a hard time, and but years ago, we would say, well, don't come around here. There's got kids here. You're drunk. Go and sober up and come when you're sober. We can't say those things anymore. We got to change our mindset to be more caring, compassionate, and show empathy to our family, because, we need one another. We need one another to grow and to move forward. Talk about that going into one of our values again. It's that we say wota kuye. It's that kinship. That's so important in our role as women, is that we know who we are. And it took me many, 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 many years to know who I am. To find out exactly where my roots are. And I encourage women to find out where your roots are. Find your great grandparents. Find where you actually started your life. Oh, that's bright. But anyway, just lost track. A spirit or something, but anyway. Being here. But again, that kinship that we talk about, that gives us our identity. And that identity is so important. It's so important for our children and grandchildren to know that they know that their grandparents know who they are, and their grandparents know who their relatives are. And I wanted to just mention, while it's on the tip of my tongue, is I was at the school in Fort Capel, at the elementary school last week. And I talked to the girls because I think Elder Keith was with the boys. And I was talking to the girls, and you know what? I was trying to tell them, like I said, I know I came here as an elder, a knowledge keeper, I said, but you know what? I want you to teach me, because in between me and the grade 6 and 7, which are 12 and 13-year-olds, there's almost 5 generations down. And, they just sat there with their heads, and they had hoodies on, and they wouldn't communicate. And, they'll just look at each other and laugh. And so I said, I want you to share with me, what do you want me to learn? Like, I'm an elder. Like, what are you going through in life? What do you want as part of your education? You teach me so I will learn. Because I just wasn't making any contact. And it's sad it's really sad because, you know, a lot of these 12, 13, 14-year-olds, girls, they're already getting into relationship issues. You know, some of them are even living with, you know, a partner at their kokum's house, and she's condoning it because she doesn't want child and family services taking them away and her not seeing her grandchildren. And you know, it just tore my heart, and I thought, wow, you know. And there's a single dad as well, you know, letting his son, you know, have a partner and bringing her home. And because, you know, again, he doesn't want the child protection to take the children away from him. And so those things really, really, you know, hurted me when I went to the school there. And a lot of them are just vaping, a lot of them are drugging, and they just live communal. You know, it's okay to go and stay at a relative's house and stay overnight. They want to be in school because they want to be with their friends, because that's the generation that can trust each other. They can say anything they want to each other and share with one another. You know, there's no family engagement. There's no family. Um, you know, when I asked, I said, well, does your mom and dad work? I guess so. And and I thought, well, they do or they don't. And they said, yeah, I think so. You know, like they just have no way of properly communicating. And this is what like the school was saying, you know, we can't get anything from them. We don't know, we don't understand why they're not talking, and but they're there. They just want to be at school. So it was really it was really you know, quite the task for me. You know, I'm 70 years old, and here these 13, 12 and 13-year-olds, young girls that just, they don't even know their families. You know, they don't even know um, you know, the relatives. They say, yeah, I have a couple cousins, you know, then, but they're in Alberta or they're in Manitoba, and you know, just one or two word conversations, you know, they don't talk about their feelings. And I said, well, how come you? And they said, why do we have to talk about our feelings? So, you know, I got to understand the trends, some of the trends. I think there's a lot more, but some of the trends that are happening with our young people. And it really made me feel, you know, that evening I was just drained. And I was at the school for one day from 9 till 3 o'clock. But man, you know what, like just absorbing what these kids are thinking. Like, I went home and I was just drained. Like, I had to have a nap. Had to have a nap because I felt, you know, my heart was just, you know, with them. My heart was just you know, wishing I can, you know, had some answers for them, wishing I can, you know, be with them and teach them something, whether it's like quilting or sewing or something. But so I asked them, you know, if there is anything that they wanted to see happen in the school, to help them, because they're there every day, but they just want to be with their peers. They just want to be with their friends. And they don't take part, some of them don't take part in the extracurricular, like volleyball, basketball and football and whatnot. And so and there's a lot, like Fort Capel Elementary School has a lot of it's probably a little bit more than 50% First Nation students. And they have a beautiful smudge room. They have some elders that go in there. I'm not sure. I used to be there a few years ago, but I just I don't. I'm not part of that there now. So, but it, you know, just getting back to again taking care of our own. You know, like I heard today, taking care of our own, being that role model, being that mentor for our young people. Because again, like someone mentioned, you know, we want to keep them away from as much as possible from the jail systems, and keeping them away from like again suicide. You know, and I heard like yesterday, you know, we are burying a lot of our young people. You know, and I saw that through the COVID area. And so anyway, some of the things is again going back to role modeling. She'll let me know what my time is, but I just get carried away here. But the other thing is I wanted to talk a little bit about. I call it the journey road. I call it the journey road. It's not the red road, and I differentiated the journey road as taking care of me, taking care of me. I didn't exactly have a you know, a life of everything that comes and I accept. It was very challenging for me. And it took a lot of healing in my part, personal healing. I was an alcoholic. I was a gambling addict. I also had many illnesses, and I still carry a lot of those illnesses. In 1989, I got very sick. I had a heart condition. And at that time, I was 354 pounds and wasn't looking after myself, wasn't taking care of me, and took a long time to find that balance in myself. And in 1992, I started my spiritual journey. And but one thing I always did is I always journaled. Right from the time I was younger, I always journaled. If I wasn't having a good day, I journaled it. And if somebody came in my life and I felt good talking, I would journal it. And I look back in sometimes I'll go back and I'll find something, and I thought, you know, where I was 8 years ago, and I thought, wow, I really grew up. And I'm still growing. I'm still learning. But in doing being this I have to say Dakota role model, but in the women role, it's really challenging. It's really challenging, and I was scared to become an elder. I was scared, you know, when I was 60, I was panicking already, and you know, so suddenly you didn't want to become old, and it's really I guess it was sort of faith finding. Like I've always learned, and the elders always said, you know, spirituality is not a religion. And when he said that, I looked and I thought, then what is spirituality? Because I was brought up in a Christian, very strong Christian home, and I was also involved at the Catholic in the Catholic faith. And so he said, spirituality is it's not a religion; it's a way of life for our people. It's a way of life for our people, and we all have those values. We all have our ceremonies, and that's our spirituality, and that's what we need to balance that. And in going there, I made a model the medicine wheel. And the medicine wheel has the emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual. And then on the other side of my healing, I made another model, another circle. And there I have spirit, body, mind, spirit, and soul. And when you intertwine those two circles in the middle, you're going to have a little football. And so when I was going through the medicine wheel and taking care of me, remember I told you I was 354 pounds, and I had depression and anxiety, and I was full-blown diabetic, and I had heart condition, I had COPD, I had all these things against me and having to deal with in my life. And added to that was gambling addictions. And, they've always told us that we have many addictions. If we quit drinking, we get into another addiction. We quit another addiction, we get into another addiction. So we were very imbalanced in that medicine wheel. And I found myself there many, many, many times. I found myself, just continuously being negative. And it was, and I had to be negative because I was trying to protect myself. I was trying to protect, the little that I had, the little that I understood in my identity, in who I was. And so I was always a continuous watching out for myself. Then in 1992, when I had, 92, when I had the health scare, I had a health scare, and I was at the Plains Health Center in Regina. It's no longer there. And a cardiologist came and said that I needed to start taking care of myself because I was developing an enlarged heart, which was no good. And he suggested that I go and get a pacemaker, that he was going to send me to Edmonton to get a pacemaker. And he told me I needed to think about it. I walked around and with a heart monitor for weeks, every 2 weeks, and I take it back. Finally, when I talked to him, I said, well, what if I don't want to get a pacemaker? I just tried to be rebellious. I said, well, what if I don't want a pacemaker? Because remember how sick I was, and I didn't like people telling me what to do. I thought that I knew it all. And he said, well, Eunice, he said, I'm going to tell it to you from the horse's mouth. And he said, you could go to sleep. He said, and you could not wake up. And I thought, wow. And I was trying to comprehend what he was trying to tell me because of my enlarged heart, and as well as my diabetes and my everything else that's with it, asthma, COPD. I was suffering all those illnesses. So anyway, my sister came. She's no longer with me. She came with me because she wanted to drive with me. And I couldn't get it out of my mind when he said, I can go to sleep and not wake up. And I didn't even want to tell her. And so she said, well, what did the doctor say today? And I said, oh, same old thing, same old thing. Remember how we deny? We want to cover up everything for ourselves. We're not, So finally, just before we got home, we drove an hour to home. Before we got home, I said, you know what he told me? And she said, what? And she said, I could go to sleep. And I said, I could not, and then I may not wake up. Well, she took that as a scare. And I told her, I said, you don't tell anybody in the family. Don't tell anybody or I'm going to give you a licking. I didn't want her to tell anybody about it. And so anyway, I was at home and I was doing customized beadwork, and I was doing some beadwork, and my mom was sitting across me, and she was always playing cards, And she always said, I play the wakashija, you play the devil. She was playing solitaire, I guess is what I learned it was. Here there was a knock at the door, and I looked and I said, "Come in." And here it was my uncle from Sioux Valley, and behind him was my aunt Leona Noel. And so I just thought they were visiting, because usually they go and visit relatives in a community. And so my mom, like any Dakota woman or any grandmother, you feed them and you give them tea and whatnot. And so we were doing that. And he came and sat beside me, and he said, "So what's happening with your, in Dakota, like he says, like, what's happening with your health?" And I looked at him, and I looked for Priscilla, and she was gone. So so I told him what the doctor had said. And it was at that time that he told me that, he can help me, as he was a medicine person. He can make me medicine. And I still didn't understand, because remember I said, I believed strongly in Christianity, and I didn't really understand, the work of our spirituality. So when he did that for me, and I had to go to a Sundance, and I had to, and I didn't have a clue about spirituality. It was a learning point. I wanted it, I didn't want it. I wanted it, I didn't want it. And I see so many of our young moms today, they're looking for that spirituality. They're looking for answers in their lives. They're looking for something that's going to make them feel better than what they're going through. So I know what that feeling is like. So going down the years, I started to take part in Sundance, and one of the things that I had to do was I had to accept the pipe for my health, and it was very difficult. And I had to learn all the teachings that came with that pipe. And family and friends, that's one of the hardest things to do, is to hold that pipe and to dance, because it has to be a part of you. So when we go back to this model that I made in that circle, and I was still going to clinic, the doctor, and still going to Gamblers Anonymous, and still going to AA, and taking care of me mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. I had to go on this other side, and that circle on our Dakota Wichoni side is the Chandeshka Waka, that sacred hoop of life. That's what that is. And we have to take care of that within ourselves. I've learned over the years in taking care, once you start to balance and take care of yourself as Eunice, you also have to take care of yourself as a spirit name. When you have that spirit name, you need to take care of that. That's so important. So when you can balance by going to ceremonies, by learning the 7 sacred virtues and 7 sacred values, by learning them and living them, and finding forgiveness, and finding going to the lodge ceremonies and whatnot. In doing this, you got to find that balance as well there. You can't just go off. And that's what I mean by that journey road. That journey road you make for your plan, you plan it out for yourself, and you have to go through all these little steps in life. And with that comes with mentors. Find yourself mentors. There's many mentors out there that can help. And I've had mentors all the way down to, you know, in Minnesota and down in South Dakota, North Dakota, mentors as well as in Manitoba. And finding these mentors, you know, it's so powerful. It makes you be the person that you wanted to be, that person that you were searching for in life. So when you balance your Dakota name or your spirit name, when you balance that in taking care of yourself, remember I said when you intertwine those two wheels, you have a little football in the middle. Well, I've learned that we call that narito, that spirit that you need to. That's your spirit that you need to heal and be balanced, because there's a lot of things that come, you know, that come against you, that you need to be strong and you need to stand back again, like Chief Ali Bear said. You got to breathe, you got to do that mental wellness within yourself to balance. And when you start healing, that little blue spirit gives us that identity. It gives us our language that we need. Many of us have a language, our first language. We can learn it. It's in us because we have that blood vein that's into to our heart, and that opens us up to learning the way that our great grandparents, their what they've gone through in life. We learned to carry on those things, because that's how we go from generation. We go in a circle. We continuously go in a circle, and we continuously live that circle for generations to come. So that was part of my healing. So when I started to take care of that name, that spirit name that was given to me by elders, and started to find out it was a part of my identity. It was a part of who I am, who I needed to be. And the older that I got, the more I understood that, the more I was able to understand why they would have ceremonies. There's different time frames, to have ceremonies. It just came so naturally, like it's if I was, by learning. So when you balance and you fulfill that blue spirit within you, that learning becomes, you learn off each other. You learn to take the good from that person. You learn to do what is right. We always say that, right? Somebody always says, do the right thing. We learn to be strong in our choices. We learn to understand the way people are thinking, the way people are understanding you. And it's such a such a satisfying feeling when you can be that person that feels good. You be totally honest, and those pipe teachings and those ceremony teachings, the protocol that comes with the pipe teachings. And I've done a grandmother's teaching at the Friendship Center, and it's something that we all need to go through. We all have to prepare our young girls, our daughters, and they're going to go through a change again to become an elder, and there's preparations for that too. I was just talking to one of the women, Paula Hornum from South Dakota, we talked about some of the our young women. You know, is there a ceremony, I said, for women that are done their life giving and that are going into to the grandmother, you know, and they call that menopause. And they're saying because like because it's really hard on some of these women, because you know they just lose their identity, or not their identity, but they just lose that will to do anything anymore for and they're grouchy and cranky and and so she said, you know what, she said, I'm going to share something with you. um, you know, you need to get those women together, and you need to start doing like, you know, whether it's need to start sharing. And I thought, wow, you know, that's what we need to do. We all need to do that in our own communities, and help each other and support one another. Start empowering one another, because that's so important. You know, we're tired of being pointed fingers at and saying that we're nothing, and you know, we're good for nothing. We're going to end up being nothing. You know, I got tired of that. You know, and I always sat back, and I always let people take control of me. You know, I fell into that. And again, they say that's an addiction. That's an addiction. That's a compulsive addiction, just like compulsive lying is an addiction. And I fell into that. I would sit back and just let people control me, just let people talk to me in that sense. But today I feel good. Today I don't have nothing in here to keep, nothing in here to hide, nothing in here to make me feel sick. And I've started to take care of my health, started to look after myself, and started to start doing things what I want to do, starting to take care of my own tiwahe, my own family. And since then, it's just exploded in doing the role models for women. But it started off just simply with traditional parenting, traditional role modeling, and it just went from, you know, to uh, different levels of healing, different levels of saying we are important. There's a purpose in each and every one of us. There's a there's a there's a teaching, because we are continuously teachers in today in our communities, in our schools, um, in in our walk of life, and we have to continue to do that, um, and continue to look after our young people. I just, you know, I just have such a soft spot for where the direction our young people are going, because I too have granddaughters, you know, that are in the drug scene. I too have grandsons that are in the system, in the jail systems. And you know, I always say, I wish, you know, for them to come home and you know, talk and share and whatnot. And we have to get them out of there. We have to, because that's no place for them. And in our family values, you know, we need to start taking care, like I said, kinship, watakuya. You take care of your family, you take care of yourself first, because you don't have anything to share if you don't start taking care of what's inside of us. With that, I just wanted to really encourage again, you know, that we continuously to find wellness within ourselves. We are women. We need to continue to be nurtured. We need to continue to find that empowering each other. I have grandchildren that are in hockey and in ball, you know, and I was really hurt. I was really hurt when they wouldn't make my granddaughters play in the playoffs. Um, and I asked why were they only given 2 minutes? And she said, well, they're not strong. You know, they're kind of the weaker ones. You know, that just kind of, I was upset. I was really upset. And you know, and this was the parent of one of the girls, and I said, you don't say that. You don't say that they're weak. You don't say that, you know, they're not a strong player. You know, they don't need to hear that from you as a mom. You know, you need to empower them. You need to tell them, like, you know, they're going to be good. They're going to be the best that they can be. And again, the same thing with the ball. You know, like I have a granddaughter that was playing for QPAR. Now she plays for Lumsden. And again, you know, I had talked with her because she came in from QPAR and went into Lumsden, and she was one of the senior players. And I said, now you're a teacher, you know, you help those girls. And she said, well, we shouldn't have lost. And I said, hey, it's okay. It's okay. You know, you win some, you lose some. But, you know, like empowering her to be the best that she can be. So I always often say that with our young people, don't scold them. You know, don't tell them, see, you deserve that. Look at what you did. You deserve to be the center of attention, and we need to continue to do that to our children, our grandchildren, and even our own children, even, you know, our own children, that because the way I see my children parenting their children, that's how I parented them. I was very militant style parent. You know, when they would do something wrong, and they were 10 years old, and I'll say, quit acting like a 3-year-old, quit doing these things like a 5-year-old. You know, I had to really, so I had a lot of healing. I had a lot of healing to do with my family. I had a lot of healing to do with my grandkids, and even with my own family. If I just slow down. Yeah. Done? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we're going to wrap it up now. But, you know, I really appreciate being here, being part of the Nurture Conference. And it's such a good place. And, you know, when they're doing the nails and the massage and everything, and I thought, wow, you know, that's so empowering for us women, because we need to become those women warrior. We need to become a women warrior, because it's up to us to take care of all these things spiritually, like the medicines. We need to take care of our water ceremonies. We need to take care of the rites of passage, and we need to take, you know, we have a lot of responsibility as women, and we need to continue to do that, not only in our community, but, you know, from nation to nation. Hamitakayoas. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to thank Eunice Bear, Knowledge Keeper, for helping me with the traditional parenting program.
Good though. Was it good? I never know if it's, you know, too much or not too much.
Taking a lot of notes.
Thank you very much.
So thank you guys very much for that. Thank you very much for the information. I hope that really helped. We have a couple gifts that we want to present to Marcelo first, I guess. Come on up. Just want to appreciate you know, some of the information. A lot of times the information that we share comes from the heart, so it's a little, you know, tough to express that sometimes, and we need to, I guess, say what we feel, and that makes, you know, with Chief Bear talked a little bit this morning about being honest and about our feelings and things like that, so that really adds to it. So we want to present a blanket to Eunice Bear now. Thank you. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. You know, that's one good thing about being an Indian, is that we have Christmas all year round, right? Have giveaways. We got. So it doesn't matter. We don't celebrate Christmas. We do it all year. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. So what we're going to do, we're going to maybe have our lunch break. We do have a speaker, I believe, right, for lunch? Yeah. Who's that again? Alphonse Obe is going to speak about his ventures and traditional teachings, that kind of thing. So ceremonies. I don't think, yeah.
The food's already been prayed over.
Okay, and the food is, Grace has been there, so we can actually begin with elders, and maybe those young people can serve their elders food as well. So we send in. I just got a couple housekeeping things. Curtis Cameron is going to be taking pictures after you get your hair done and your makeup. So he's in a room back there. So those that want to get their pictures taken after their beauty work. And I also want to and don't forget to fill those evaluations out. That's very important for our next conference and how they work, kind of thing. Is that what you want to say? Yep, lunch is ready. Go ahead. Yep. So Alphonse said he'll start when they all come and eat. So hold up your forms and then we'll collect them. Carmen, did you find that lost phone? That's okay, Liz. It's all good. We also want to welcome Wayne Goodwill and his wife. Welcome, Wayne. Good to see you. You guys, I mean. Yeah, so eat there and then we'll get Alphonse to come up and I don't have any jokes right off the top of my head, but I'll think of some.
For anyone who has finished the surveys for the parenting, just put your hand up and I'll come and get them from your table.
Hello, hello. I don't mean to interrupt all you guys while you're eating and visiting amongst each other, because I know at lunchtime it's always a good time just to catch up and get to know other people and stuff. But I want to greet each and every one of you. And I was asked to kind of talk a little bit about traditional games. And for myself, I grew up in two beautiful communities that I'm very proud of. On my mom's side, I come from Fort Belknap, Montana, amongst Aoninen and Nakota people, two different tribes. And long ago, the U.S. government, I don't know, they had their own little systems, how they were gonna, I guess, eliminate the Indian, I guess, eliminate the native. So growing up, we were always like, I guess, considered pedigree Indians in the U.S., meaning that if you don't have the amount of blood quantum in yourself, you wouldn't be considered native. That's how they take the native, and it's still that exists to this day in the United States. So on my mom's side, I'm Maanin and White Clay, but the Grovant, they call us Grovant, and they're always, I guess, our government is always like labeling us to something that we're not, and it kind of offends our people to this day. So my mom, we come from the White Clay people, Aaninen, and then but see how that name came to be. Grovant is we first met up with the French, is what they call the Big Belly River. the Saskatchewan River. And that's what they said, well, these guys must be the Grovants. So they called us the big belly people. And but we referred ourselves to white clay. And on my dad's side is a beautiful history there too. I had a grandfather. His name was Robert Obie. He come from Standing Buffalo. And his son, George Obie, he was a prisoner of war. He married into a pie pot. And he married my grandmother. And that's how us Obies got into to pie pot through my grandfather, George Obie. And that's where I grew up in the community of Paipat, Neopat. In Neopat, if you understand the language, that Neopatnak, that's who we refer ourselves as Cree Sioux people in our area. But even to our Nehio, I see no, we don't call ourselves Cree. The older ones used to never say that. Used to call themselves Nehio. I see no, 4 body people, 4 spirits, 4 souls within us. And the reason why I mention this stuff is because it's all based into our traditional games when we teach our kids and our people games. But the best way I can explain it is that English is so different amongst to our own language. And when you hear the word game, it's not really intriguing to our adults, I guess, because it's like a kind of a babysitting event. But that was our education system long ago. The way our people taught how to live off the land, to learn your systems of how to be a decent human being on earth. Because on earth, we're only here for a short period of time. We all know that. And I'm named after my grandfather. His name is Alphonse Obie. And he was my best friend. He used to take me around and on my breaks as a child growing up in Montana, I spent my time on my community, on my reserve. So my grandparents were always around older people and visiting. So I got to hear the language, I got to hear their stories. And we used to have our Sundance singings right there in our Iron Child Obi village there in my Cookum's old house. And one thing that they always mention to me is life's in your hands. And it's true, because life is in your hands. Because if you take the word nehio, that means, again, newo is for, iyo or ayo is body, but it could mean spirit, your soul. Because if we're given and if we live that life to the fullest, we'll have 4 souls here on earth. When we're born, our first soul, our first spirit is we're a baby. The second one is you're a child. You get a little older, you become an adult. And you get a little older than that, then you become an elder. And that's what they say. And your thumb represents your spirit. And that's what holds you together. And that's part of Nehio. Even in the ceremony, they're asking these ones that believe in the good book, the Bible, they say. And they say there's 10 commandments in there. I'm unsure. But how to be a decent human being, I guess, and how to walk on earth. If you do this, things will be good for you. If you do this, pardon my language, that they used to say, you'll go to hell. And our people are like, what is that place? Because we don't have that in our words. We don't have such a thing. So growing up around these games, these traditional games, we get to understand those concepts of those old teachings of how we taught our children. And that's through speaking, using this gift of your voice, this wind. Again, life is in your hands, because again, they asked about our commandments as people, and they said 4. We have 4. And it might not be for everyone, but we keep it simple to a lot of our tribes. But with Nehio, your first way of life, or they call it law, I should say in other terms, but your first one is love. Nothing can beat love, and that's the first one. Love yourself unconditionally, to love others. Nothing will faze you if you have that love within yourself. No traumas, no anxieties, depressions like that. Love, if you love yourself to the fullest. The second one is kindness, to be kind to yourself and kind to others. The third one is to have respect for yourself and respect for others. The fourth one is truth, to be true to yourself and true to others. And again, your thumb that represents your spirit, your angel, that's what holds that together. Nehio, four body people. But on the other side, reminds you of the other side of us sometimes, the opposite of love, opposite of kindness, opposite of respect, opposite of truth. And all of us have a negative spirit within us because we learn life as goes on. You have a balance within inside you. Sometimes we tell the truth, sometimes we lie. Like our chief was saying here today, you're going to make mistakes. You just can't beat yourself up for them. You have to move forward. And I think right now in this day and age, we're healing. And when I get to teach these games into our communities or to our teachers, these are some of the things I mentioned to them, these teachings of each game. Like if we have hoop and stick will teach you eye-hand coordination. Again, how to be a good hunter, how to be patient if you're going out to get food for your families. And who was our teachers in our villages long ago, in our teepees, our family, our households, with our women? When our men were out doing their things, the women were home teaching our children these games. Hoop and stick, make the stick jump, rock in the fist, run and scream, how to use your voice. Double ball, shinny, stick game, hand game, but there's also a story behind each one. Tomorrow night, if it's meant to be, our cultural team is kind of in charge of the games. And when it's my chance to teach a game, I'm gonna teach a traditional game. It's called the tie-up game, and I'm gonna tie you all up. And then you're gonna have to work as a team. And I guess the story behind the tie-up game is like long ago they never let our people quarrel. They never let anybody avoid each other. They worked on things, whether it was through a feast or sitting them down and having them talk. But the other one was a tie-up game. If they wanted to argue and be all bent out of shape for whatever it is, they would tie them up. And they would use that sinew. Long ago, our old sinew was really stout. And the more you pulled on that sinew to try to break it, it would just cut into your wrist. So you had no other choice but to talk with your partner that you're arguing with and work it out, I guess, and try to get untied. And you can't take those off your wrist. You can't bite them. Yeah. You can't chew on them or break them. There's a way of getting out of it. There's a puzzle behind it. So when I used to teach in the schools in Montana, me and my family would tie up the students, tie them up throughout, and then have them try to get out of it. And it kind of prevented that bullying too, because then you told them stories of how important life is. And life's short. Like I said, life's in your hands. Right here, you're born and you die. There's a night, there's a day. There's a sun, there's a moon, there's male, there's female. Even stories behind our sweetgrass, our medicine, why we braid it into 3, why we braid our hair into 3. What is the purpose? What are the meanings? And those are a lot of things that our people are missing. We know why we use our sweetgrass. We know why we have these things like tobacco, but we're never taught why, the story behind it. Why does the moon have its prints? You know, all of these stories, they have so much meaning. And when I bring out the old sticks and stones of that's I call my traditional games kit, that's when the stories get to come out. They're not winter stories, but they're lessons like a school. And winter stories are different from these ones. So you can tell them all year round to remind ourselves of that life's short. Life's short. But we all have a purpose here on earth. We all have our own beautiful gifts. Again, Nehio, your 4 spirits. Within us, we're all the same. We might look different on the outside, speak different languages, but we're all the same in the inside. And that's why I said life's in your hands. We have water within us. That's our blood. We have the bones, which is the physical part, grandfather rock. We have this breath that represents the wind. And we have this heartbeat that's the sun, that fire within us. Then that cord that we were connected to, our spirit right here. You know, and again, it's all right here. Those teachings of our older people are so beautiful. all it takes is this really important thing called time. For myself, I always say there's a lot of drugs in our communities. We all know that. But there's one that I consider a drug, and it's this one right here. It's hard to talk to people when you have one of these, especially our children. They're on it. This is what's teaching our kids. They're losing their imaginations. So I encourage everybody, when we have these, try to avoid them as much as you can, and go back to our foundation of speaking to one another. I see a lot of people typing things down and it's false, but we get hurt by those false words. But anyways, those are all in the traditional games teachings. But I want to speak more on this, but I guess tomorrow is the time we'll talk more about it. I'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your lunch and have your smoke and smudge your lungs. Yeah. Other than that, eksanma, pitama for now. Yeah.
So hope you're all enjoying dinner or lunch. Hello. 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 So we hope you all enjoyed the good lunch. Lots of food there to eat. We have a little bit of time here before our next speaker at 1, our guest speaker. But we want to show what they call the legacy box. I think maybe some of them that don't know what it is, it's a program that was started by Liz back in the day and finished off by some staff, our cultural staff in the last 6 months maybe. And it talks about each First Nation in QBOW, I guess their history, their where they come from and their bloodline, also their what their First Nation or what their band and teaches. So we want to maybe show that it's about a 15-minute, 15 minutes, I think. Whenever he's ready to go, we can start that, and it's very good. So it'll kind of give you an idea of what we present when we visit our children. We want to go when we have children in other provinces that we go visit. We want to show them, bring these along from each band that we attend with the ministry, and just to show them who they are and what kind of issues that they're gonna maybe have when they grow up. So go ahead there, buddy. Fire away. So have your attention here to the front screen.
Really, there's a real strong need for these, but just seeing that and knowing that our children are raised in Wasichu homes, like that breaks your heart.
First Nations children were taken away from their parents, put in a newspaper, and advertised, and they left our reserve.
Hello. Curtis, maybe we can start it from the on YouTube. Okay. Just give us a few minutes here, and then we'll figure it all out. You guys see? Can you guys see? Okay.
Really, there's a real strong need for these, but just seeing that and knowing that our children are raised in Wasichu homes, like that breaks your heart.
First Nations children were taken away from their parents, put in a newspaper, and advertised, and they left our reserve, they left our nation.
Jeez, I remember the first time I was in a racist situation. I came home and I was just crying to my dad. I told him these little white boys were calling me a wagon burner and a squaw. He said, you know what? He sat down. He said, I'm going to tell you who you are. And you listen because this is the truth, he said. He said, you're a Soto girl. You have treaty rights. You have land, he said. And you have a language that they don't use right now, he said. That's how special you are, my baby, he said. Don't ever let anybody make you think otherwise.
Out of 4 siblings, I was the lucky one. I was taken away from my uncle took me away, and he gave me to Harrison Joy. And I always say I'm the lucky one. All my 3 siblings left. They were brought up in a white society. Again, I was lucky not to go to that far as the newspaper, having to be one of the children put in that newspaper for adoption.
But I always thought about our history and how my dad made me feel that day. And then I can't do that. I can do that for the Soto and my own community, but I can't do that for Wapayton, and I can't do that for Beardy's, Wood Mountain, or Standing Buffalo, or Pipot. I can't do that for any of them. But I said, I know who can. When you ask our urban children where they come from, they'll say Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert. But you ask a child a kid on the reserve that's lived on the reserve, ask them where they come from, they'll say, I come from Thunderchild, or I come from Standing Buffalo. I come from Muscopetaing, it's by Regina. But you'll see that difference when you talk to our children because you'll hear the ones who know who they are already. And so I talked about with Lois and I said, Lois, let me go and talk to the chiefs. I said, let me go and talk to the chiefs and ask them if I can speak with their elders because those are the ones that have to pass on what our children don't have in the homes.
The kids that were coming into the home didn't know, a lot of them didn't know where they came from. And that was the idea of the legacy boxes, to show them where they came from, their community, what entailed their community. And it was such a good idea, we jumped at it.
I got I'll show you a government letter, which I picked up in Ottawa. Yeah, and Andy Michael, the time we were researching. At then I used to man what Chief Cutnose. The time he got demoted from a chief. Yeah. The red line there. Yeah. Chief. Sasway Bull was incompetent. What?
So Okamasis was appointed as Okamasis was placed in this position.
Yeah.
As chief.
Yeah.
That's what I go.
Okay. Incompetent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Today they call us the Nakota, but there's actually 7 original bloodlines of the Dakota Oyate. It wasn't until the 1970s on that I started hearing the word Nakota and Lakota, but it was because of Washichu, the white man, linguistics, how we say words that they broke us into. Good examples. In Dakota, with the D, we say, Okshida for boy. And then our Nakota relatives, they'll say Okshina, the N. And our Lakota relatives will say Okshila. And we understand, we all understand those words, but they're the same, So that's the dialect differences between the 7 original bloodlines. The 7 original bloodlines are broken down as, and how you really can tell a person a long time ago which bloodline they were from and which linguistic group they were from was how to pronounce words. And one of the words was Dimakiapi, and they start speaking, which means I am Dakota.
They didn't take my language away from me. I still speak my language. Most of the students there were all Cree, from all different reserves, but we were all Cree. That nun couldn't be in that big yard, all over that yard. So, you know what? As students, we spoke Cree. We'd sit in a bunch, and it was all Cree. So we didn't lose our language. My culture. I didn't have culture when I entered residential school. It had been taken away, so I didn't know about culture. Maybe my mushroom tried, because I do remember us traveling through this bush, and pushing the road, the road, going through bush, lots of it. And we came upon this opening and there was a lodge there. I didn't realize back then it was a Sundance Lodge. So I guess he tried, but that was it. This was underground. And it wasn't in my community, it was a different community. So I had to learn my culture. You know what? I was married with kids when I attended my first powwow. I didn't know there was such a thing as a powwow.
You'll hear that song with different words. You'll hear it sung in a different manner. In the Cree people, the Soto people, the Mohawks, and further in the south. These aren't things we just make up. This is our connection to the past and our connection to Creator.
Mom, how you doing? I text. I've been learning trying to text in Dakota to him. I tried to pick my words and try my best to text them in Dakota. I'm trying as much as possible to teach the young ones our language, because if we do not teach the language or the ceremonies, we're going to lose it. We're not going to have anybody there, And like I always say is, when my son went out to Sundance, to Hambletchan and Sundance, he was only like 15 years old, and I think about that. Where did that come from, And he always says, that old man came and told me this is what I have to do. And I always think, and then we were going through pictures, and it was my grandpa. He said, this is the one that came and told me I have to do this. So it must have been my grandfather, and it makes me humble. I think about that.
When our children come home, I want to welcome them with open arms, and just having their families there. So they need to know who they are, and by having a ceremony for them to welcome them back home, and to tell them, Nasagitan, I love you. It's nice to see you. Just welcome home. You're home now.
The future, oh my God, that's so far to look at. And I think about our youth. I think about our youth, what they're going to go through. But as long as you have this box, it is going to carry on for a long time. Keep opening it up to other people. Keep opening up to like gatherings. They need to see this so other people can learn from all that. All through this time, we've been always told about praying for 7 generations ahead. And the things that we have right now, and even though Muscopine doesn't have ceremonies anymore on the reserve, we still have the history of our old chiefs with our ceremonies that gathered, the Wintigos that would come down, and all the people that would gather around that lodge. We still have that still belongs to us. So nobody can come and tell Muscopine, oh, you have no culture, you have no tradition. No, we still have it. And it's still alive today. And when you share that with our children, and we share that with our communities, it's powerful. And they'll never forget it. And they'll feel that here, right here. Oh my goodness. And that's what I love doing. That was my dad's legacy. And it's my legacy to share and bring this out so that all the elders can have a legacy to continue on for all their children.
I told those guys, excuse me, big backs. So you can see that a lot of work was put into that, and each of the 5 bands all have those legacy boxes to, to carry on and to share. If you ever want to see them, just ask your cultural people that within QBOW to have a look at them, because all your history is there: Pipot, Peyton, Standing Buffalo, Wood Mountain, and Standing Buffalo. So you guys have a rich, very rich history of your communities and where you came from, and your languages. And I think some of the things that may have, the chief talked about colonialism this morning. Some of the ways that our younger people, even myself, both my parents were fluent Soro, and they tried to teach us Soro. And my older brothers caught on, but some of us younger ones, myself included, can still speak some of the language, but and understand it, but we can't do it fluently. And we try because every day I remember my mom, my late mom, talking Soro to us. And so that stuff is there for you guys to have a look for your children that are in care, that are coming home. Like I mentioned, we're going to show those to those children and those families that are, that we want to bring them home as well, because that's part of the Bill C-92 that we're talking about, is to bring children home. So with that, I want to thank Liz, thank Ramey and Curtis and then also the people that were involved in it, all the elders that were involved. You can see how powerful those messages are, and we need to make sure we keep an ongoing history of that to show people, what your culture and your language is all about, and that'll help teach families to be stronger. That'll help teach young people to know where they come from, that there is ceremonies back in your communities, that kind of thing. So church services, that kind of thing. So as well, the other thing, we want to ask our next presenter to maybe get on deck, Joyce Knight. I believe she's around someplace. It's a little early here now. We're 5 minutes early. We're kind of on time, so which has been a good thing. And I don't have any Conway Kootenai jokes, so I don't want to talk about aunties because I do have an auntie at home. Yeah, so hope you all had a good meal. I think the guys are putting them away, and then we'll maybe ask Joyce Knight to come on up. Come on up. She's going to speak on intergenerational trauma, which is a big part of our residential schools, that kind of thing, I believe, and how that carries on. So she'll fill you in on all that kind of stuff, and I think it's very important. So if there's anybody out there, just have your families come back in or text them, or to come and listen, because it's very good information that she's going to give. Is she here? Is Joyce here? Okay. So Joyce Knight is a member of the Soto First Nation. She has a master's in clinical social work degree and is a registered social worker with over 25 years of experience helping young people within child welfare, education, and mental health settings. The experience has included frontline social work practice, as well as leadership positions in education and health. As a trainer, she enjoys working with First Nations peoples, and provides relevant and culturally sensitive training. Joyce believes that restoring Indigenous traditions and cultural knowledge is essential to any healing process. She incorporates both Western and traditional strategies in her workshops and takes a down-to-earth, explorative approach to her training. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you Joyce Knight.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Keith. I thought we were going to take a 10-minute break before we started, but that's okay. First of all, I just want to thank the creator for allowing me to be here today to do this presentation. And also thank you to QBOW for always doing a tremendous job in organizing this, the best organized conference there is that I've been to. I'd also like to thank them for giving me the opportunity to speak about intergenerational trauma in the presentation. I myself am I'm a product of the Indian residential school era, so third generation. My grandkids are fourth generation. No, my kids are fourth generation, and my grandkids are fifth generation. So what prompted me to take this field of study was exactly that, the intergenerational trauma, understanding that. I come from Gamyustik Gunasiwak, the most beautiful fish, Good Fish Lake, Alberta. That's my origin. I have 5 kids and I have 23 grandkids. I'm blessed with 23 grandkids. And they're the life, my joy, and my happiness. The intergenerational trauma is both from a First Nations perspective and also a critical reflection of what happened to us as First Nations people. Do I have a clicker here? Okay, so how does this work? Ta-da! Nope. The green arrow? Okay, good. Nah, what happened? Where are you? Okay, so intergenerational trauma is basically what, I guess, Chief Bear took most of my presentation, and then also the traditional parenting also. But first and foremost, without a good understanding of what happened to us historically and culturally, we can't move past. So to have a good understanding of the past in order to deal with the present, and how do we move forward? So 3 areas: the past, the present, and the future. Where do we want to go? So what happened to us? One of the things that I think one of the presenters mentioned, that I had to go to university to understand my culture. And I already had 4 kids. I was into my first year of Bachelor of Arts and Science, and my major was Native Studies. So why Native Studies? I was always intrigued with our history, our culture, and so on. So, oh geez, do I keep pressing this? Okay, I gotta go back. I'm way the heck ahead of myself. What happened? So when I took the Bachelor of Arts and Studies, that was where I learned about my culture. And I felt ashamed because we had over 300 students sitting in an auditorium and probably a handful of First Nation students. And they talked about our people. They talked about assimilation, oppression, genocide, and so on. And I didn't know a single thing about us. So the embarrassment, the shame, and I vowed to learn more. I vowed to learn more and study more. And that it should be our own people teaching about our culture. It should be our own people to talk about what happened to us and not learning it from Munyawak, from the white people. So basically, in a nutshell, the oppression, colonization, and the assimilation process. All you have to know is the four major things that was set out to destroy us as a people. So we know the four aspects were the taking away of land, the colonization, the education part, the mental aspect, and the health part and religion. So just those four concepts alone, we suffered hundreds and hundreds of years of oppression, of intergenerational trauma. So in speaking of the four aspects, they're connected to our being. So the land, we're connected emotionally. Education-wise, our mind. One of the presenters talked about mind, body, soul, and spirit. And that's exactly that. The physical aspect, the spiritual aspect. So you can see how everything is interconnected and how we view from a First Nations perspective. What happened to us? What did they do to us? So in 4 years, now you're all educated, you all should get a degree, because that's the only thing I've learned. So prior to European contact in 1615, and one of the ladies that was sitting next to our table was saying Columbus was drunk and hungover when the Indians discovered him, and how true that is. But prior to European contact, there was natural laws, there was ceremonies, language, culture. We all know that, right? We lived in peace, harmony. We were land-based. We were self-sufficient, self-governing nations. We lived off the land. Our social and our family structures were intact. And our social, economic, political structures were also intact. And Chief Bear kind of mentioned that a bit. So we had it together. You know, we weren't broken. We weren't influenced. We weren't discovered. We weren't influenced by any negative influences. So we lived in peace, joy. And one of the most important things in our family structures were the children were always in the center. It was the elders, the old people that thought that they were our future aspirations, our dreams, and we had to mold and shape them in a way where they were strong in their values. They were strong in following their values, and they were going to be the ones to provide continuity into the next generation. So the elders were basically our teachers, our mentors, our psychologists, our therapists. They were the ones, they were the healers, they were the ones who instilled the values, the language, the cultures, the traditions, and they were to make sure that our young people knew their ceremonies, their protocols, and so on. The women's role, we talked a little bit about that, but they were to ensure that there was a connection between the elders and the children. They were very strong. You know, we talk about warrior women. They can endure anything. They were able to select leaders. They were they were life givers and so on. Our men were our providers and our protectors. You know, so our family structures were intact. So phase one, there was actually 5 phases, sort of. The very first phase was Columbus being drunk, being found by the Indians, restoring him back to health, and so on. And in Europe, you know, already there was a major land crisis, right? The more land, I guess there was greed, right? The Europeans were obsessed by land ownership. And they believed that we hear of the term manifest destiny. So manifest destiny is in all the history books. But all it was their argument was God had given them the right to the land. That was their argument. And then the Pope declares, of course, they used religion, right? God's right to rule, and so on. So in 1670, from 1615 to 1670, now they're introducing the fur trade. The Hudson's Bay Companies were formed in Canada. So along with the fur trade, now there was disease, epidemics. They introduced us to alcohol, whiskey, and so on, right? So during that short period of time, so the intergenerational, the family dysfunction started happening. In 1763, 120 years after that, it was a good thing that in 1763 that they recognized that Indian people had Aboriginal title. And that's the one reason why they can't do away with treaties. When you recognize Aboriginal title, you're right owners of the land, and nobody can take that away. So this is what always saves us, you know, when we go to court. It changes a little bit, you know, in the 1962 constitutional talks. It was mentioned again. So we're saved by the 1763. We need to celebrate it. So we go into the 1800s. So now they're getting scared because a lot of First Nations people are retaliating and they're not giving up the resources. You know, there was a lot of immigrants coming in and taking ownership. So First Nations fought hard. So 1800s now, they started wanting to impose colonial relationships. They wanted to sign treaties, the introduction of treaties. And they wanted Canadian sovereignty to form their own government. The rationalization theory is just basically to justify the ownership of land, colonization. And one of the rationalization theories was, their argument was, Indians are, we heard that, savages, unworthy, they're heathens, they're devil worshippers, they're drunken, they're lazy, and so on. They started implementing the Indian agents. And I was fortunate to have been raised by my grandparents. Of course, they were residential school products, but I remember my grandfather talking about the pass system and the Indian agent mentality. And when he talked about that, he had little letters, you know, and I wish I could have kept them, but he had letters of requesting to cut a load of wood, requesting to leave the reserve, and so on. So the Indian agents had a strong hold in our communities, right? They're the ones who can say, to tell you what you can do, when you can, and so on. They were very powerful. When I read about the Frog Lake Massacre, you know, where the Indians retaliated, it was the Indian agents who refused medical help for babies. You know, a family was, the baby had a fever, was sick, and went to the Indian agent and asked, okay, you have the medicine chest in your building. Can we have some? And he refused. And if the Indian agent didn't like you, he wasn't going to give you nothing. Right? So it's depending if he liked you or if he didn't like you. Rations, right? We hear about the ration stories. So we are already getting deprived, we are getting controlled, and so on. You know, and that's the history that I grew up with, you know, listening to those stories. In the Frog Lake Massacre, when they didn't want to give up the medicine, you know, that this child needed, they raided the place and they massacred the people. And when I went to visit Frog Lake, I said, you don't hear that story in the history books. You hear about the massacre, but you don't hear their version. So we're waking up, we're learning a lot, and we're telling our story now. You know, and I'm grateful for that. So Indian agents were a big menace, starting to set Indian policies, and also the introduction of residential schools. Again, the rationalization theory, the myths, the stereotypes, and the racism we've endured, even today, right? Drunken, lazy Indians. My grandkids go to school and they're still enduring racism. Are you Indian? And my grandkid comes home and says, Cookum, am I Indian? And so on, right? So that cultural aspect of, you know, healing and restoring, revitalization, we hear about those. And that's so important, you know, to erase this. Chief Bear talked about the White Cloud incident this morning, you know, the racism and how hurtful that was. And it shouldn't be tolerated. You know, we kicked out Don Cherry, right, for having you people, you know, and that should apply to everybody. So we're not standing for it anymore. We're talking about it, which is a good thing. So in 1874, this is what John A. Macdonald, do we have a statue here in Saskatchewan, in Saskatoon, of John A. Macdonald? I think there is a street or right, an avenue called John A. Macdonald. Anyways. Did they? Yeah. Okay. So anyways, what he said at the time was Indian children should be taken away, you know, from their parents, as to eliminate the barbaric influence and expose their children to the benefits of civilization. So that was their theory. The teacher has been sent out as an educational missionary to introduce cultural changes. So already Indian policies, right? We're going to do away with them. And this is how. So in the 1900s, Duncan Campbell Scott goes on to say that, you know, there's not going to be a single Indian that hasn't been absorbed into the body politic of regular mainstream society, so that there's no Indian question. We're an Indian problem. We were seen as an Indian problem. So why do we need to know our history? Our kids need to know the history of what happened to us, because it's going to empower them to be better, you know, and they'll have a good understanding, a good insight. You know, I talk to my grandkids, they're in grade 10 and grade 11, and I talk to them, they're in Native Studies, and we have a lot of discussions on history and so on. So I feel it's, as a grandmother, as a cookum, you need to know this. You know, and you need to know why your dad is the way he is. You know, and where he was raised, where he was coming from, and so on. And they're slowly catching on, because one wants to be a mental health therapist now, and the other one wants to be a lawyer. I said, good on you. Phase 3, the assimilation process begins. So the residential schools, the first residential school was Anglican. In 1850 to 1910, the assimilation process was enforced. 1876, the reserve systems. So now Treaty 6 was signed in 1876, so now we are more confined to our communities, to our reserves. In 1910 to 1950, residential schools, and then segregation. The pass system. In 1951 and 1972, the integration process. They tried the integration process probably when I was in grade 1, grade 4. Integration was, hey, let's try something new. Let's send them to a white school so that they could integrate. And then they'll learn the white ways. They'll learn to be white. We'll transform them that way. Residential school didn't work, but let's try the integration process. So we were all sent to town schools. Again, a lot of racism and so on. So we were already, again, traumatized. 60 scoop, again, another Indian policy was to remove children from their parents. Let's take them away, let's adopt them, let's put them in a paper, and so on. So it's always like taken away, bit by bit. 69 white paper was introduced. I was 9. And I remember that there was a big rise, a big upheaval. And my dad had traveled to Ottawa, and they went to oppose the white paper. So the white paper was going to do away with Indians, the treaties, and we were going to have no rights. We were going to be seen as municipalities, right? You guys live like the rest of the folk. The effects of colonization. So when we hear the word colonization, it's basically the taking away of land. We were left powerlessness. Our men were the dignity, the shame, and the guilt of not being able to stand up to the government or to the white people. We were victimization, helplessness, shame, voicelessness, numbness, the dignity and the guilt, so that's a big part of our being. So intergenerational impacts is, I lost my train of thought. How am I for time? Okay, so I'll need to know if I need to talk slower. Okay, so it's like so intergenerational impacts is more or less a transmittance, right? You're transferring. You keep transferring from generation to generation. So whether it's psychological, whether it's mentally, emotionally, we internalize people's pain, right? So I'll go a little further on it, where Gabor Mate is he's probably one of the best, closest theorists that study First Nations people. But he talks about, I know he really wants to be an Indian, because he's really studying a lot of this energy work, ayahuasca, studying First Nations people. So now he's saying, we have 4, let me go back a bit. When I said the elders were our therapists, our psychologists, and so on, it was the elders who had to figure out life for us, right? So it's a generational thing. They already knew that we were made in 4 parts: our mind, our heart, our body, and our spirit. They already knew that. So there's 4 pieces to our being. So when these intergenerational trauma, how it affects us emotionally is because of the residential school and the disconnection, the abandonment, the neglect, all this trauma rolled up into a ball, right? Affected us emotionally. So as children, in childhood, we have the inability to love or to feel loved. So emotionally, There's no social engagement, right? We shut down. Our body shuts down. Our mind shuts down. So what happens in therapy is you can go to therapy all you want. Because therapists work with the mind, right? In indigenizing mental health, you work with the 4 aspects, all of the 4 aspects. Nothing could be disconnected. So in trauma, you have to work with the body. You have to work with the mind. You have to work with the heart. It's a 4-quadrant, 4 aspects. That's therapy. That's indigenous therapy for us. Air, water, wind, land, and so on. That's therapeutic. That's energy healing, right? So just a little story. We had went through a traumatic event. We were traumatized in my own family. And my idea was, okay, everybody's going to go see a psychologist. Everybody's going to go see a therapist, and so on. And I wanted the therapist to, here's my kids. They're not listening. They're hyperactive. They're being defiant. They're crying all the time, and so on. So it was like, hey, here, you fix them, right? So all these years, I think I was so disappointed because nothing ever came of it, and I was disappointed because it really didn't do any help. And in my lifetime, I've probably seen about 15 therapists who really didn't connect with me, until I began to understand my culture. Then the healing process began. Then I could connect at first with my own people. When you talk about the assimilation process, my grandparents are assimilated, and my own parents. They feared their own culture because of the influence of religion. But going back to emotional, so emotionally we felt disconnected. So even in families were broken, there was no connection, there was no sense of belonging. We felt ostracized, or we were feared to hug, right? I couldn't hug my dad. I couldn't sit on his lap, because of his disconnect and his own trauma. He was only 3 years old when he was taken away to residential school. He wasn't even old enough to he wasn't even old enough to attend school. So he was dropped off. So his early part of his life, he was raised by the nuns. And so I could understand where he was coming from, like years later when I studied, that it wasn't his fault that he became an alcoholic, that there was domestic violence and so on. So his inability to feel love, or to feel love, to feel uncared for, to feel abandoned. And with residential school, you don't trust, you mistrust, right? No self-respect. There's a lot of anger. We're fear-driven, and a lot of hurt and pain. We become empathic people, meaning we have our emotions are so deeply rooted that we can feel people's energy when they're hurt, right? Because that transference. Of course, one of the emotional aspects is the loss of our identity. We became something where we were ego-driven. If I'm like that, then I'll be better. If I go over here, then I'm going to be good. So we develop these false sense of identities, right? And steering away from what our true selves are. Mentally, the mind, of course. And emotional is the heart. Emotional is the heart. A lot of therapists, I'm not bashing therapists. I mean, there's really a lot of good ones out there. But in the Munyao therapy is the work at the mind, And in the First Nations therapist is you start from the heart, right? So therapy has to start from the heart and finding your true self and your true meaning. So when you look at the medicine wheel, there's your emotional, mental, there's your physical, and your spiritual. So what happens in trauma is it's the emotional and the spiritual we don't use, right? We can use the mind and the physical because the mind tells us, get up, you got to go eat. Get up, you got to go to work. Physically, we got to be walking and working and so on. So on a day, we're daily functioning on our mental and our physical, and we forget the emotional and the spiritual. So when Ms. Bear talked about, I don't know how to self-care, right? I don't know what to do to self-care. And we become so unfocused of what is it that we need to work on, right? And finding balance. Okay, so mentally, of course, now you have a low self-confidence, low self-esteem. I'm not good enough, my self-worth, I can't do it, and so on. Memory loss, we're stuck in childhood trauma. Powerlessness, we're depressed, we're oppressed, we feel hopeless, and we've lost our power and control. We wait for somebody to tell us what to do. So we're stuck in that trauma, and that's intergenerational trauma, right? Our adult kids, it's like, hey, do I have to tell you to go get your license? Do I have to tell you how to budget, right? So it's always the memory loss and that loss of power and control of your own life. The physical sense is we become dependent on the dependency on prescription medication, drugs, alcohol, meth, the new thing, the new drug, the family violence, the anger, the rage. So in the physical sense, right? We have poor hygiene, so we're not taking care of ourselves. We let our hair go, our teeth. We don't go see the doctor until like we're near death, right? And we're stressed. And what trauma does is it affects three parts of your psyche. So we live with anxiety, worry, and stress. And those are the three main killers, I would say, in our life. So if you're not finding balance, if you're not doing the self-care, those things will haunt you. Those things will come back, and affect you physically, right? Your body shuts down. So what trauma does is it stores, a traumatic event stores somewhere in your body, right? Not just your mind. It goes to your body. And we see this in grief and loss. When people experience grief and loss and they're barely walking, right? Their ailments, my back is sore, my shoulders are killing me, and so on, right? So it's like a truck has hit them. It affects you in that way because it's a shock to your body. Spiritually, we've lost, a lot of people will say the loss of spirit. But we can't lose our spirit because there's always a little kindling in there. Even with the homeless people, when you look in their eyes, they still have that compassion and that empathy. So it's not losing a spirit. It's like we need to reawaken the spirit. The fear of our own spirituality. Again, one of the presenters talked about knowing what is religion and what is spirituality. Know the difference. Right? Spirituality is your direct connection to the Creator. Your direct connection every day that you wake up and your feet hit the ground, and you thank the Creator for the blessings, or you thank the Creator, and it's going to be a good day. That's your connection to that's spirituality. Spirituality is using the four elements: the water, the wind, the air, and so on. And so those connections, reawaken your spirit and keep your spirit alive. A fear of spirituality. You know what the residential school did to us spiritually is it brainwashed us and it conditioned us to think, to fear our own spirituality. And I remember going home and talking to my mom about the new things that I was learning in university, first year university, native studies. And I remember talking to her about the ceremonies and the sweat lodge and how now I've been just learning so much and absorbing so much and I want to learn more. And one of the things she said, she was still in that Catholic, heavy-duty Catholic, no, don't you dare, always that punishing, right? It's like, no, don't you dare, believe in that stuff. That's not true. And so it was then that I looked at her and I was saying, Mom, you robbed me of my childhood. You robbed me of my culture. You robbed me of who I was. I said, and I didn't even know. I said, I had to be an adult and I had to be in university to be able to learn about my culture, my language, and how proud it is to be First Nation and so on. And I said, you robbed me of that, because of her own conditioning and her own brainwashing, right? Don't you dare go near the sweat lodge. I come from a community where there's 7 religions. Catholic, Evangelist, Christian, born again, Catholic, Anglican, and so on, right? So I came from a community with 7 religions and none of them get along. Isn't that ironic? They all fight, And so those kinds of upbringings, you witness and you see it. My grandma, I was fortunate to be influenced by my grandparents on my mom's side. So my grandparents on this side were Anglican. And then over here, my grandma on my dad's side, they were Catholic. But I learned to balance, right? So when I go to my cookums on my dad's side, it'd be like, don't you dare go to the Anglican church, And then I thought, okay, that's brainwashing cooking, but I didn't say that. But it was basically fear your own, right? And then when I go over here, my cookum never bashed the Catholic religion because she knew the man my mom was marrying was Catholic, and then at that time you had to change religions, right? So she accepted it. But it was ironic how this brainwashing and this conditioning, can affect the mind psychologically to fear it, right? If you're told something enough times, you begin to believe it. I'm not worthy. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. I'm not good enough, right? So mentally, in your mind, you're always going to have those feelings. Your thoughts control how you feel. Your feelings control how you behave. So that thought process is strong. So eventually a lot of our people just lost faith. Well, where's God when I need him? Right? Where's God when my mom was hitting my dad? Where was God when this terrible thing happened? The sexual abuse, right? So we begin to lose faith. We become, we want to connect with something, but we don't know exactly what it is. We become confused with different religions, right? And the superstitions, right? If you do this, this is what's going to happen. Don't go over there. Don't see that. So on. So we start developing superstitions. Like last night, being a haunted, the Bezbro, right? Everybody's heard stories about the Bezbro being haunted. It was on TV, right? So how many of us were laying in bed and our eyes were like this, right? Okay, am I going to hear something? What's that noise? Right? So fear takes over. you know. And in our culture, in our spiritualities, like we have faith, right? So there's no need to be. So powerfully in our mind, we can set ourselves, tell ourselves, you know what, you're okay, it's safe, nothing's going to happen. Then we went to bed, right? How many of you stayed up all night? Anyways, that's okay. So that in a nutshell, 4 quadrants: psychology, mental health, indigenizing mental health. And right now, there's a new thing, indigenizing mental health. And it's being talked about by no other but non-Native people. They studied us to death, and they still can't figure us out, right? Psychologists, theorists, and so on. They still can't figure us out. We have the answers. We know we have the answers. So given all that dysfunction, given all that intergenerational trauma, now we have a lot of issues, right? We see that, it's evident. We have high rates of suicide in our communities, the missing and murdered Indigenous women. We are more chemical dependency on alcohol, drugs, opiates, prescription pills, and so on. Anything we can get our hands on. We have the highest incarceration rates, high unemployment rates, dysfunction, displacement, CFS, poverty, and welfare dependency. So phase 4 is we're in chaos. I did that. So in historical trauma, we can argue that the 4 components. The first argument would be there could be a cultural argument, right? Because the creation of dysfunctional families, because of the social change, right? So from 1600, 1700, and we're now like what, 800 years? And we're inching along, we're healing. Economic deprivation, right? The poverty, the inadequate social and housing services, and then creating the child welfare system. And welfare is probably the worst thing in my eyes. That's just my opinion. Welfare is probably the worst thing for our people. You know, yes, we do need it. Yes, there needs to be food. There needs to be, you know, opportunities in our communities. But a lot of times I can go into my community because I work with a lot of families, and it's unbelievable, you know, the poverty that still exists in our communities. Another one is the psychosocial argument. There's still evidence of child neglect, child abandonment, and so on. So that's psychological, psychosocial argument. So psychological and social. The racial argument, the stigmatization of First Nations people. And one of the things with this racial argument, again, I'll refer back to Gabor Mate. And one of the things, I asked him, I finally got a chance to meet him in Edmonton because I studied him, I listened to him, I bought his books and so on. And one of the things I asked him was, how long do you think it'll take First Nations people to get well? And why is it that the Jews and the Black people were able to bounce back faster than us, right? Different races. So you have the Jews and then you have the Black people. And no offense, you know, I know the Black people suffered their own, the slavery and, you know, the killings and so on, right? We see that all the time. But when we look at First Nations people, how many doctors do we see? How many judges? You know, we're outnumbered by Black people. And also the Jews. I said, why were they able to bounce back faster than us? And then he looks at me and he says,
because we never lost faith. Right? How simple is that? They never lost faith in their spirituality. They never gave up hope. Right? And same with the Black people. Strong faith. They didn't jump from different religions. They stuck to one. And how brilliant is that? And that's evidence, right? That's evidence-based. To have a strong faith. And another question was, how long will it take for our people to heal? And he said, it'll take 10 years if you do it right. 10 years. If you have the best program ever. And so far, QBO is probably leading by far in the other agencies that I've seen. And I've seen a lot. But you're in a good place, you're in a good direction, and you're healing. I see a lot of healing taking place. And when we're starting to talk about it. And we're starting to be open. So what Gabor Mate says is there's 4 main brain chemicals in trauma. So the 4 main brain chemicals are endorphins. Endorphins are love chemicals. You know, when we hug our grandchildren, our joy, our trust. You know, we can hold our grandchildren and we feel the love, right? We can look in their eyes and I feel the love. Right? We have that connection, that human connection. And unfortunately, when trauma is experienced, endorphins go down. So in residential schools, we are probably almost empty or running on empty because we didn't get the love, the nurturing, the care, and so on. Right? So those are your love chemicals. You know, your ability to love and your ability to feel love and that excitement, that joy that it brings. The dopamine is our feel good. So a lot of us, like say we play bingo and we win and we feel so good, right? Oh my God, I won because I think it's 12. How much is it? So we're excited, right? Dopamine. Dopamine is like running a race and you're taking first. Dopamine is you're happy. You know, I won this. It's such a good thing, right? So what trauma does in the dopamine level is food increases your dopamine level by 100%. Okay, so it's like you're eating, you're chewing. It's like, oh my God, this is my favorite, right? So I feel good. Alcohol increases your dopamine level by about 300%. So your dopamine level is like alcohol. You ever see these people that never dance, right? The dance are too shy. Oh my God, eh? But as soon as they get a little drinking, they're the first ones. They're dancing and so on, right? Because they feel good. That's your dopamine. I want to feel good. And so our dopamine level, you know, alcohol is increased by 300%. Coke, crack, you know, the harder drugs, our dopamine is increased by 600%. So crack, coke, your addiction, right? I need to feel good. So cocaine, you'll get it at all costs, you know. So now you want to feel good all the time, to be happy, right? So it's almost like we're buying happiness because we don't know how to be happy. We don't know how to feel joy. We don't know how to feel love. We don't know how to feel. Our feelings are dead, right? Our endorphins, there's no endorphins. What's there to be happy about? We're in a depressive state, right? We forgot how to live. So dopamine, crack coke, 600%. And what crystal meth, when people are on crystal meth, your dopamine level is increased by 1,200%. Right? 1,200%. Can you imagine how much a difference from coke to crystal meth? And it's no wonder why They get up first thing in the morning, right? I got to go look for it. That's it. They got to have that meth because they're in that feel good stage. They're in that la la land, right? And daily, like, this feels good. I want to stay here. I want to stay stuck. Right? So it's very hard to beat that addiction if it's increasing their dopamine level by 1,200%. How do we cut that off? Right? So we're in a crisis. Every community, there's not one community that hasn't been affected by crystal meth. It's one of the strongest addictions that has hit our people. Our impulse control, we're very impulsive people where our thought process is we're impulsive. If I say I'm going to go to Edmonton at 3 o'clock today, so I'm going to go to Edmonton. Never mind that I have a meeting tomorrow. So we do things without thinking. And one of the things that happens in trauma is, I'll get into it a little later, but I just want to talk just a little bit about it. But what trauma can do is it affects your thought process. And that's why we become impulsive, gambling, impulsive, right? I'll spend all this money. If I have $100 left, I got to buy groceries. No, I'll go try my luck, right? So we're impulsive. We don't think ahead. We don't think in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. So we go day to day to day. So our impulsivity, we have no impulse control. And the last one is our fight, flight, or freeze. We can either stand there and fight, we can run away, or we just freeze. We stay numb. This is evident in today's communities because we're all about lateral violence. We're all about hurting each other, right? So we're going to fight. We're going to do anything at all costs to hurt someone else. And that's fighting. Flighting is, it'd be easy to just pick up my stuff here and move to Edmonton, right? So a lot of our people do that. Oh yeah, I'm going to move to PA tomorrow, right? It's like the next day, where'd they go? The house is empty and they moved. So it's that running away all the time. When things get too bad, when things get too heavy, it's easier to run. I'm leaving the reserve, that's it, I'm not looking back, and so on. Okay, so the time. Okay, good. We're making good time. Okay, so now adverse childhood experiences, and this was something that was, they call it the ACE test. And they thought that the ACE test was going to, a bunch of psychologists got together and they said, let's take a look at, let's take a look at the adverse childhood experiences. And there's about 10 main critical traumatic experiences. They said, let's ask these 10 main ones. So one of them is if you've ever experienced physical abuse, mental abuse, sexual abuse, family violence, witness to death, grief and loss, had a family member who's incarcerated, a suicide, and so on, right? So there's 10 major questions. And I looked at that paper and I said, out of these 10s, I scored a 10 out of 10, right? Because I experienced all of them, right? I'm an intergenerational product. So I experienced all of them. I've seen it all. And I said, okay, put a list out for First Nations people that have at least 40 to 50 adverse childhood experiences. Give us that. But there's not enough studies. There's not enough studies done, right? And one of the things I said, we have non-Native people studying us to death, that we don't have enough. Oh my God. Is there a fire? So we don't have enough of our people doing the work, doing the research. So this adverse child experiences, basically, they said, okay, 2 out of 10. If you score 2 out of 10 of these negative experiences, then you're more likely to develop high blood pressure or have some kind of have some kind of problems mentally, physically, emotionally. And I thought, 2, like that's pretty minimal, right? But if you have 10, well, you're more likely to be an alcoholic, suffer from diabetes, stress, anxiety, worry, depression, so on. All the social ills we're talking about today. Anxiety. I had a mental health disorders, schizophrenia, I had bipolar, manic depression, and so on. So we're more likely to suffer those. I had homelessness, I had drug addictions, and so on. So then the alarming thing is with these ACE scores, because I worked in an education system, is our grade 1s were already scoring at 10 out of 10. Right? Our grade 1s, our grade 4s were already scoring the 10 out of 10, our own people in our own education system. So we're actually failing our own people, right? By not recognizing the intergenerational impacts, and we're not recognizing the trauma-informed schools. We need to be building more on trauma-informed schools in our communities. It's said statistics, by the time they're in grade 4, you already have an idea of whether they're going to finish school or quit, right? At grade 4. That's only like a 8 or 9-year-old, right? Never mind grade 7, grade 8. So I'm a very strong advocate when it comes to children and youth. And I'm very passionate about the work I do with trauma and children. And this is one of the things that is very alarming in our communities. Okay, so that's just a little excerpt on adverse child experiences. The drama triangle is something that, as a result of the residential school, is we have 3 types of people in our communities. And we could be all 3 like I was. But one of the things is we tend to be the rescuers, right? And we see that with cookums. Is like, okay, what do you need? How much? Send me your email. Send me your e-transfer. What do you need? How much? So we're rescuing all the time. It's like, oh my God, we're still parenting our adult children. We're still trying to fix them. So recognizing that, am I rescuing? Am I enabling? When did they grow up? Right? So we can become rescuers or we become victims. Victims are the ones who stay stuck. And we hear a lot about this because a lot of them are the ones that say, poor me, I can't do anything. Like nobody helps me, right? That victimization. And nobody ever tries to come and help me. So they play victim. They play that role. And the other one is we turn into we're persecutors. This is where the lateral violence, the hurting of each other. Right? But this is learned behavior from residential school. And the Indian agent. Remember the Indian agent taught us how to be probably two-faced. Remember that popular word, two-faced? But it was the Indian agent that caused that. Because you know what? If you tell me who leaves the reserve, you'll get more rations. Right? They used to pick people that they're going to choose of who's going to be the tattletale, right? And then who's going to turn against their families. even if you have to turn against your family. You tell me if they're going to have a potlatch, or you tell me if they're going to have a ceremony. Come tell me, and then you'll get more. You'll get more food. You know, and in residential school, we learned how to lie, cheat, and steal. Right? Lie because no, I didn't do that. No, I didn't take that. You know, I didn't do that. So we learned how to lie. We learned how to steal, maybe because we were hungry. Right? It was going into the kitchen in the middle of the night and robbing the kitchen. Learn how to steal. So, you know, those kinds of behaviors were our survival mode, right? We had to survive. But with that, with the prosecutors, the judgments, the complainers, the gossipers, and so on, right? We all know those things. And one of the things that I always tell my kids is just 3 simple things, you know, that can destroy us. And that's one is if you complain a lot, and if you blame, and if you're ungrateful. Right? So stop blaming. Stop blaming your ex because he didn't come and support you with your kids. Stop blaming people because you can't get a job. So stop that. Stop complaining because you have no money. Do something. Right? And be grateful where you are. Be thankful. So healing trauma in a holistic model. And like what Gabor Mate says is like, you can't piece it apart. You can't take your body apart. It's got to come in all fours, the holistic model. So, and one of them is the big one is your culture, your identity, knowing who you are, knowing where you come from, knowing your Indian name, your rites of passage. Where do you belong? Which people do you belong to? And so on. That's a big thing. Knowing narrative therapy. You know, narrative therapy is like, our young people are so intrigued with native therapy. And I remember listening to an old man talk about identity. And he was talking about knowing who you are. You got to know who you are. And he talked about, I think he said something about a moose is a moose, a deer is a deer. A horse is a horse, a dog is a dog. You don't see a dog acting like a fox, and so on, right? It was such a simple little, okay, that's right, you know, we're Indian, we're Nihilwak, and so on. But along with that, he told a story about how the eagle was selected to be the messenger to the creator. And so he had all these animals gather in front of him. And the deer said, pick me, because I run fast. I'm the fastest runner. And the creator said, no, I'm going to need you because you provide food for the people. So I can't pick you. I need to leave you here. So the bear comes along. Bear says, pick me. I'm strong. I can withhold anything. And I'm brave, you know, courage and so on. And the creator said, nope, I'm going to need you for your medicines. You belong down here, so I need you for your medicines. And then the moose, right? The moose comes along, he says, pick me, you know, I can do the job for you. And so the creator says, well, no, because I need you for clothing, right? You're going to provide clothing for our people. So each person had a role. The elder said, and the last one was, pick me. The eagle comes flying, pick me. You know, I can fly, I'm strong, I can weather storms, and so on. I'll take the message up to the creator for you. And basically that was how the eagle was chosen, right? So how ironic is that story, right? You can connect with it and you can visualize it. And one of the things in trauma is you lose your senses. right? Your touch, your hearing, your ability to feel, it shuts down. So when we're helping children in their trauma recovery, that's one of the things, is if they can visualize, if they can touch, if they can smell, taste, hear, and so on. So stories like that, you know, and one of the stories I heard when I worked up north was an elder asked, a blind elder, an elder that didn't have his sight, but every morning he would ask his grandson to take him outside. And he'd ask, "What do you see, grandson?" And then he would explain to his grandfather the sun and how the clouds looked and the trees and so on. Just visualization therapy. So using the stories, the legends, you know, and as a form of therapy, you know, and even handling depression. Our self-worth, our self-confidence, it increases our self-awareness, restores our dignity, right? So when we lose our dignity, well, our dignity is gained by our identity. So the Creator gave every part of creation a spirit and a purpose. So that's our humans, earth, plants, and animals. So some of the First Nations healing strategies are your cognitive behavior therapy. And cognitive behavior therapy is basically your thoughts, your feelings, and your behavior, and changing them. So grounding, you know, we talk about energy healing. Energy healing is standing by the river, going to the lake, going to the water, and feeling that energy. We talk about exposure therapy. These are just high terminology they use, right? And it's basically, we have it in front of us. Energy healing, I had to laugh because it's always taking our ideas and making them their own. So one of the things they talked about was I think it was earth bathing. It was some kind of energy. You had to pay so much to go into this therapeutic 1 weekend retreat. And all it was walking in the bush for like, I don't know how long, but it was going for a walk into the bush. And that was your energy. That was what you had to pay for. But that's what we've done all our lives, right? That was how we became resilient. Our resilience was always there, is we knew how to bounce back. The ceremonies, telling your story and letting it go, your spirit names and so on. We did a lot of, I'm a water person. So a lot of the trauma work that we did was learning how to let go. So it was either using a rock and letting your worries into the lake and throwing the rock as far as away. You know, that was therapeutic. Another way was writing a letter, using ceremony, using the sweat lodge, letting go, the grief and loss, unresolved grief and loss. But it's a therapeutic process. But again, you're indigenizing the therapy sessions. Self-awareness or your mindfulness. We're always mindful people, right? Damagituin. Damagituin means be mindful. Be mindful of others. And it increases your values, your self-worth, and so on. The cleansing ceremony, again, I talked a little bit about that. Your physical activities increases your dopamine. So a lot of these ceremonies, a lot of these cultural things that we do is about connection. It's about attachment. And as humans, we can't survive without each other. You can't. Sigmund Freud tried it. Sigmund Freud was probably Kimusumpan, right? Long time ago, he studied He was a renowned psychologist and figured out people. So as an experiment, they used to experiment on on babies. So they put one baby in a cage, nurtured, bottle fed, held, and so on. Nurturing, love, all the attention. This baby didn't get nothing. Okay, so he was fed through a tube, through a bottle, and no touching, no nothing. So eventually the baby that didn't receive nothing, the human connection, the human relationship, the interaction, died. But it was to prove a point that as humans, we can't go without love. We can't function without relationships, our connection with each other, our families, and so on. So again, sun is one of your greatest elements. The sun produces serotonin. It's a natural energy healing. So standing in the terrace, getting the sun wards off that energy. And we all know that people that are depressed live in the dark, right? They shut the curtains. No light, right? So eventually they go into more and more deeper depression. So they need to be out in the sun. Land-based, all four elements being out there. And there's a lot of that now. One of the things that we did was restoring, culture, right? Incorporating cultural strategies while you're working with men. Here, in one community, these were men that had severe trauma and that experienced addictions and so on. So they took treatment in the morning, they took therapy in the morning, and then in the afternoon they built something. So this one, they built a log cabin. So we are looking at all four aspects. So the mental, the physical, the spiritual in the evening, and then the emotional, that connection. And it was a family therapeutic program. These little ones, like I said, my passion is with children, working with children and trauma. And it's amazing how fast our children, they're like a rubber band. They're more resilient than adults. Adults can stay stuck in their trauma. Children are more resilient. So by working with them, giving them the proper therapeutic treatment plans, you can work with anxiety, depression, and so on, right? So these little kids here, they experience probably 10 out of the 10 ACEs, right? So trauma. They would wake up at 6 a.m. because now they're learning their identity, they're learning their purpose, they're creating their self-esteem, their self-confidence, and so on. So they knew they were hunting rabbits. So they'd be the ones at 5:30 in the morning, okay, we gotta go check our snares, because it was so important to them. And they were only probably 5, 6-year-olds. But Wayne Dyer is the one who said, children can give you so much of that connection to the Creator because they have love. And the way he explained it was, he can look into his grandchildren's eyes and look deep in there, and he can say, there's God in there, right? I know God is in there. And I always remember that, because when my grandkids come over, it's like I'm a different person, right? It's like the stress goes away. And it's like the joy, the excitement, tell me about it. What'd you learn in school? And that's what we need more of, the connection, the interconnection. And here they are. They're so happy because they caught their rabbits. They're so cute. And that's love and joy, right? And that's what we need. There are, like I said, there's millions of therapeutic strategies. One of them is Berselli. And he believes that the brain, and there's three, when trauma is, when you experience trauma, there's a place where it has to go. It has to rest somewhere in your body. So there's the cortex, which is the mind, our thought process, the limbic system, and our body. And he believes, this is what his theory is. So he does the trauma release exercises. And I'm so grateful because when I seen the equine therapy, it's a part of that, right? It's a big part of it. But when you do the trauma release exercises, here's your brain. That's how your brain works. So here's your cortex, your thought process. Your limbic system is the cord that goes down your spine. So when you're in a traumatic situation, it has to go somewhere to rest in your body. So where it goes and rests is in your psoas nerve, right? So your psoas nerve is the nerve that's connected in between your tailbone and your front. It's hidden in between here, right? It's tucked in between there. So it's no wonder when we're gonna get hit, what do? We go like this, right? Right away. Our natural response is we're gonna go like that, right? So trauma is transferred into your body, and that's where it goes and rests. So when you're riding horses, right? You're riding, you're feeling fresh, you're energized. It's like, oh my God, I'm out here. I'm connected to the land, to the water, the air, and so on. So it releases the trauma, right? So when you get off the horse, your legs are like this, right? You're weak. It's like, hey, stop shaking. It releases it. And it makes sense because now when mothers give birth to a baby, right? What happens? Your knees are like this, right? And you can't stop them. It's like, oh my God, your legs are like this after giving birth. And that releases the traumatic experience. So then we have another kid. Then we have another one, right? But it's that memory, right? The traumatic memory that gets stored. So the more walking, the more energy, the more equine therapy, the more building relationships and the more connections we have the answers in our communities. We have the answers. And it's so dynamic. You're just a distinct organization because you have 4 cultural groups and you can work together. That's so amazing. In our communities is like we live next door, we can't even get along, because of the diverse, right? The diverse cultures. But my time should be up. Did you give me a sign? So with that, thank you for listening to my presentation. Nanaskoman, ay.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I just kind of feel bad for those poor little rabbits, though. Those poor little rabbits. We want to give you a gift here. We appreciate for your presentation and all that. That's very interesting how trauma affects all of us, I guess, in some way. And I think we've all experienced that. Thank you very much. So when you listen to some of her stuff that she's done, a lot of it is, like with the mind and things like that, and a lot of different kind of I guess, meanings of when things do happen to us, when we do experience trauma. And as a little kid, growing up, we experienced those things. But I know with the wording, it's a little, I'm just wondering if we can maybe have her PowerPoint and have a look at it and something like that, with maybe give it to Carmen. I always think back at work back in the day there, back in Dojak there, the one day this new word was bipolar. And I never understood it at that time. And so they started talking about the kids and diagnosing them as bipolar. And then I always thought that was, oh, maybe they're from up north. anyways, we'll take a little break, and a health snack, a health break, please, and then we'll come back with Beetle in about maybe 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, right. I'll forget this one. Don't forget your evaluations and hand them in to Amber. She'll raise her hand, whoever has them ready. Thank you.
Aries QBOW is the first cloud-based CAD solution that offers a full set of features to create, read, and modify DWG drawings online. Aries QBOW runs directly in the Internet browser. There is nothing to install and therefore nothing to update. The software follows you on any computer, and so do your drawings. That means you can start working on one computer and continue later on another one. It is therefore very well suited for users who are frequently out of the office. Aries QBOW enables users to create and modify drawings, like in traditional CAD software, but it offers much more than that. The key benefit is that it is a very efficient and secure way to work. First of all, the drawings are synchronized across all users and devices. When the design team modifies the drawing, I can instantly access the latest version. The drawings are always up to date. In addition, collaboration is significantly improved. One example is the email notifications. They help me to follow the progress without even opening the drawing. If I click on the Open button, it will also directly open this specific drawing for me. Before looking at the editing features, we can open the comments and markups. You will find the collaboration feed here. Comments and markups can be linked to specific areas of the drawing, so you can zoom to this area and better understand the context. I can reply to this discussion and even mark it as resolved, but it is not deleted. I can go to the filter and show the resolved comments and markups. Just like in Aries Commander and Aries Touch, I can create markups with voice. Please review this. We need technical information about the ceiling we are going to use. Or with pictures. All these markups represent a very organized and clean way to improve collaboration within the design team. I can also create markups with stamps. They don't require any knowledge of CAD and don't modify the drawing. Therefore, nobody would need to delete them before printing or sharing, for example. Speaking of which, Aries QBOW also offers a very easy and secure way to collect feedback from external users. If you click on the Share button, you can create a view-only link. This link can be used by a colleague or an external collaborator who doesn't have a QBOW or Trinity license. With this link, they can view your drawing online for free. As you can see, this is just a URL to click. They have nothing to install, and they always see the latest version of your file. It is very secure because in the settings of the view-only link, you can revoke access at any time, as well as define an expiration date or password. The truth is that working with Aries QBOW or the Aries Trinity is a very well-organized way to work. In the sharing dialog, you can see that users can only access files to which they were granted rights. You can always see who has access and revoke these permissions at any time. But the nice thing with Aries is that this security doesn't come at the expense of flexibility. Aries QBOW is integrated with all the popular cloud storage providers. When you start with Aries QBOW, we offer some free storage with the Aries QBOW Drive. This helps you to upload some drawings and explore the features. We also provide a selection of ready-to-use sample drawings. But you can easily connect to other storage accounts and even use more than one. The File Explorer in Aries QBOW works like a hub. You can browse all these storages and even use the search function across all of them to find a drawing. You can also easily upload drawings from your computer and manage who has access. If you do a right-click on any of these files, you can access more options. Now, let's open one of these drawings. Of course, you need internet to work with Aries QBOW, but you will never lose your work if your internet connection goes down, because the file is automatically saved on a frequent basis. You can also access the version history and keep track of who modified the drawing. If needed, you can come back to a previous version. Secondly, if another Aries user is working on the file, You will be offered a view-only access to avoid making any conflicting changes. Finally, let's talk about the editing features. The user interface is very similar to that of traditional CAD software, such as Aries Commander or AutoCAD. Some frequently used features are available in the toolbar on the left. But you will find the rest of the features from the menu if you click on the 3 lines at the top of the toolbar. To begin with, we can find here the dimensioning features. If I use the Smart Dimension, for example, we just need to pick an entity and it will select for me the most relevant type of dimension. Next, I can select the dimension and fly over this small icon to call the dimension palette, where I may add some details. On the right of the screen, you will find the Properties palette. I can move this dimension to another layer
Steve. All right. That real wicked music. Well, I hope you guys been enjoying this conference put on by QBOW so far. Nurtures Conference. Up next, we have, let's see. I think we have one more presentation left. Yes, Equine Therapy by Beetle Soup. No, we have two more. Equine Therapy, Beetle Soup, and then LGBTQT Awareness by Pristine Thought and Oasis. And then Supper Break and then Hypnotist tonight. So stay tuned. We're gonna come back here, I think, right now.
Very interesting from what she talked about. I want to introduce our next presenter. Gentleman looked after the ride. We're gonna present that a little early tomorrow, dinner time tomorrow. Just on the last 2022 ride, we'll do that dinner time tomorrow. So, leading into that, we'll get our next presenter up here, Beetle Soup. Beetle Soup is from the Blood tribe in southern Alberta, whose Blackfoot name Letus Onestors, or Medicine Calf. Sorry. Netuniska. Grandfather, who was a warrior chief and Treaty 7 signer. Beetle is an addictions counselor and a certified equine assisted growth and learning association, IGLA, mental health therapist who partners with horses in counseling sessions. Horses have healing power. They are here to help us, he said. Beetle has over 11 years of experience working in this field. Beetle makes his home in Regina, Sask, and serves First Nation people, communities, and organizations on their healing and wellness journeys. So I'll introduce Beetle Soup.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Okay. Nitunuka, nitunista. Sa nagtapi ka na ni sa Gakamax. Nitunista. And that was my fourth name I got. In our culture, we get four names. And the name that I took, that I was given, Nitunista, was translated as medicine calf. But when you look at the literally translation, it really means holy calf. And my great-great-great-grandfather was a warrior chief. He was the fourth one to sign Treaty 7. And why I took his name, and I had to go through this last summer, I took a warrior's name. And it was fitting because I'm a warrior. I served in the United States Marine Corps, and I also served in the Canadian Army. My two sons, my oldest son served at Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. He's a warrior. And he's also an Afghan vet. When the Canadian Army first was sent to Afghanistan, he was on the first wave. And my other son, he was a gunner, a reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces. And I come from a real warrior family and tradition. My grandfather went to Korea, and he was a warrior. So we have that real warrior blood within our clan. For those of you who, when I first got back from boot camp, well, I should push that, right? Did I do that right? There we go. Hold on, back up. One more time. There we go. When I first got back from boot camp, my mother made me go. She didn't make me, but she was a real bossy woman. She pushed me over to my grandpa. Go shake his hand. And I was already going to go shake his hand. That's how she was, a really bossy. Now you know where that comes from, hey? So I went to go shake his hand, and he stopped me. He said, "Oh," and this is the one that was in Korea. He said, "You're a warrior now. You don't shake hands with your right hand." He says, "Warriors shake with their left hand. Comes from the heart. This is the hand you kill people with." So those of you who know me, you notice I shake with the left hand. It's because of that. So I taught that to my sons. And my oldest son would used to shake with his left hand until he became, as they call our Sundance. He became a Sundance keeper. He put down his warrior name, he said, and now he's got nothing but love. So now he shakes with his right hand again, he said. That's up to him. But it was a good story how he told me that. So I just wanted to give you a little background, kind of where I come from. I was talking with my good friend here, Wayne. And not too many people know this, not even Blackfoot people. But Nidunista, his territory, or as we called our people, we didn't call tribes, we called them clans. His clan is Agakmax. The literal translation doesn't mean what it is, but they translate it into meaning the many tumors clan. It's not like we were all sick and full of tumors. It means we joke around all the time, our bellies hurt all the time from laughing. And if any of you met my family, we're real roasters. We'll sit around a table and just tease each other all night. If you can't handle teasing, you're not part of the family. So, Nidunista, Agakamax, our territory was the Cypress Hills. That was our territory. That was Blackfoot territory before the Northwest Mounted Police came in. We summered there, and then in the winter, we went south to about Fort Shaw, Montana, where the Teton and the Missouri River met, and the Mariah River all came in together. We wintered there. When we'd leave in the winter, the Assiniboine would move in the winter and camp there in the winter. And we used to be allies with them. And when we come back, they'd go back. They'd move back to where they are, down by Fort Belknap, but it was in all those hills there. So now we have everybody trying to claim Cypress Hills. And through my history, that's Blackfoot territory. It's even written in our Treaty 7. Before I go on, I just want to thank this opportunity to present here. And I want to thank our elders, all of you. It's always good to see elders. Do we have any youth here under 18? Any youth? Where's our youth under 18? They're all napping. Just one over there. Stand up. Okay, no youth. Okay, that's okay. Why I was going to say that was I was going to have you give them a round of applause, because a lot of my equine therapy is based on the youth. And as I get into it, I'll tell you what's going on. So I have a question for you. What's the difference between you and a horse? without talking about physical characteristics? Anybody? Huh? They're smarter. Okay, that's a good answer. Anybody else? Same level? Okay, another good one. Anybody else? Well, aside from characteristics, and those are all good answers. They are smarter. We're on the same level. Here's the big difference between a horse and us. You are a predator. A horse is prey. So when I talk about predator, we hunt. So do predator animals. Wolves, cougars, bears, dogs are predators. The horse is a prey animal. The prey animal has two eyes on the side of their head. Predators have eyes like us. So our brains are different thinkers. In fact, the biggest difference about being a predator as a human being is you're the most dangerous predator in the world, the human being. Because people kill unceremoniously. We kill. Whereas a predator in the animal world kills for survival and food. We just kill. Don't mind that ugly guy on the picture there. I thought that was the clip. My wife goes, "Why do you got that picture?" I go, "That's closest to the predator." It's a human predator right there. And in that time, I came from darkness. I was a really dark person. When I do speeches or talks, I tell everybody I come from violence. I liked how our last presenter talked about that. She ticked off all those 10 things. I do too. I think a lot of us do. But our Caucasian friends, they can't comprehend that sometimes. I say I come from violence because my parents, I was actually raised by my great-grandmother and my grandmother. Because my parents, when they got out of residential school, as soon as they got out, the bars opened up for Indians. And boy, did they have lots of fun. I was born. And no, I don't have FASD. I was already diagnosed. But my brother and sisters do. No, I'm just kidding. I always tell them that. They get really mad at me. Anyways, it was a chaotic world for them. They didn't know how to be parents because their parents were residential school. My grandmother was in residential school, but my great-grandmother, she was born in 1880 and died in 1976 when I was 13 years old. She was 96 years old. She wasn't in residential school. In fact, she wasn't even, she was born before we were put on a reserve. For my people, Ganac ones, where I'm from, the Blood Reserve, we're called Gana. Which means many chiefs. We weren't put on the reserve till 1874. Sorry, 1884. My great-grandmother was 4. She was born in the Cypress Hills. And the stories she told me were I couldn't comprehend. I was a child. I didn't know what these things meant. So she shared a lot of things with me. And I was asked to do a presentation tomorrow. I'll share a little bit more of those tomorrow when I talk about grieving and death. And I'll give you her perspective on it. So, where I'm getting with this here is I came from a really dark time in my mind. I was violent. I had addictions. And when I went to the Marines, holy Hannah, was I a good Marine. Because all I wanted to do when I got out of boot camp was kill people. That's it. I really looked forward to my first kill. Which sounds crazy. Because I didn't believe in anything, even though I had good teachings from my grandparents. I was taught in the traditional way, but I was also taught in the church way. Two ways. My grandmother would throw me in the car at 12, and we'd head to Brown in Montana for a medicine lodge, all-night medicine lodge. And early Sunday morning, the medicine lodge would break. We'd get there for a sweat first. And when it breaks, she'd throw me back in the car, and we'd fly it back into Cardston to make 11 o'clock church. That's kind of how I was raised, both sides. So, when I talk about spirit and spirituality, religion isn't anything. Religion's politics. And sometimes, in our traditional ways, we get political. We become dogmatic. So I'll explain as we get further in here what I'm talking about. Pretty fancy, hey? So my philosophy in my equine therapy, and I'm glad that last presenter presented this, is I call it the wellness circle. The mind, body, spirit, and emotions. So that's a pretty strict structure in what I help people with. When I do this theory in the field with horses, I tell everybody, I can't fix you. Only you can fix you. Me and my horses will guide you. Nobody could fix you. Only you can. When you're ready. Some people aren't ready, especially addictions. I started out as a mental health therapist, and I moved into addictions because addictions and mental health go hand in hand. They really work together. So I got this philosophy of the medicine wheel from Dr. Brokenleg. He's Dr. Martin Brokenleg. He's a Lakota psychologist from Pine Ridge, South Dakota. He come out with the circle of courage, he calls it. He came up with 4 strategies: belonging, mastery, independence, and generosity. Now, belonging, what he meant is a child learns to trust. So when I put them in that arena with the horses, the first thing that child has to do is get trust from the horse. But the horse has to trust him too. Keep it in mind, the horse is a prey and you're a predator. That horse is going to look at you as a predator. He doesn't see this body of you. He sees your spirit. He sees your energy. So if you're coming in the arena with negative energy, that horse is going to feel it. If you come into that arena with good energy, that horse is going to feel it. Now, if you're coming in there really hurt, that horse, and I've seen him do it, will lick people's heads. That tells me where we have to work when the horse starts to lick your head. Because what that horse is doing is nurturing you. So that belonging part is basically the entire community loved their children. according to this Dr. Broken Leg. That was the belonging part. There's a Lakota anthropologist named Ella Delera. She said, being related somehow to everyone you know is part of the whole strength of your clan and your family. Now, when I talk about clan, back in the old days, the clan lived and died for the clan. There was no self, oh, it's me and my family are going to be better than my brother and sister's family. It wasn't like that. If your brother and sister's family were falling and you're really high up here, that means you're falling too, because you let them fall. The clan was that strong that had to help them out, like a horse. If there's an injured horse, if you ever notice that, how many of you here, put your hands up, know horses very well? 1, 2, 3. 3. I almost don't want to say I'm ashamed of you. But here's why. We really strive for our culture, our sun dances, our pipe ceremonies, our sweat lodges, our prayers. But the biggest thing we're leaving out in our culture, especially us who are Plains Indians, is horses. That's who we are. That was the strength of our clan and our individual people. That was what made us warriors, was that horse. I've had a horse all my life. Even when I was in the Marines, I had a horse. Somebody taking care of my horse. I always had a horse. That's my strength. I'm not big at sun dances. I'm not big at sweat lodges or pipe ceremonies. But I'm big with spirit of the horse. Those spiritual rides. Those healings of the horse and the power of the horse. So, in belonging, what Dr. Broken Leg talked about is treating others as kin forged powerful social bands or clans. Everybody was belonging. Residential school killed that from us, killed that belonging. I always hear the worst thing residential school did to us was killed our language, killed our culture and our religion. But for me, the biggest thing it killed was our families. And I'll share a story in my research. I'm researching right now how Cypress Hills is owned by Blackfoot. It's owned by Sakakabaks, my clan. And in one of those archival stories, I found a piece on Colonel McLeod. He was the colonel that led the Northwest Mounted Police west in 1874. And when he got to the Blackfoot territories, he said this to his higher-ups. In order for you to kill these Indians, you're not going to kill them by force because they're warriors. Kill their families. And then kill their clans, he said. Kill their clans. And he was using the example of his clans because he was a Scottishman. He go, the reason why the English never defeated the Scottish is because the Scottish ignored the clan strength. He could recite his clan right to the 1200s. And that's how powerful their clans were. He goes, that's why you guys couldn't defeat us. If we kill their clans, you're going to kill the people. Hence, steal the children. Residential school. Take the children, and we're going to kill the family. We're kill the clans. That's why at the beginning of my speech, I said, who's the children here? Stand up, because I want to give them a round of applause. They are our strength. If we don't teach them, more of us will die. And I don't mean physical death. I mean the death of who we are as people. Another thing about belonging that he talked about was the tribe or the clan, not the nuclear family, ensured that survival of the culture, ensured of survival and culture with family values. If a family was low, everybody in that clan picked them up. And as we get further in that, I'll talk about a little more, because that's when they get into darkness. Darkness that lives in the communities right now. Mastery was an achievement of that child. That child has to know that they have talent. And it's a lesson that they learn, that every child has talent. Every one of them. I heard somebody this morning saying a coach told their child they weren't strong in hockey or baseball or something. Was it hockey? Well, that's a bad coach. It's a bad leader, because they should have seen the strength of that child. What other strength does that child have? What other talents? Nobody taught that coach. I hope that coach isn't here. Be going outside here in a minute. And it was the elders who would observe those youth with more experience and skills. And I hear that when I was growing up. My grandma, my grandpa would say, that boy there can really ride broncs, because I was in rodeo. And I kind of got mad. How come he doesn't say that? I don't ride broncs good. And then I realized, wow, I kept getting bucked off. That's why. I won a rodeo once, bronc riding. So they always seen the skills of the young ones, the elders. Also in mastery, the child was taught to see someone with greater skills or wisdom and then model themselves after that person. Not to be jealous. Not to be jealous because this person here is really good at scoring goals or really good at shooting hoops, basketball. They'd model that themselves after that. And a big one is they were taught to strive for mastery, meaning that child who had those skills was taught not to have arrogance or brag about his skills. How many of you know my adopted son, Brock? Brock? That boy has skills. That boy the youth need to model themselves after. He's really got these skills as a leader. When we got into mastery, those elders would know who the leader is growing up. I'm sorry, not everybody's a leader. But the elders knew who it was. And those elders would groom that person to be the leader of their clan. They would teach them from childhood, you are going to be our next leader. I'm trying to I hear it in my head, Blackfoot. Trying to say it, I might say it wrong, but I'll translate it. We never called our chiefs, ever. We called them fathers, because the father is the leader of the clan. Those were our fathers. That's what we called them in Blackfoot. Again, I'm going on Blackfoot culture. Independence. A child learns to have power. We empowered our children. Now, it's sad to say this. In 11 years of being in this business of mental health, and I used to work at the schools in Regina, so I'd have to do home visits, especially with those youth who are considered high needs youth. I'd have to meet with the parents. Well, the breakdown started right there. The parent didn't know how to communicate with their child. It was nothing but yelling and screaming and calling them, the boy, you scrub, can't you even close that door? Condemning. Parents were condemning their children. So all that child learned was how to condemn. Put up your hands if you or you know somebody who did that. You've heard it, or maybe it's happened to you growing up. Because that's what they taught us in residential school. Condemn. Condemn you. You're dumb. Can't you get a good grade? You know? You don't even read. Oh, you're scrub. Nothing but negativity after negativity. And all that child leaves is with that negativity. Under independence, only way to distribute power is to respect each other's independence. Not all children are the same. Each child is different. I had twins one time in my therapy sessions, and not even they were the same. In fact, one of the twins would say, I hate it when I'm being compared to my brother. My parents keep comparing me to him, that I should be like him. When the parents should be seeing the power and the independence of that other child and bring that other child up with positivity for that person. Another point in independence, children were encouraged to make decisions and solve problems on their own. Now be honest. How many of you here are helicopter parents? You know what I mean by helicopter parents? You do everything for your child. We got one honest person, two, some, they're all popping up. I'm not going to condemn you. But what you're doing is you're not giving that child a chance to make their own decisions and solve their own problems. Let them make mistakes, because that's the only way you're going to learn. In fact, in our therapy session, we put them through a bunch of obstacles, and we don't tell them nothing about it. And they're looking at us like, huh? What are we going to do? Well, what do you think you got to do? I don't know. And they'll toss and kick the dirt around. Finally, they'll grab the horse. Then they'll start looking. And then they go through the obstacle themselves. And you should see their face and their pride when they're done. Did they do it wrong? Of course they did it wrong. But I'm not going to tell them that. They achieved. They did a right thing by finishing it and making their own decisions. And that's what I mean by letting your children make mistakes. And that's what a lot of the youth come when they come there. These horses actually guide them sometimes. We have this one exercise called Step Over the Pole, where I put people in. And those of you who took it, you'll probably remember this. I leave gaps between the poles. Of thousands of people who did this thing, nobody sees those gaps. And I say this, the only rule is you have to turn that horse around. You're on this side of the poles, and the horse is in this side of the poles, and you have two partners on either side of the poles. The only rule is you cannot step over the poles. You remember that? You cannot step over the poles. And nobody sees those gaps, so nobody steps over the pole. And then when we do it to show, because nobody gets it right. When we go through it, we put our feet between those gaps. Walk in there, turn, and they'll go, hey, you're cheating. And I says, no, you didn't listen. I said, you cannot step over the poles. I didn't say anything about shuffling your feet between the poles in those gaps. 3 people of the thousands of people that went through that exercise, 3 people got it right away. All 3 of those people And I've had clients from the age of 7 to 80 years old. All three of those people who got it right were youth, between 12 and 15. They figured it out. They seen the gaps, and they're kind of shuffling into the gaps, and they're looking at me. And I'm going to give him shit or give him trouble. And then they go through, and they turn it, and they come out. And I said, well, did you get it right? They go, yeah, but you didn't say I couldn't go through the gaps. I said, no, that's the correct way. 3 of them, of hundreds of people who've taken this step over the pole test. The last one is generosity. A child learns, my life has purpose. Let me tell you something. I work with some pretty disturbed youth. I work with a lot of kids with suicidal thoughts, some with plans. Those are the hardest ones to work with because it really hurts my heart that they want to end their life. Because a lot of them don't believe they have purpose. And it's elders and parents have to tell them they have purpose. If not, more children are going to take their lives. The youngest one that I heard that took its life, and I'm not going to say where and what community, was 8 years old. Because that child didn't think they had any purpose in life. So when I get them, they're pretty broken down. And it's not me that's the savior for them. It's the horse. Because those broken down children, the horses really seem to be attached to them. Everywhere they go, the horse will just follow them around. Normal times, that horse never follows anybody. But those broken down children, the horse is always with them. Some of you here have been to our therapy sessions or our group workshops. You know what I'm talking about when I say those horses follow you? Those horses bring stuff out of you. They bring all that negativity out of you. Another thing in generosity is the children were taught to have generosity. That's what they had to learn. They had to learn to give. For example, at wakes and funerals, children had the honor of waiting on the elders who were grieving. How many remember those days? You older ones. Put up your hands. Just one. I do. All the children, their whole job was to help the grieving elders in any way. They stuck with them. Generosity. Children learned whenever you get something good, give it away and see how far that good can spread. Alphonse gave me a buffalo stone. It's big in Blackfoot culture. He goes, you're going to know what to do with this. He goes, it was given to me. Now I'm giving it to you. And I gave it away. Because who I gave it to, it's going to help them. I want to see how far that stone goes. It's in a little pouch. And it's an actual buffalo stone. For those of you who haven't seen them, they're these little stones with these little ridges and bumps on them. How many of you seen a buffalo stone before? No? Maybe it's not a Cree or Lakota or Dakota thing, but it's certainly a big thing in Blackfoot world. When you get a buffalo stone, that's an honor. So somebody gave it to Alphonse because they said, we feel you're hurting. Alphonse gave it to me because of generosity. And I just gave it to somebody else. That's what we do. Generosity. If we get something good, give it away. See how far it will go. Because that good is supposed to reach everybody. Equine therapy has 2 types of method, EAP and EAL. people get confused. I hear this all the time. Oh, I'm going to an equine therapist. But that person isn't trained for EAP, they're trained for EAL. Now, the difference between the two, EAP means equine assisted psychotherapy. That's where we really work with the mental health aspect. It's usually one-on-one. It's not in group. It's like a counseling session. Psychologists, therapists, counselors, they call it knee-to-knee therapy. When you're at a desk and you're sitting across from each other and he's asking you or she's asking you question after question after question, that's called knee therapy. The type of therapy we do is ground-based. There's no horseback riding in equine therapy. It's all working with the horse, one-on-one. The horse is teaching them lessons, but you know what? Those horses are still teaching me lessons, and I've been doing this 11 years. I've seen some things I still am amazed what these horses do. It's designed to enhance participants' coping skills, help with psychological and emotional healing through equine activities. What we do when we first get out there is we tell that participant to tell us a story. And they tell us a story with obstacles and the horse. But they don't tell me or my assistant the story. They tell the horse the story. And they're out there talking to the horse. They're telling their whole story. And then when I come in there at the end, I say, hey, can you share that story with me now? Learning disability disorders, anxiety, attention disorders, body image disorders, PTSD, sex assault victims, and any recovery from addictions. Those things I listed there, if you feel open to it, how many of you actually have one or two or even more of those? Put your hands up. Wow, we got a lot of healthy people here. That's good. You're the first crew I've ever had that. Most times, everybody's hand is up in the air. I'll give you an example. I went to Toronto for a training program to be a facilitator called I'm a Kind Man program. It was designed by the Mohawk and Anishinaabe people. I was the only Plains Indian there. And there's 25 of us who were going to be facilitators getting the training. And this old Anishinaabe man was in there. Geez, I bet he was in his 80s. We sat down and he punched us in the face right away. He goes, all of you in here are liars. Ooh. I want you to stop it right now. The hardest person to tell the truth to is when you look yourself in the mirror. Stop it. I'm going to ask you a question. I want to know how many of you in here, you men, were sexually assaulted or abused in one form or another. Holy crap. All 25 of us, one at a time, put up our hand. Men. I thought I was healed. That's the first time I admitted I was sexually assaulted or abused. First time. That night I phoned home to my wife and I cried. I told her the story. There was a lot of crying in that room. 25 men, strong men crying. And then in my therapy sessions, I've had about 15 men. And I'm not going to say what reserves they came from. All 15 men were sexually abused in one form or another. In fact, I had one man, he goes, he just started crying. He's told me his story. Excuse my language, because it's the only way I could say it. He turned to me, he says, why the fuck am I telling you this? That's how hurt he was. He held that in for 40 years, he said. He was 47. But he isn't the only man. And a lot of the problems with our communities is, yes, we focus on our children. It's important. Yes, we focus on our mothers and our elders. But we really neglect our men in the communities. We're not going to heal the community until we focus on our men, because they're our leaders. And that's a trickle-down effect. If that man's not healed, nobody's going to get healed. A lot of the problem I have with getting youth is I'm always sending them back to the problem continually. Yes, sexual assault is huge in our therapy. It's the elephant in the room nobody wants to talk about. But once you get it out, you're going to start your healing. I call it the puke effect. How many in here, put up your hand, love to puke? You love to puke. Put your hands up. One person, holy moly. Only one person loves to puke. What color is it? Nah, just kidding. Nobody likes a puke except her. But when you do puke, how many of you feel better? Huh? Everybody. That's the same thing with trauma. It's in here, and it stays in there, and it poisons your life. And when you get it out, you feel better. You're crying. The worst thing my father and my grandfather ever told me is men don't cry. What a crock of shit. Men cry, and they need to. I think I'm a pretty solid man. Acting tough up here. Come on, I'll take any of you on. No, just kidding. But I cry. If God didn't want me to cry, he wouldn't give me tears. Crying is meant, and this is what I read, to release toxins in your brain. Just like when you get a massage, that massage therapist is squeezing out all those toxins, those knots in your back and everywhere, and they flatten them. And then they tell you to go drink some water because you got to pee it out. You're peeing out those toxins. Tears are the same way. We need to cry. No shame in it. Parents, please stop telling your child babies only cry. Sometimes they need to cry. They'll feel better. Let them. Console them. EAL is equine assisted learning. That's what most people do. In the province of Saskatchewan, somebody might correct me on this, but I'm going by stats of EGALA. EGALA is Equine Assisted Growth and Learning Association. It's a certification you get when you have a mental health, psychology degree, or social work degree. You can get your EGALA certification because you're a counselor. And you're considered a counselor. EGALA is the only one right now that does that. I was told in the province of Saskatchewan, we only have 3 EAPs in the whole province. Somebody might have different information. If you do, let me know. I know those other 2. EAL, a lot of people can get that. You don't need those degrees. You need horse experience. You can take that EAL course in Prince Albert at Cartier Farms. And you could become an equine assisted learner. Basically, the model of EGALA is I'm the therapist and I work with an EAL person. We work together. My EAL person puts the exercises together. And then through those exercises, we base our psychological assessment or whatever it may be in that. So huge differences. People say, oh, I'm taking equine therapy. But you may be just taking something that's therapeutic and not therapy, not that counseling part. Because EAL is therapeutic. So who participates in equine therapy? Earlier I told you that our youngest one was 7 years old, our oldest was 80. We get a lot of youth. 80% is 16 or 17 and under. Lately I've been getting adults. Problem with adults, they come in and they start seeing the reality of who they are with their mental health, and they don't come back. They're afraid. Our youth stick with it because they know it helps them. The 80-year-old one time came in and she just cried after the one session. And she told me her story. And she says, Beetle, I held this in me for 60 years before it got out. So we had a good session. I started talking to her about it. And then I realized something. She's an elder. She doesn't drink. She doesn't smoke. She's very spiritual. But everybody was running to her with their problems. Putting all their negative problems on her when she hasn't even dealt with her own. We forget about our elders. We assume they're strong. And you hear that all the time. Oh, go talk to your elder. Well, sometimes those elders need help. We got to reach out to them. So when we had this elders workshop, the elders who came by, some of you were there. There was a lot of tears shared. It's because they're finally dealing with these stresses that they had in their life that they've never dealt with before. It wasn't me. It was the horses that helped. If any of you in here care to share, to put your hand up and agree, did those things help you? Let's see if anybody, don't put them up if you don't want anybody to know. Anybody who shared, want to share? No? Okay, that's fair. But I know the elders have come and talked to me about it, that we need more of this, that sharing. When we had this elders workshop in this one community, holy Hannah, was I were taken. Go ahead.
Like he was coming from behind the horses, and so that was scary too, not knowing what's coming behind you.
Yep.
And what he's gonna do, like he's gonna bump your head. So I think there's some fear in there in order for us to get a real. I think if I took it the second time, I would be able to participate a lot better. I'm glad you brought fear up because I'll talk about fear just in a little bit here. Fear and coping with your fear is part of dealing with your trauma. Getting out that fear. If you come to my session tomorrow, I talk about grieving and death. Be honest again. Put your hands up. How many here are scared to die? Be honest. Let's see. Come on. Okay. A good majority of you. I won't go in further in that. We'll discuss that tomorrow. But fear is part of the process of healing. You got to overcome that fear. And you're right, horses are big. They're 1,500-pound animals. And I always hear the same story why a lot of people are fearful of horses, because some
uncle or grandpa threw them on a horse and they bucked them off and hurt them, right? I hear that so many times. So overcoming some of these darkness that exist, and fear is one of them, that's part of the process and the healing process. So participants in my equine therapy range in age. I get youth. I get parents. I get couples. We worked with some couples. I get some elders. Lately, I've been just getting a whole group of schools sending their high needs youth to us. And the principals of those schools keep saying that has really helped with our students, those ones that are doing bad in school. One that came and they gave me a real horror picture of this child. I guess he swears at teachers. He throws desks up. He has tantrums. He fingers them. He swears. He'll even throw stuff at them in their teaching. So I expected this real hellion to come in. Holy man, did that horse put him in his place. He was one of the most obedient kids there. And I go, God, that's not the kid you're talking about, is it? And they go, yeah, that's him. We're surprised. The story behind that is, how's a 90-pound kid going to tell a 15-pound animal, 1,500-pound animal what to do? Who's going to win? And that's the whole theory behind it. So those are kind of the participants we have in equine therapy. What do participants learn? They learn culture, accountability, capacity building, family and parent, communications. Now that's a big one, communications. I like to say this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. 90% of you in here don't know how to communicate. I'm throwing it at you, challenging you. 90% of you don't know how to communicate. Here's why. When we provide that communication, we have an acronym in that. That acronym is called LUCK. Listen, understand, and communicate. It's part of a doctor named Dr. Marshall, who put together this book and this study called Nonviolent Communications or Compassionate Communications. What he's teaching people, and he uses a finger puppet to talk to people. He teaches people to communicate without emotion. But he also teaches, and we teach it too because it's a good horse training method, to listen first, which a lot of people don't do, to understand what you're hearing, and then to communicate. For you horse trainers, and I see a couple of you, what happens if you get mad at a horse? Brendan, what's that horse going to do to you? And who's going to win? Yes, indeed. Right, Wayne? You can't beat a horse. So the idea is to talk to this horse with compassion. Hey, guy. Ooh, now I'm getting carried away. Having a flashback. Hey, buddy. Who's seen me in my workshop, I kiss my horses all the time. And what I'm doing is I'm calming the horse down. Our last speaker talked about this. Fight, flight, or freeze. A horse does that. A horse will stand there and fight you, or a horse will run from you. Guess what? So do children. I have a youth right now in therapy who everybody's scared of. He's 16 years old. He's a big boy. And the report I got on him, the assessment, very violent in school. Even teachers are scared of him. Holy man, this kid is just melts like butter when the horses are around. Smiling, talking, and we're teaching him to communicate with soft words. If you start yelling at this horse, he's going to run away, or he's going to kick you right in the head. That's what we tell him. And those horses follow him, and he's looking back at them as he's walking, and they're all following him. And he goes, how come they're following me? I says, because you have good energy. They like you. If they don't like you, they're not going to follow you. Right, Scott? Remember the rides? That's the first thing we told you. Be cool. Made you hold the horses all the time. Cool. You got to be cool. That's how you got to teach your children. I'm not going to ask you to put your hands up for this. But if you're yelling and screaming and condemning your child, they're going to fight you or they're going to run from you. You can't get through to a child by yelling at them, scolding them. You got to talk to them. Yes, children are going to make mistakes like a horse. But you got to be cool with them. Be compassionate. And that's what this is. It's expressing honesty and receiving empathy. Because once you start bringing out emotion, you could be screaming at that child with the best message in the world. But once your emotion comes out, the brain shuts down. And all the brain gets is on the yelling. Ooh, who jumped there? What did I say? She doesn't remember because her brain shut down. All she remembers, Beetle got mad. That's how children are. They'll walk away, and all they'll know is, oh, Beetle was mad. Okay? How many of you can relate to this? You go grocery shopping, and you're going to leave your children home, the older ones, and you go, all right, I'm going to go home. I'm going to run to the store real quick. I'm going to go grab some groceries. I'm going to get some bread, some fruit, some hamburgers. We need hot dogs. And I'll probably I got to probably wash the car, and then we're going to go really quick there. I might even go to grab some little articles. I'm just going to check on bingo real quick, but I'm going to be home. When I'm gone, I want you all to I want you to wash the dishes and sweep the floor, and I want it done. You got me? You leave. You come home. Are the dishes in the floor wiped? Huh? They are with you. Oh, okay. Okay. What I was demonstrating was they weren't talking calmly, compassionately. They weren't telling them the main message. Who cares if you're going to buy groceries or go check out bingo? All you should care about is, I'm leaving, do the dishes, okay, and sweep the floor. Okay? Is that cool? Are you going to do it? Okay, see you later. I'll bring him home a treat. Scott loves treats. And the thing about that is what I did was I talked calmly. I had a lot of breaks in my conversation. And what I did, one of them didn't show up. What I did, hold on, let me see if that shows up. Why isn't the other one showing up? Okay, I'll go to that one, I'll come back. What I did, according to Dr. Daniel Amen, is we work communication with the brain. So for example, an adult healthy brain that's fully developed for females is 21 years old. Okay, back here. A male brain is 26 years old before it's fully developed. So first question is, why are you going to argue with somebody whose brain isn't even developed yet? That doesn't make sense. So an adult healthy brain does this. It will receive a message for 45 seconds before it shuts down for 15 seconds, like a computer. Reboots. An unhealthy adult brain Only 30 seconds. And it will shut down, receive the message, and reboot again. Okay? A child's healthy brain is less. It's 30 seconds. Then it will shut down and receive the message. And I have a lot of unhealthy children brains there. 15 seconds is it. They might have FASD, ADD, ADHD, whatever it may be. So I'm going to do an experiment here. We're going to see who here has some healthy brains. Want everybody to stand up. Everybody. Everybody stand up. We're going to do a test. We'll see how many we got left. Come on, Dave, stand up. Okay. All right. Oh, his brain's not healthy, that's why. I want you to sit down if you smoke cigarettes. Holy, we almost got rid of everybody. I want you to sit down if you drink alcohol socially or even abuse it. Socially, even socially, sit down. How many of you go to the cannabis stores and smoke pot? Sit down. Just gave yourself away. This usually gets everybody. How many of you drink soda pop? Holy moly, how many we got left standing? One per two, three people. Okay. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. How many of you three, don't get more than 8 hours sleep every night? Sit down. Oh, we got lost one. There's got two left. Of you two, how many of you don't take supplements like vitamin B? Sit down. Okay, we lost one more. Okay. Okay, my question. Do you box? No, box. Back there. Am I the boss, he says. He said it real proud. All right, the last one standing. Do you box or have you boxed? Have you played soccer and had balls hitting your head? Have you ever had a head injury? Sit down. Nobody left. What that means, according to Dr. Daniel Amen, is everybody here has holes in their brain. And how he determines that is called the brain spec. He's done brain specs on thousands of people with brains. With brains, we all have brains. Well, there's a few of us got no brains. I'd be sitting down and I'm teaching. But he says, if you haven't had a major head injury or brain damage, those holes can be reversed. First of all, you got to quit drinking and smoking and taking that good old cannabis. You got to get more than 8 hours sleep. You got to take vitamin B and drink green tea. Here's another thing. Eat black fruits and green vegetables. These things redevelop those holes in those brain. Again, according to Dr. Daniel Amen. Darkness and light. I talked about that. When I talk about darkness, I'm talking about this. Darkness is anger, hate, jealousy, fear, gossip, greed. It's all darkness. How many of you people in here, do you think that exists in your community? Does it exist a lot? Darkness is running rampant in your community because of that. What's light? One thing. What? Love. That's it. Love. I was going to tell a story, but I don't have time here. But when you were born as a baby, the only emotion a baby has is love. That's it. That's all they want is love. Give love. And then they learn the darkness. They learn hate. They learn anger, jealousy. They learn fear. They learn greed and gossip. Because usually the parents are in darkness and they teach the darkness to them. They forget to teach that love. And that's the sort of thing when we talk about trauma and memory. I'm getting this from a Dr. Peter Levine, who's a guy who talks about what we call somatic experiencing. I'll move ahead because we're running out of time. When we talk about somatic experiencing, is a lot of people that hear this, they want to avoid their triggers. But that's the wrong thing to do. You got to hit your triggers face on to beat them. Somatic experiencing is basically this: confronting your triggers and your traumas and rewriting the story. That's what somatic experiencing is about. So I had more stuff, but I'm rushed. I'm going to ask any questions. I always tell my clients this: ask me anything. I know everything. Do you know how? Huh? Google. They always laugh. Anyways, any questions? Anybody? About equine therapy or anything? One question. The triggers, somatic experiencing? So, oh, sorry. That's 45 years. You've had that for 45 years. So what I do is I get them to, when they face their triggers, is they tell the story first. And they tell that story to the horse. It's between you and the horse only. And a lot of times there's a lot of crying. There's a lot of releasing. And I let the people have their time with the horse, and then I come in and then you share that story with me. What you've just done is you've done what we call that puke effect. You've let it out. And now you're beginning your journey onto healing. And it's not going to happen in one session. It's a variety of sessions. Because what other triggers are there? Like, that's a 45-year thing you held in. From what it sounds like to me, you've shared that story already with people, and you've let it out, and you've weakened it. The thing about trauma is this. We try to help people control the trauma rather than the trauma controlling them. That's what a therapist will do, is make these people control that. So we put you through some exercises in that control. And it's baby steps. Some people can come to 12 sessions and they're done. I've had a person there who doesn't want to leave yet, and I've had him for 4 years. He keeps coming back because he said he needs it. I give him a break every 6 sessions. I won't see him for a month or 2, and he's back. It's because his trauma was, he had what we call flat effect. He had no more emotion. When he was a child, he had nothing but home invasions into his house. He lived in the Regina. And home invasions from another gang, he was only like 11, were normal. He talked about watching cartoons one time, and the door getting kicked in and ransacked. And I said, well, what did you do? He says, I just kept watching cartoons. That was his defense mechanism. So he's worked and worked and worked and worked towards it. So that's kind of what maybe not giving you any kind of, hey, this is the right thing to do, but there's other avenues you could go to. I think maybe with your case, if you want to talk later, we could talk later, just you and I. But maybe you need to go through some therapy or some counseling, and just to kind of help you understand all of that. What happened to you is darkness came into your world. Darkness came at you head on. And when we talk about that spirituality part, that's darkness. These are evil men that did that to you. And do evil men and evil exist in this world? You darn right it does. I wish I could talk more, because I had a possessed person come to me that I couldn't take. I'm not trained. The first thing you think about is schizophrenia. Not this guy. This guy knew some stuff that, how does he know about me? And so I just had to tell his mom, you need to go get some help, spiritual help. I can't help you. We couldn't do it. And he was scary. He was dark. Does possession exist? Yes, it does. People say the Holy Spirit or the Spirit will fill you. Well, if that's the case, you darn right, you're going to get these demons fulfill you. In my healing process, when I was talking to a psychologist, and she was white, she told me this, and I know she meant it as a metaphor, but I didn't take it as a metaphor. She said, parents pass on their demons, and the demons stay in our families. I know she was talking about metaphorically speaking, but for me, it hit me more so that, yes, demons exist in my family and in my community. When all those of you put up your hand and said, yeah, darkness exists here with hate, anger, jealousy, greed, and fear, that's what darkness is. So I hope that kind of answers your question. And if you want to talk later on, just you and I, let's do that. You can go buy me a burger and some fries, and we'll... Anyways, I thank you all for the time you gave me.
Hello. 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 Thank you, Beetle. Just want to give you a little blanket for our recognizing your hello, recognizing
Thank you.
what you've done today and some of the how do you get this thing going? Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello. 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 Test. Yeah. Thank you very much, Beetle. Again, a lot of good information there about horses and equine therapy. I was just thinking back, kind of my days as with horses, and I got really scared of horses because my brothers I used to ride double, and they scared the shit out of me for riding, and I was always scared to fall off. So after that, I don't know if any of you older people remember Mr. Ed. So I started watching him instead, and to be safe, on the safe side. It's just a joke. Anyways, thank you very much. Our next speaker had his stuff ready here. Next speaker here, we'll try get this last speaker of the day, and then we'll have supper and things like that, and some good stuff later on this evening. I thought I had it. Okay, here. Yeah, I had it all ready to go here. Next speaker is Preston Sotin Oasis. They. Preston is a proud Neheo Métis Two-Spirit activist, poet, thinker, and social media influencer who uses platforms and voice to uplift Indigenous youth, Two-Spirit, Indigiqueer, and LGBTQIA plus perspectives. Born in Yellowknife. Hey, I was in Yellowknife. Okay. At the gold. at the gold range. Is the gold range still there? Okay. That's back in the day, though. Stanley Mission in northern Saskatchewan on Treaty 6 territory. Preston advocates for equality, rights, and inclusion of 2SLBTQIA plus people in all circles. He shares poetry, thinks pieces, and discusses sobriety and wellness on his social media platforms. That's great. With intergenerational wisdom and healing as the guiding theme. You can find some of his work on Instagram and Preston Manifest. We welcome Preston up here. Thank you, Preston.
Can I use this mic here? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, I think it's good. Just wanted to say he's not my dad. I just wanted to start by saying thank you to the pipe carriers and knowledge keepers for lifting pipe for us this morning and starting us in a good way. I really commend QBOW for leading in that way. It's becoming more common, but it's nice to see that implemented more. I worked in a lot of what I call white spaces, and that's what's missing from a lot of that work. And in a lot of those fields, our people are in those systems, so they need that. So thank you again from my heart. I really appreciate it. It's always good to lead with prayer. So Danse Preston Sigasun, Amachuis Pimuniko Chinia, Migwach Kayate Kistapinanik. So my name is Preston. It's pronounced Totinoasis. It's TH dialect, so Bush Cree. It stands for wind child. In Plains Cree, it'd be Utinoasis. The reason I'm sharing this is because that name was removed from my line. One of my great grandparents, when they went to residential school, they removed that name. And I think that's important to share because I think it's also important to reclaim those names back. Saskatchewan government is implementing name reclamation through the TRC, and I believe they pay for the applications if you're looking to change your name back to your traditional names, which I think is really quite amazing. So I'm gonna see if this clicker works here. So my presentation is gonna be on two-spirit identity, what that means, try to answer questions for people if they have any. I'll be honest, I get quite nervous, even though this is my life. Because sometimes speaking about these topics are one, it can be triggering for elders. It just requires a lot of safe space, but I feel that here today, so that's helping me with my nerves. So this is just my introduction. I've been taking Cree classes to try to reclaim my language. I'm mixed, so I was raised in Sioux lodges, so I learned Sioux songs. My Mushum spoke fluent Lakota, and then I grew up in a Cree reserve, TH dialect, even though by blood I'm Plains Cree. So quite confusing. I didn't know what language to speak. My Gookum is Dene Cree. Her last name's Mercury. My late Mushum is Dennis Thorne. He's actually buried in Standing Buffalo. Did a lot of good work there. And yeah. So a little bit about me. It was shared in my bio, but I'm a two-spirit activist. I do a lot of public speaking. I spoke at FSIN youth gathering. I spoke at their Knowledge Keepers conference in Fort Capel. I grew up in northern Saskatchewan, so Stanley Mission. Amachuispimuanik is what it translates to in Cree. It means shooting an arrow up a cliff. Right now, I'm a project coordinator with Two Sims. Two Sims stands for Two Spirits in Motion Society. It's a national two-spirit-led, two-spirit organization. We have staff across the country. I just started there last month. I'm really excited about the work I'm going to be doing there. Previously to that, so just in May, I worked with Victim Services for about 7.5 years. I started that career in LaRange, Saskatchewan. I was an Indigenous Resource Officer. I covered 5 reserves, so I responded to homicides, suicide, sexual violence, domestic violence, and I specialized working with Indigenous people because they needed culturally sensitive services that wasn't being offered by, Muniao people. The reason I put that in there, though, is because I'm very firm in that I truly believe that work was only possible for me because I'm two-spirit. Because there wasn't, in the whole province of Saskatchewan, there was only, at the time, there was 3 male victim service workers. 2 of us were two-spirit. And I think I was able to be good in that job because I was able to make people feel safe. I was able to meet with victims of domestic violence, which statistically are women, and even further, Indigenous women. And I've never had a client say they were uncomfortable with me, and I really pride myself in that because holding space is what part of my role is as a two-spirit person, holding safe space. I'm going on 4 years sober in June. I'm really proud of that. I really advocate for that for our youth. But I understand there's a lot of complex trauma, and I understand why people drink. I really do. I drank since I was 13 till the age of 28. I drank lots. I binged. I partied. And again, part of that was because I didn't have supportive people in my life that helped me go through my identity as a two-spirit person. And unfortunately, a lot of the safe spaces when I was young was in bars, gay bar, queer bar, because at least I was safe and I was around my peers. Further, I left the reserve. I wasn't safe in the reserve, so I left. I went to the city for that safety in my early 20s. I was an international intern for Indigenous youth in South America. The middle picture there, one of my cohorts, she's from Alaska. We went to Guyana in South America. And I put this there because that organization that sent me there, they weren't trauma informed either. They sent me to a country, the only country in South America where it's illegal to be gay. They sent me there. I had my reservations, but I really thought I still want to go, even though I was, there could have been a lot of danger. And I did witness some horrible, horrible things. Canada is a bit more advanced than their human rights, but it was horrible. I seen queer people being spit on, rocks thrown at them, treated completely disgusting. And it hurt. It really hurt. But I was there to work with youth, so I stayed. I promote sobriety, healing, wellness, and mental health. That bottom picture there is last summer, Out Saskatoon hosted a Two-Spirit culture camp. We went north towards Pachinak. We spent 5 days out there. We did ceremony, sharing circles. There was a lot of youth there, a lot from Saskatoon actually, and it was amazing. It was really quite amazing. The elder that hosted it, he's not Two-Spirit, but that warmed my heart because we need more straight or heterosexual elders and advocates to be assisting us in that journey. That's really important. How many people know, or how many people, I'm sure everyone's heard the term Two-Spirit? Can I get a raise of hand? Okay. How many people know where that term came from? Okay. So I wrote this, and this is important too. But so the term Two-Spirit came about in the 1990s. It was a conference, an annual conference in Winnipeg. It was the International Gay Indian Conference. I believe that's what it was called. So at that time, they recognized that queer Indigenous people had different roles than just being gay. They had spiritual, societal roles in community that wasn't only determined just by sexuality. So Two-Spirit is a modern pan-Indigenous term created in the 1990s. It was created to acknowledge the historical, cultural, and spiritual acceptance of gender and sexual diversity prior to colonization. This is very important because it acknowledges that there is a great disruption in Indigenous worldviews, which strategically and intentionally removed us from community. Upon first contact, and this is documented in history, some of the first people that were killed were, at the time they were called Berdache. Those were Two-Spirit people. They were fed to dogs. They were identified, and the reason they were identified first is because they seen the important roles that Two-Spirit people had in community. Not saying they were the only leaders, but they helped advise the leaders too. I made this Venn diagram to help people understand, or wait, let me back up a little. So the term Two-Spirit, it's a modern term. It is a modern term. A lot of people say, oh, we didn't have Two-Spirit people. Technically, they're correct because we had our own terms. But Two-Spirit it's an umbrella term for all the other terms we have in our languages, but it's an umbrella term that just recognizes that yes, we existed, and yes, we belong in community. So this Venn diagram I created just to show like what makes a Two-Spirit person. Because a lot of people they think it can be simply just if you're gay and you're Indigenous. But it's not just that. There's a societal role. There's a spiritual aspect of that as well. Traditionally, we held roles. We were medicine people. We carried ceremony too. Healers. But most importantly for me, we're very adaptable to community needs. We were able to step in between those spaces when called upon. We also were childcare. We kept children when people passed away. We were mediators, weavers, nurturers, advisors. Because again, I say in between a lot because that's where we are. We exist in between spiritually, and we're able to see harm in different ways. I think that's why we were good advisors, because we can see the potential for harm, whether that's women, whether that's men, or whether that's the in-between. And feel free to stop me at any time if you have any questions. I want this to be an open conversation, and there's no dumb questions. Sometimes people have fear asking questions about this type of topic, but I don't want you to feel that because this is a safe space. A lot of these terms too, we have a hard time with in our communities because they're newer terms and everyone's like, oh, they're always changing things. They're always changing. They're always adding to that LGBTQIA+. But yes, we are adding to it because we're acknowledging that there's more people to respect. And 2S stands for Two-Spirit, and 2S is placed in front of that acronym to acknowledge that we were here first. So these are some terms, and for the fluent speakers, this is for Cree, in Plains Cree. These are loosely translated, because some of the translations, they might, in English, they might come off offensive, but in our language, it wasn't offensive. You know, some of these terms, though after contact and residential school and all the harm done to our communities, traditionally, from the elders that I've spoke with, these were some of the terms that we had used. So, and one word that summarized Two-Spirit people or like the society was Tastawewiniwak, and I probably pronounced that wrong. I'm still learning. But Tastaw is in between, Innu, human being, and the AK is simply just meaning more than one. These are some Sioux terms. Winkte is a very well-known term. And one thing I really regret before my late Mushum passed away was asking him more about this. But I wasn't comfortable in my identity yet. I'm 31 years old, and I came out when I was 24. So I hid a big part of myself from my family because I felt shame, and I was very scared what that would mean. When people come out, it's very real. We lose family, we lose friends, we lose community. We might lose our ceremony spaces. I've seen Two-Spirit people get denied into ceremony. And who are we to deny prayer? Prayer is prayer. And when people deny us in ceremony, to me, that's telling me my prayers aren't good enough for you. And I think a lot of people have this misconception that Two-Spirit people want to remove all protocol. No, we just want to be honored for who we are. Because we belonged, we were here. And I share the language because this proves that we are here. If I'm in the language, no one can tell me that I wasn't here. People like me were here. But due to things like the residential school, especially the residential school, it really impacted the way we view gender. These are just different terms in different languages, again, just to highlight that we existed in these nations, and then I think it's the next slide. It's going to show a map of Turtle Island, and there's going to be, it might be hard to see, but there's little rainbow flags all over this map. And I did the research. This research has been ongoing before me. I think it started in '98. But this map, I put all these flags on there to show that that's where we existed. It's not a new concept. It's a new term. Two-Spirit is a new term, but it's not a new concept. So here's the map. And all of those flags, all of the different nations, and there's some missing on here because this map I took from the Treaty Commission of Saskatchewan, and some of the nations weren't on here. But look at all the flags. So no one can tell me we didn't exist. We were here. Colonization really impacted the way we looked at gender, but it affected everything. It affected women, it affected men, it affected all of us. But it did completely rip the rug out of Two-Spirit. It completely removed us from community. There, in some of my research before the residential schools were being implemented, or the boarding schools in the States, they were taking medicine men, and they were putting them in insane asylums because they must be crazy. Two-Spirit people joined them as well. They put them in those insane asylums. And that's written in history. These aren't, I'm not just making these things up. I put this here because Two-Spirit people have always existed on Turtle Island since time immemorial. And I really, truly believe we need to start having these conversations. Whether you're Two-Spirit or not, honestly, I think the most important advocacy we need is from our straight counterparts. Because we can't do all the heavy lifting on our own. I can't make the changes in your communities by myself. You could bring me in 100 times, but until people start calling each other out on homophobia, calling each other out on transphobia, and we're seeing now way more youth come out. It's a little bit safer for them. But our communities are always catching up. We're always trying to catch up. And that's not to the fault of the community. But all of those young youth, highest rates of suicide, highest rates of homelessness. Every social determinant of health, which is housing, healthcare, justice, is impacted by your identity if you're Two-Spirit. And this makes me emotional, but almost every Two-Spirit youth I've worked with has been suicidal because they're not accepted either by community, by their friends, by their grandparents. They can't attend ceremony. So if I'm in crisis, we rely on our ceremony to guide us. But if I can't be guided by ceremony, where am I going to go? Because when I step into the Western world of going to therapy, well, they don't understand me because I'm Indigenous. So their concepts don't work for me. Ceremony works for us. But if we can't go to ceremony, where are we going to go? You go to addictions. We have some of the highest level of addictions too. Earlier I said some of the only safe spaces for Two-Spirit people, at least when I was coming out, were bars. And think about that. That impacts your mental health. That impacts your ability to create a healthy life for yourself, healthy coping mechanisms. Knowing our terms help us know that we belong in community. And that's why I really stress language. And I don't pretend to know all the terms. I'm still learning. There's so much learning. We're always learning, especially with language. But one of my passions is learning the terms. Because if a youth, especially from the north, let me back up a little. I'm from the north. I grew up in Stanley Mission. Stanley Mission has the oldest church in Saskatchewan. The oldest building in Saskatchewan is a church, and it's on the reserve in Stanley Mission. So I grew up in a very Anglican community, and I'm not here to talk about anyone's faith. That's not my place. But to talk about Two-Spirit to this day in that community is completely, it wouldn't happen. They still see culture in certain ways as, the demonic. In the 80s, a band member in the north took the band to court because they were running a sweat and they were fired. So the impacts in the north are a little bit different because they're more isolated. The reason I'm bringing that up is because I've had a lot of Dene youth looking for those terms, and I don't have Dene elders. I'm working on it. There's lots out there, but it's really hard. There's a Dene elder up there that runs ceremony, but he was fired from his position because he had a pipe ceremony. So this is still ongoing, but in saying that, if you know terms that you have for Two-Spirit people or their roles, what they did, what they should be doing, teach them, share them. That knowledge transference needs to happen across the board, not just with Two-Spirit youth, obviously, all of us. Because what's happening, like I said with my mushroom, he passed and he wasn't able to transfer that knowledge to me. So I had to go look for it. When I came out, actually, there was no one I could talk to about it. It was all internet. I looked all over trying to validate my identity. Then I found some terms. And then I immediately felt strong because, again, I knew I belonged, not only in community, but in ceremony. I grew up going to a lot of sun dances in South Dakota. And I know there's Two-Spirit people around, but they weren't talked to or talked about. They were kind of left alone, you know? I don't think they were completely disrespected, but they weren't involved. And what I really admired is no matter how we are treated, we'll still show up and pray. Some of my Two-Spirit friends are some of the most spiritual people I've met, the most committed. Not saying above man or woman. I'm just saying that thirst for knowledge for us is very real. So I hold it very close to my heart. I try to walk in a good way. I try to lead by example because that was shown to me by my mushroom. He wasn't a perfect person, but he really grounded me in my culture. So the moment I knew I was Two-Spirit, I had to tie that into culture because that was my foundation. Me and a couple friends in Saskatchewan, I messaged them and I said, you know, all these different provinces have some form of a Two-Spirit organization to help support community, to help support youth. And that was a year and a half ago. And we're officially a nonprofit now. We just launched and we're just accepting membership. We're looking for funding, very young organization, but we plan on going into communities and delivering topics, helping mediate some of these conversations because they are very hard. They're very hard conversations. To this day, I'll give an example. So this year, FSIN had their powwow. And I have a social media following. That's my tool that I can use to help get things changed. So I just said, I really hope FSIN considers having a Two-Spirit flag in the grand entry. It just started as a message with someone I know at FSIN. So they got one. Great. But then all the people didn't want to hold it. They didn't want to be seen holding that. And I don't like when people are like, well, that's not a real flag. But I see other flags. You see Every Child Matters flags. Those are new. We can include those in our grand entries. So anyways, this Two-Spirit flag, no one wanted to dance it in. And it was actually a veteran from Wapayton that said, I'll carry it. I believe his name's Cy Standing. And seeing that picture of him carrying that made me cry. And then further to hear what he said to the other people there, he said, when we're called upon for duty, you're not supposed to question it. It's an honor to carry a flag in. Who are we to say what we can carry? I got asked, I'm here to do that. It's my duty, I'm gonna carry that flag in. That made me cry. Can you imagine how a Two-Spirit youth that hasn't come out in the audience, when they see that, that makes them feel like they belong, cared for. That veteran, he cares about me. He cares about me. And I do acknowledge that we've come a long way, you know. We've come a long way. I've met really amazing people, amazing elders. But the thing is, I'm in a good place to have those conversations, and not everyone is. One of those conversations can lead to a suicide. That's what I want people to leave with. Reaffirming someone's identity, saying it's okay if you're Two-Spirit. You don't need to run away. You belong. And everyone here, I'm assuming, who has a two-spirit relative? Holy, who wants to come talk? But see, even when I first came out, there would have been a bit less hands up. And it's because we are becoming more accepting, but that needs to catch up in our ceremonial spaces. That really needs to catch up. And again, I think people in ceremony think that we are trying to change the protocols, but we're not. We just want to know where we belong. Where can I sit? Am I going to get in shit if I go sit over here? I appear as a man, but I feel safe with women. I feel very safe with women. I always sat on the woman's side with my mom when I was younger. And no one questioned it because I don't think it's going to impact the ceremony if I'm not hurting anyone. I'm there to pray. My mom always taught me, and something I carry forward, because I go to different ceremonies and there's different protocols everywhere. Even a Dakota nation, each community might have a little bit different protocols. Each Cree community might have a little bit different protocols, and that's okay. So I go to a lot of these ceremonies, and so I see a lot of differences. But one thing my mom taught me that I keep close to my heart is she always says, pray without prejudice. You're not there to judge people. You're not there to judge the way they do things. You're there for your prayer. So keep praying. This is the Two Spirits in Motion Society. This is the national organization. Fairly young organization, about 5 years. The executive director is from Saskatchewan. Also Two Spirit. Paulette Patra. Yes. Yes. That means a lot. Saskatchewan is, maybe you guys won't know this, but Saskatchewan is a two-spirit powerhouse. A lot of the movers and shakers doing a lot of important work are from Saskatchewan, and communities should be proud of that. Very proud of that. Paulette says something that resonates with me a lot, and she said, I want to put the spirit back in two-spirit. Because we do. Even in our community, we see people claiming this, but they're not doing anything spiritual. They're saying, oh, I'm two-spirit, but they're not focusing on that balance that is accompanied with that identity. But if you have any social media, feel free to check them out. There's also a youth council. They do a podcast. Podcasts are great because, again, it's just another resource for youth, for community, and for parents. A lot of people ask me, I don't know how to have these conversations with my kid. How do I talk about this? Because it's hard. And I think that there's a lot of trauma that people associate with two-spirit identity. And that's branched out of residential school. And I acknowledge that, Even if an elder is being homophobic to me, I'm not gonna, point my finger at them. Because if that's a trauma response from him, who am I to say anything to him? He's been traumatized, and I'm not gonna sit there and argue with you, Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, we hear people say a lot. There's teachings about our children picking their parents before they come here. They pick you, and children are here to teach us. And I always try to reframe this to parents. So every child is here to teach us, right? So how lucky for a two-spirit child to pick your family, to bring that medicine to your family. And I say that because what happens is two-spirit people, they'll come out, and because they're not supported in community, they leave. So all of their gifts too, out of the community. And I truly think we complete that circle, men and women, and two-spirit people are in that circle. So if they're leaving, that community circle isn't balanced. And I do think we carry a lot of gifts. We all carry gifts. Every one of you in this room is meant to be here for one, but you all carry gifts. Two-spirit people, I've seen some quite amazing things from them. very kind, very compassionate people. We're not here to harm anyone. But you hear a lot of, sorry, I'm thinking of, there's not many Two-Spirit elders. So we don't have many people to get that knowledge from. So we rely on the men and the women that aren't Two-Spirit to teach us. But some of them aren't willing to have that conversation. But a lot of the Two-Spirit elders are dead. Like they died when they were young because of things like the AIDS epidemic. Wiped out the whole, I've only met maybe 5 Two-Spirit elders over 70. Nationally. There's probably more out there, but those are the only ones I've met. And I've been to a lot of Two-Spirit gatherings. So we need knowledge keepers like yourselves that are in this audience to come and share that knowledge with us too. But not only with us, share it with your non-Two-Spirit kids. Because maybe they have a Two-Spirit friend and they can have a conversation with them. There's just, it all starts with a conversation. It all starts with an open heart. Because at the end of the day, the more of our people praying, the stronger we're going to be. The stronger we're going to be. And that's only going to happen when Two-Spirit people are welcome into those places to pray. Yesterday, the MC, who was doing a really great job, shared last night, we need to love our families. And that's very true. We need to return that love into our families. But I wrote that down right when I heard it, because I thought this also includes our Two-Spirit children. If every child matters, Two-Spirit children matter. And something we don't talk about enough too is in residential school, Two-Spirit people weren't talked about. Like Two-Spirit people, if they didn't walk between a manner, like if they couldn't be, sorry, I'm not really making sense. If you appeared like me, you'd be in the men's dorm. But if I was Two-Spirit, I would have been vulnerable to abuse. There's also a misconception that people think if you're Two-Spirit, you must have been sexually assaulted when you were young. That's false. One of the reasons why those rates are high is because Two-Spirit people are vulnerable. People can see vulnerable children. That's why they're targeted. That's why they were targeted. Not saying only Two-Spirit people were assaulted in these institutions. We all know that's not true. But to be honest, one of the first things my mom even said to me when I came out to her was, "Were you sexually assaulted?" I said, "No, I wasn't." I always knew. I knew from a very young age that I was different. But because these conversations weren't happening, I have nothing to compare it to, right? I just think something's wrong. Something's wrong with me. Holy, I've been talking lots. I kind of rambled, but I took this picture in Standing Buffalo. My mushroom's buried in the buffalo pasture. And I went there last summer. It was the first time I went there since he passed. I went and put down tobacco, went and visited him for a while. And I found a feather. And I asked the guy that brought me out here, I said, does anyone come out here and put anything here? He said, no one puts feathers here. Your mushroom brought that here for you. And I just finished a talk about Two-Spirit identity. For me, that was my mushroom saying, I see you. And he left that there for me. So I always share that picture. But I just wanted to ask if anyone has any questions or comments. Holy a bunch of one spirits. If that's everything, can I ask mo tinaw? Okay, yeah. So I came out at 24. I first started telling my friends. That was another thing. So before I came out, My mom's a teacher, so she would, not a lot, but after I graduated, she moved to a different reserve. So I took a job in the reserve. I was a recreation coordinator, and I worked with kids in sport in the high school for 4 years. In order for me to come out and feel safe, I had to be away from my family. I had to be able to provide for myself. And that's only because I was scared they would disown me. And that's sad. In order for us to come out, we have to negotiate those things. Do I have housing? Can I support myself? Will I have friends? Will my family still love me? So I had to make sure all of those things were kind of covered, at least the basics. I had housing, I had a vehicle, I had a job. And then I came out to her. So about 6 months it took for me. But I've seen, sorry.
No, that's fine. No.
When I was presenting at the FSIN youth gathering, we brought up a youth who was two-spirit. Male presenting, wearing a ribbon skirt, very proud of their identity. Very proud of their identity. And we were talking amongst the panel. And I said, if anyone wants to see what a strong two-spirit child looks like, or youth, it's right there. That he was supported since he was born in his identity. He was welcomed into ceremony. He was allowed to go wherever he felt he needed to be. We were those in between. We would go to those. Sometimes I might go sit with the men. Sometimes I might go sit with the women. It's not because I'm lazy. Some people say, oh, you just want to go sit with the woman. You don't want to chop wood. I've chopped wood. I'm from the north, okay? They still got wood stoves up there. And I spend every summer with my mushum, hauling rocks, you know? It's just about feeling. Where do I feel safe that day? That can change. But the reason I share that is because I wish I had that. And that's a difficult conversation I even have with my mom. My mom is an amazing person. She raised 4 kids on her own, went through university, you know, did it all for us. But I've told her I couldn't come out because it wasn't safe. And that hurt her. She's like, what do you mean it wasn't safe? I loved you. I said, I know, Mom, but it wasn't safe for me to come out. Asking your kid, hey, are you gay? That's not a safe way to do it. Of course, I'm going to be like, no, nothing, you know. I avoided it at all costs. So, seeing that youth being raised in their culture, supported by community, was amazing because that's exactly what it looks like. I had to wait 24 years I wore a mask, not being myself. So of course my gifts aren't going to come to me. I'm not even being myself. So it's important to reaffirm those two-spirit youth and let them know that it's okay for them to be who they are. Indigenous people, we didn't interfere. We've heard a lot about creativity. That is, we are losing that in our children through social media. But our kids just existed. We let them, their gifts would lead them. You know what I mean? We didn't have to tell them, oh, this is what you're doing. If they were gifted in something, that's where they would go. They went where the community needed them. Yeah. Yeah. I think I understand. Like, is it a choice? Is that like a learned behavior? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yep. Mm. Yep. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yep. Mm. Yep. Yep. Mm. Yep. Mm. Yep. Mm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep. 100% like that, and that's very valid and very real. A lot of our youth, because there's more um, acceptance, children are more comfortable to be who they are. Do I think we learn things from our peers? Absolutely. Do I think a youth will go as far as wanting to change their gender just based on their friends? I don't think so. I personally don't. And there's studies actually around it. Like, we're born this way. But that doesn't mean our teenagers and youth, because of social media and things like that, we are not we, as if I'm a youth. They're subjected to a lot of it's called gender dysmorphia, and it's where they have a hard time with their identity. That's not to say you're like, you don't wake up one day and have two spirits. Not everyone's that deadly. Not everyone. No, but our youth are facing a lot of these issues and challenges, and they just need that support. And good for you, adapting. And that's where I say our children are here to teach us. They really are. And I always say, until a parent has a two-spirit child, they won't understand some of the issues that we go through. That's like, some of them are just ridiculous. Like, people don't understand how it impacts us. When me and my partner go to rent a house, we act like we're friends. Because if he's homophobic or she, we're not gonna get that house. Like, it affects everything. It's really challenging, but you did exactly what I would encourage. Just support them. Let them guide their identity. And yes, we need to teach girls to fulfill women's roles, right? We need to teach boys to fulfill men's roles. But if you can identify that maybe they're leaning a little bit more this way or this way, just support them. They'll guide you where they need to be. I truly believe that, yeah. I hope that answered your question. Yeah. Is there any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you. Oh. Oh, aw. Mm.
bunch of words. So I Googled it. Here it was German.
Mm.
How to spell German?
Mm.
Tell me a boy, not a girl.
Mm.
I thought, baby, like this is German, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Is this what you're telling me? Yeah, I was ashamed of me. No, honey.
Mm-hmm.
No, now I know.
Yeah.
You know, now you can just be you.
Yeah.
Be you unapologetically.
Yep.
I got you back.
Absolutely. Love your children no matter what. Mm. Thank you. There's out Saskatoon is going through some issues right now, but they have a pride home and it's filled with Indigenous queer youth that don't have anywhere else to live. And they have those programs there for them. But yes, if we just allow our children to exist where they need to and let our culture guide them. Because like I said, we just need people praying. We need more people praying. And when we remove our two-spirit people from that equation, there's just less prayer there. And it's tough. I get it. It's tough. There is a lot of change. A lot of generations have seen so much change. You know, even pronouns, that's another conversation that's hard to have. But I get it. And people make mistakes. I still make mistakes. For my trans friends, I use the wrong pronoun sometimes. But I always apologize and I always try to fix it. Because we have to relearn that. And that relearning is decolonizing. These aren't new things, you know, even in our languages, there's no gender. You hear fluent speakers say he when they mean she when they mean, it's because that concept is very new to us, but it's been deeply ingrained by things like the residential school. So it impacts everything. But I applaud everyone and thank everyone for listening and learning a little bit. I hope you take something home and continue to love your children and love your family and have stronger communities because of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to maybe add one. Can I get this mic put on? This one here. Hello. I just want to add one story to that. Back in 1990, back in Paul Dojak Youth Center when I worked there, we had this couple of two-spirit boys, but we had one in particular. And when I moved to be director of the Echo Valley Youth Center, which is a low risk for youth, this kid was in Dojak, and they have more tighter rules in there, like more. It's pretty strict. But this kid wouldn't listen. But he was very feminine but he wouldn't listen. He was always in his room, and so they asked me. He said, so I kind of looked at his file and I kind of went over it, right? And he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't follow the group. Wouldn't go to school. I said, well, bring him out. Let's bring him out to my unit. So when I got out there, I had a meeting with the staff, and we talked about letting him be who he wants to be. So anyways, we did a plan with him, and to treat him like how he wanted to be treated. So what we did was that this one day, this is why I was thinking about this when you were talking. I said, take him shopping. I said, and buy him whatever he wants to buy. Get him some clothes, and so he was doing well when he came out. He was following the rule because we put him in a room by himself. So you talked about, getting abused and stuff like that, right? So we had all these safety stuff, and we made the boys understand, about who he was. But anyways, I said, take him shopping, and then this happened. I come to Regina when they brought him back, and he met me outside, and he said, Keith, he said, come look at this, he said. And I seen he had these nice little flower shoes and little flower pants and everything. And I said, and you know what? That's what made him do really good, because we accepted who he was right at that time. And to me, and then when he left, he wanted me to call him Peaches, right? And and then when he left, he wrote me a big letter, and I still got those letters from youth that have, how we treated them and put them to work. But this youth done really well in our program, went to school, and I still have that letter. He said, thank you very much for understanding and all what you did for me. Peaches, he put on there. So I still got that letter to this day. So that reminds me of some of the the stuff of being accepted, right? And but I just wanted to share that story. That was like back in the 90s, I think. But yeah, thank you very much again. We have a little thing to give you.
She said they're gonna tie me up.
I know, thank you. Thank you very much. So that kind of concludes our day today. In the morning, we'll start at probably the same time at 9 with Wendy Digipi, murdered in